in order to prove that you are a coward. You, a freshman, interviewed for a job that involves legal killing. Sure enough, the interviewer mocked you to your face for being a weakling. Unexpectedly, what you said next shocked the fierce-looking interviewer into a cold sweat. He even realized that he was nothing but a minor character in front of you. At this moment, you are standing inside the Blackwater mercenary base, and a middle-aged man with a fierce expression puts down your interview materials and says, "Mr. Shindong, we at Blackwater are a large company, primarily recruiting veterans, police officers, or individuals with other special experiences. However, from your materials, we do not see any content that satisfies us. Next, we will ask you a few questions, and then decide whether to accept you as a proud member of Blackwater. May I ask, if after carrying out a silencing mission, you find a young boy hiding in a corner who might expose your identity, what would you do?" You answer without hesitation. "I would tell him to hide well, because next time he might not have such good luck. After saying this, I will turn and leave." Hearing your answer, several interviewers in the room showed expressions of disappointment. As a normal person, this behavior is defensible, but for them as mercenaries, what they want is ruthlessness. Just as the middle-aged man was about to end the interview, you continued, "After I take 5 or 6 steps out, I will turn around, smiling at the little boy and say, 'Hi, we meet again. I'm sorry, you won't have the same luck this time.' I can also hold his hand and carefully search the scene of the mission. As long as he gets nervous, it means there are others hiding in this area. This child is very likely to have deliberately let me discover this in order to protect their younger siblings. At the same time, when killing, one must pay attention that some people's hearts are on the opposite side. It's best to stab each one and then add a stab on the buttocks. In order to consider other emergencies, all his joints should be broken to ensure that even if he becomes a zombie, he poses no danger to me." Hearing such an answer, the middle-aged man and the other interviewers were all taken aback. Goodness, they thought you were a saint, but unexpectedly you turned out to be a living llama. After being stunned for 2 or 3 minutes, the man with the artificial eye asked again, "What would you do if you found innocent civilians in the enemy camp during the mission?" You replied, "I would pause the operation and prioritize the evacuation of civilians from the war zone. After all, war should not involve ordinary people." Such an answer made the interviewers, who had just shown some interest, turn cold again. It was too conventional and not what they were looking for. The man with the prosthetic eye picked up his cup and said, "And then? What if the civilians sabotage the subsequent actions?" You nodded and said, "You have considered everything very thoroughly, so I will plant explosives in the civilian area in advance and detonate them when the enemy lets their guard down. This is called humanitarian fire coverage." With a pfft, the middle-aged man's water couldn't help but spray out of his mouth, and the other interviewers widened their eyes in shock. That's really ruthless, but to be honest, carrying out missions with such ruthless people is often the safest. The middle-aged man couldn't help but cough twice and said, "Doesn't killing civilians make you feel guilty?" You shook your head and said, "If they know how to fight and don't run away, they must have already mentally prepared themselves to be killed. For such an opponent, I will certainly give it my all." Putting aside the facts, don't those civilians who were killed have any fault? The crowd was stunned. Why did it seem like what you said made a lot of sense? One of the interviewers asked with a curious expression. How would you handle a situation where teammates have internal conflicts due to personal grievances during a mission? This question was not on the interview list. It was asked because he had encountered such trouble in his last mission, which had become a lingering mental burden for him. You replied, "I would mediate the conflict and ensure team cohesion, as cooperation is essential for victory." The interviewer showed a hint of disappointment. He had done just that, but the final outcome was unsatisfactory. Without waiting for him to ask again, you continue to answer, "If they don't listen to advice, I will tie the troublemaker to the enemy sniper's line of sight, solving the internal traitor issue and giving the enemy a surprise package. As long as the sniper fires, it can help our side determine the enemy's location and then carry out a bombardment." Everyone was stunned again. The interviewer who asked the question was the first to react. He suddenly flipped over his chair, the veins on his neck bulging. Yes. How could I not think of that at the time? Regardless of whether he is really an insider, when his emotions affect the mission, he is more detestable than an insider. He should be dealt with directly to ensure the safety of the entire team. I really love your answer. He had thought that failure would become a lifelong mental burden, and he even developed severe depression because of those people. He didn't expect that a routine interview would help him resolve all his inner conflicts. The middle-aged man frowned and reminded, "Gold coin, pay attention to your emotions. Mr. Shen, we have already grasped your basic situation. Whether you agree to join Blackwater, we still need to consider it. Please go back and wait for news." You asked with a puzzled expression. Why still consider it? Is it because my answer is too kind? If you are not satisfied, I actually have 9 other ways to solve the above problem. For example, I could have the surviving little boy act as a human radar to find and eliminate other enemies. Or if you think a big knife is too cruel, I can prepare a small knife in advance. In less than 10 minutes of the interview, even the mercenaries known for their ferocity and ruthlessness felt it was absurd, and even wanted to advise you to be a bit kinder and not so extreme. The man with the prosthetic eye tidied up your resume and politely said, "Mr. Shen, our company has its own procedures, and we hope you can understand. However, I have no objections to you personally and am very satisfied. Some of your ideas have truly opened the door to a new world for our industry. Please rest assured, we will consider it carefully. You took the file bag, okay? Before I leave, can I ask you for a favor?" The interviewer, previously referred to as Gold Coin, said, "Sure." You took out an application form from your backpack and said, "I want to buy a gun, but the staff at the gun shop told me that I need either a gun license or a guarantor who has a gun license. I want to pay one of you to be my guarantor." The thought of an extreme-minded Chinese man wanting to buy a gun is chilling. The middle-aged man instinctively asked, "What does an international student need a gun for?" You helplessly replied, "The Russian president just stepped down, and after Volodin took office, the policies have become very extreme. The vast majority of people in your country have a very unfriendly attitude towards China, and discrimination is everywhere. As an international student, I just want to protect myself, which is reasonable." The hot-tempered Gold Coin nodded, pulled out the handgun he was carrying from his waist, and handed it over. "This Glock G17 is a gift for you. The magazine is full, and there's 1 round in the chamber. 18 rounds of ammunition should be enough for your self-defense. Consider it a thank you for helping me open up. You need a gun. And of course, I won't pretend to be polite." I took all the money out of my backpack and said, "The Blackwater Federation hasn't imported Glock pistols to Austria, so yours must have come through unofficial channels. According to the current black market price, a Glock G17 sells for $2,000, which converts to 56,000 rubles now. I only have 28,000 rubles, which is all my savings. I'll pay you the rest later." After watching you leave, the atmosphere in the room became particularly oppressive and dull. The man with the prosthetic eye lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and asked, "What do you think of this guy named Shandong?" One of the interviewers next to him said, "I really can't believe that someone who has never killed anyone could be as sinister and ruthless as he is. His eyes and demeanor told me that he wasn't joking when answering the question. If he encountered a similar situation, he would definitely act as he said, even more extremely." Stepping out of the Blackwater mercenary base, you boarded the bus back to the school dormitory. You sat in the last row, carefully playing with the Glock G17 pistol in your backpack. After such a long time, it was your first time touching the real thing, cold and heavy, inexplicably giving a strong sense of security. Given the situation of today's interview, they are unlikely to hire you, so where should you go next to look for a job? As a traveler, you also have your own system, and killing enemies can unlock skills. In search of an opportunity to activate the system, you chose to study abroad in the Blackwater Federation. Previously, you had interviewed for positions such as bank security, bounty hunter, prison cafeteria worker, casino server, and so on, but none were successful. Mercenary is the last legitimate industry you can think of for killing enemies. In your previous life, you were just an ordinary person, living a life that was neither good nor bad, and you never encountered any major accidents until the end of your life. You don't know why heaven chose to let you travel through time and even gave you a killing god system. Which man doesn't secretly long for an exciting and thrilling life? Would you rather be an unknown person, living a stable life and dying in bed with a catheter? Or would you prefer to leave a mark in history even if you don't live to see 30? Whether to be an unknown pawn or to become famous in the world. When you heard this sentence in the game in your previous life, you almost unhesitatingly chose the latter. If there was no opportunity in the last life, then use this life to make up for all the regrets. Just as Shen Fei was rambling, a loud gunshot rang out, followed by the bus braking sharply and coming to a violent stop on the road. "Ah, what happened? My God! Look, someone's robbing a bank." A chaotic sound rang out, and Shen Fei looked in the direction where the gunshot sounded and found that it was a Waya bank about meters 50. 7 or 8 masked thugs shot the bank's security guards and rushed in right behind them. The bus driver shouted, "Don't panic everyone, we're a long way from them, just back up and we'll be safe. Everyone sit tight and stay calm." The voice dropped, and the panic of the passengers was greatly relieved. However, before the bus driver could put it in reverse gear, they heard another loud bang from inside the bus. The crowd looked up to see the passenger sitting in the last row break the glass of the car and leap off in a single bound toward the bank. Vaguely, he could still be heard, shouting something in the Chinese language. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Robbing in front of me? Can I stand the aggravation? I just bought a pistol. 3. Master, what kind of work do you do? A few dozen meters isn't that far, but after the robbers opened fire, the pedestrians on the road were in chaos, and Shin Fei was traveling against the traffic in the opposite direction, and it still took some time to rush to the bank entrance. The bandits had all rushed into the bank lobby, leaving only a masked man on guard at the door. Shin Fei gripped the pistol in his backpack tightly and asked, panting, Master, what do you do for a living? The robber looked down at the arca in his hand 47, then looked up at the fine-skinned Shin Fei, and his entire body was confused. What kind of crazy person is that? Shin Fei wanted the moment he froze in his tracks. Without half a second's hesitation, he pulled the trigger across the backpack. Bang! Gunshots rang out and the bandit was shot in the body and slowly fell down. The system beep that had been expected for a whole decade or so did not sound. What's the situation? No one's dead? Shin Fei hurriedly fired several shots at the bandit's heart and torso as well as his head, pulled out his legs and rushed into the nearby alley. He utilized the time difference, as well as the determination that the bandits in the bank, who were surely not going to give up on the money that was about to come to them, would instead come running after him. Ding! Finally, the system beep that had been silent for many years sounded in Shin Fei's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill mission, and obtaining one chance to draw a prize. What's the point? Shin Fei shouted excitedly. Smoke it for me. Ding! Lucky draw successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Skill Master Tactical Assault Shooting Specialization. The moment the system voice fell, countless unfamiliar memories flooded into Shin Fei's mind. At the same time it was as if a warm current was pouring into his body, spreading non-stop along his limbs and bones, as if the best technician in the world was massaging his body. Stance, grip, aiming position, recoil management, trigger control, breath control, dynamic response, physical support. Those muscle memories that required countless hours to be practiced could be accomplished in the blink of an eye for Shin Fei. It's the power of the system. Yes, it's not in vain that I've waited hard for you for more than 10 years. Shin Fei felt the changes from his body, and the emotions that had been suppressed for more than 10 years were finally released at this moment. He couldn't help but start thinking that, just one kill and you get such a great reward. So, what if you took care of all those bandits in the bank? With a sharp blade in his hand, he will kill. The system rewards were right in front of us, so if we didn't hurry to utilize the skills we had gained to continue working hard, could it be that it was just for the sake of looking good? In this age of pan-peace, not many people want to find a chance to kill someone legally. Shooting a bandit just now, or using a sneak attack, had already made Shin Fei so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. But now, with the support of the Master Tactical Assault Shooting Specialization skill, a few small robbers, what was there to fear? Shin Fei skillfully unloaded the magazines and checked the spare bullets inside, and then without any more half-hearted hesitation, he turned back and walked towards the bank. My name is Dimitri. I was born in a happy family. My parents are both workers in state-owned enterprises. Income is stable and respected. During the wave of privatization in the 1990s, the factory where my parents worked was taken over by oligarchs, leaving both of them unemployed and the family in abject poverty. Real incomes fell by 56%. National income regressed to 1976 levels. Food consumption from household expenditure soared to 30%, 53% of, and poverty reached people 50 million. The old privileged life has since disappeared. The most I've heard my father say since then is, *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** yacht. Sons of ES. We bleed and sweat and break bread. And you guys get away with it on your ing yachts. Incomes are lower and the cost of living is getting higher. My girlfriend broke up with me and turned around and married an older man in his 40s. I couldn't take the shock and gradually became disillusioned and started to anesthetize myself with vodka and drugs. Later, I joined a gang called the Brotherhood of Neva to make money on drugs, and it took me 5 whole years to finally make it from the most junior thief to the captain of the soldiers. Soldier. 5 years. Do you know what I've been through these last 5 years? Not long ago, the organization asked me to lead a ransacking of a bank in Petersburg. If I grab enough money, I'll be promoted from soldier captain to management. It was enough to make a decent living, even though it was the most basic church messenger. Everything is going very well. Just as I arrived at the door of the bank with my party, and arranged to have my thieves enter the hall and ransack the treasures, while I myself stood guard at the door, I saw a fine young man. He doesn't look like a Uralic Federation man, rather like Chinese people visiting Petersburg, or studying abroad. I didn't pay too much attention to him, and as he passed me, he asked the question that will stay with me for the rest of my life. He asked me, "What's the job?" I swear to God, I've never heard such an idiotic question. Is it possible that I'm not even dressed up enough? Or is the Arca I'm holding 47 just a burning stick in his eyes? Just when I thought he was nothing more than a scared foreigner, A gunshot suddenly came from his backpack. A huge force penetrated my body and I knew I was shot. Before I could figure out what the hell was going on, he fired several more shots into my body and then in a flash, ran away? With the last of my strength, I looked down at the bloody hole in my shirt. One is mine. The other one is mine too. I was dying by and large, but before I died, I still couldn't figure out one thing. What the? No offense. You're not a cop. Why on earth would you want to kill me? The robbers in the bank lobby were also confused. They had just rushed in, finished taking care of the security personnel and controlling the staff, and were about to blow up the vault door with explosives when they heard gunshots ringing out the door. The police are here? No way. Those guys were, by no means, that fast. The boss's gun went off? Nope. The voice of was one they could not have been more familiar with. AK-47. The sound of the gunshot just now. One could tell it came from a pistol. Before they could react, intense gunfire once again came from the entrance of the bank. Not good. There must have been plainclothes policemen, or members of the public who saw what was going on. They hurriedly rushed out, and then they saw the boss fall into a pool of blood, and not far away there was a thin back figure that rushed into the alley. Ha! What's the situation? What happened? Boss. How did the boss die? Is it the police? It can't be. Even if it's the police, why did they just kill someone without negotiating with us? Exactly. It doesn't make sense. What to do? Go after them? Avenge the boss. Avenge your mother's death. We're here to rob a bank and work for the gang. Hurry back and keep loading up the money. The robbers made up their minds, not even caring about the bodies on the floor, and turned into the hall to continue their robbery. Already delayed by almost a minute. It has to be faster. Otherwise the police will come and the situation will only become more problematic. 5 minutes later, as planned in advance, a black-painted What's travel van slammed to a halt in front of the bank. The robbers who had ransacked the bank rushed out and threw the bags of money in their hands into the car before they were ready to get in and run. And at this point, not far away, in the alley, the barrel of a dark pistol had been aimed at them. Death. Eyes open. Next. Bang. The beautiful sound of a gunshot, exclusively Glock, rang out in the silence of the empty street, shooting at a distance of 50 meters. However, as if the bullet was given life, it struck the target's brow with extreme precision, blossoming into a spark that symbolized death. 4. The Joker. Damn. It's the gunman who killed the captain. Concealment. Take cover. Sukuber. What the hell is he up to? What have we done to offend him? Never mind all that. Return fire. The robbers were genuinely confused and really couldn't figure out what the mystery gunman was all about. If you're a cop, then come out and negotiate. Even if you're special forces, you don't just come up and do it without saying anything, do you? They raised their Arca in droves 47s, but there was no sign of anyone to be seen in the empty streets. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Some of the terrified gang thieves had begun to suppress fire in the direction of the gunshots regardless, and were desperately trying to get into the car. Just then, a sharp-eyed thief noticed a small mirror used for makeup poking out of an alleyway a few dozen meters away, followed by the dark barrel of the gun stuck out and then there was a series of point-blank shots. Snap! Snap! Snapped! Every gunshot signaled that a bandit had been shot in the eyebrow and fallen to the ground. The sharp-eyed thief was completely confused. He had experienced so many gunfights, and had seen many masters of all sizes, but not once had he seen one as accurate as this one today. 50 meters. How strong of a confidence should one have to choose to shoot the center of the brow instead of the more targeted torso? It's a masterpiece. A crazy batch of masters of unknown origin. Run, stupid kids. Run. He wanted to shout out a warning, but it was too late as he felt a huge force hit his head before he lost all consciousness. Hey, it didn't hurt at all. Felt nothing. Fun love fun. Play in your next life. In less than a minute's time, the gunfire on the street stopped, and Shin Fei's mind followed with the system's beep. The number of Qs is exactly the same as the number of robbers we saw earlier. That also means clean death. Nope. And a driver. But Shin Fei's current position did not have a shooting boundary that could be used as a shooting boundary. He quickly sprinted out of the alley and dodged through the empty streets, eventually arriving in front of the bank. If one was an expert, one could see that every time Shin Fei switched his position, he stepped precisely on the blind spot of the gunman's shooting boundary. So what seems dangerous is actually safe. When he came to the side of the van, Shin Fei saw the driver holding his head crouching and curled up on the ground, shouting into the phone, "Boss, we have encountered an ambush. The brothers are all dead. He's really only one person, but he's a gue." Snap. Shin Fei smashed the window glass with the butt of his gun and smiled. "Still on the phone? Collect, you guys are here." Ah. The driver was as if he had seen an alien, so scared that he dropped his cell phone and hurriedly begged, Big brother, don't kill me. Nee. I'll give you all the money. Shinfei looked at the rubles and gold scattered in the carriage and laughed coldly. Idiot. Killing you. These are also mine. Ah. The driver froze. At this point, the middle-aged man's sorrowful voice came from the phone. My friend, we are the Neva Brotherhood. If you're willing to let my little brother live, you'll be our brotherhood's friend forever in the future. Shinfei grabbed his cell phone and looked at the driver and asked, what does the Neva Brotherhood do? The driver replied warily, I. We are gangsters. Gangsters. Petersburg's third-ranked black mob. Scared. Gangster? Shinfei pondered briefly, then grabbed his cell phone and smashed it against the driver's head, saying as he did so, isn't that a bunch of ING punks? You got a little Yakuza to bluff me? Soon, the driver's face was already bleeding profusely. After the man on the other end of the phone heard what Shinfei was saying, he instantly became furious and growled. Asterisk. Dare me to call it a little Yakuza? Asshole, don't you dare tell me who you are? Shinfei picked up the bloodstained cell phone and said, scare me? And don't you go ask around the Monosov scholars community who doesn't know me. Uncle Ivanov? Toot. Shinfei hung up the phone without mercy. Although the driver's face was covered in blood and his entire body was in a state of vertigo, his eyes could still vaguely see light. He couldn't help but growl in his mind as he looked at the young man in front of him who was like a god of killing. This ing uncle? Shinfei saw the driver's doubt and spoke out. No one believes it. I don't even believe it. But it can't be helped. I'm slow to develop. Okay? The driver couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, not daring to say a word. Shinfei sighed and said, well, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Actually, I'm not Ivanov. He's the landlord after I came to the Ural Federation. Not only did he deduct my rent and security deposit, when I finally checked out of my room, he came over with a ING lamp to fix the damage. The police came and told me it was a civil dispute and that I should go to court to fight it. Sukuber. Your judge lords of the Urals Federation have hibernated on their dossiers long enough to repair the Siberian Railroad 3 times. I lost 30,000 rubles, and that was almost all my savings. I also heard later that old thing had cheated many college students with this kind of scheme, and some of the female students could only accompany him to bed because they didn't have the money to pay him back. Damn. I haven't even slept with a college student. Before I didn't have the power. I had to admit it. Now that I do, I'm not going to ing get back at him? So I don't have powers for nothing? Driver, God, why are you telling me this? I just want to live. Where are the crazy people from? Shinfei finished talking to himself, patted his shoulder and asked, you're a smart man. Tell me, what's your name? The driver glanced warily at the body of the boss in front of the bank and replied, Day. Mile. Shinfei didn't pursue the truth, and said very seriously, Dmitri, you're a smart man, smarter than anyone I've ever met. And you were very good at listening and not interrupting what I was saying. I like you a lot. And right now, I'm going to let you go. But the next time we meet, we're going to be enemies. Do you hear me? Let me go? The driver had seen countless ruthless people. But when he compared those ruthless people to the man in front of him, he realized that those so-called ruthless people were as kind as elementary school students. You can't find it in reality. But to the driver, the man's figure looked like a character from his fantasy world. The Joker. Right. He's got the same neuroticism and insanity in him as the Joker. It's a purposeless purposefulness, order out of chaos, taking pleasure in creating fear. His killings are not mere violence, but a performance, a mockery of the rules of society. Sure, this is just for the fictional country in the overhead alien world Ural Federation. 5. It's you stinky old men who make the hardest money. The driver swallowed hard. You're really going to let me go? Shinfei nodded tenderly. Thank you. Bye. The driver opened the car door in a panic and rushed out with a roll. Behind him, Shinfei raised his Glock pistol expressionlessly, then pulled the trigger. Click. The sound of an empty warehouse hanging up rang out. The trigger linkage disengages from the stopper. The firing pin safety lockout casts a prismatic shadow in the rail groove, and the non-slip pattern on the back of the polymer grip creates from the tiger's mouth a subtle 3mm overhang. 0. That's right. In this Glock pistol in Shinfei's hand, there were no bullets. And because of that, he didn't pull the trigger first, or pick up the enemy's gun and shoot the driver. Though even with the enemy's gun, Shinfei was sure of killing the enemy. But then there could be an accident. One accident in a million. It was also something that Shinfei could not tolerate. Not to mention, wouldn't it be even more of a problem if you met a douchebag who was worried that if he died the enemy would pick up the gun and be able to use it straight away? setting the trajectory to the left? But now, Shinfei had plenty of time to calibrate his guns. Casually picking up an Arca whose rifling had been smooth 47 out, he calmly completed a series of operations such as ejecting the bullet, switching the safety on and off, and aiming, and at that point, the driver had only run about 20 meters. Shinfei shouted, "Hey, Dimitri!" Hearing the commotion coming from behind him, the driver didn't dare to move a step forward and turned his head with difficulty, revealing a smile that was worse than tears. "That, Uncle Ivanov. What's wrong?" Shinfei put a charming smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "It's nice to see you again, Dimitri, but why do you look so serious?" "Ha?" The driver's entire body was confused, completely unable to keep up with Shinfei's brain circuit. Next, gunshots rang out again in the silence of the deserted street. This time, it's a fully automatic burst. Tada! The bullet at a per minute tilted out speed of rounds, and the powerful recoil shocked Shinfei's tiger's mouth with a sharp pain. 600. There certainly aren't in the magazine 600 rounds. It won't last a minute. In just a few seconds, the driver already had a dozen more bloody holes all over his body. It looks okay from the front. It was nothing more than a bean-sized hole in his shirt broken open and blood running down the seam. Those bullets that underwent a cavity effect spiraled and tumbled through his body. Muscle tissue was compressed to of its original volume 1/5, and cell membranes within ruptured milliseconds. 0. 3. The final presentation is a popcorn-like fracture. His backside was completely battered, the torn tissue tearing and hanging from his skin especially oozing. As for his head, it wasn't much better. The intracranial pressure momentarily exceeded 400 millimeters of mercury and the eyeball was dislodged from the orbit. But even though he was so miserable, he still didn't feel any pain before he died. Brain neurons that are collapsing send the last electrical signals. He's filled with nothing but confusion. Just now if I had not turned around and ran forward without looking back. Isn't it just survive? Shinfei didn't have time to appreciate his death, but was thinking about another more serious matter. Money in the car is as good as gold. What to do? Of course you can't take it all, or else wouldn't you go from hero to blackmailed robber? But, I'm here. If you don't bring any favors, you're not working half the day for nothing, are you? As for expecting government incentives? Stop it. It's the year. And the 7 oligarchs have long since been raking in the dough 200 or 300 years from now. 2000, aka ING. 2200 AD. It's not really an exaggeration. Let's just say that the rights to exploit resources for 200 or 300 years are all in the hands of 7 oligarchs, along with debt collateralized by the taxes of future generations. This even includes legal loopholes such as the permanent tax exemption provision. These are all the last few tubes of spinal cord that the 7 oligarchs have drawn from the Soviets' corpse using a shock therapy syringe. What reward for bravery is expected from the current poor government? Up to 1 iron bronze-plated medal. Shinfei thought about what to do while loading gold into his backpack. As his view skimmed over a couple of lying quiet and still in the corner of the compartment F1 defense grenades, a smile of excitement momentarily curved the corners of his mouth. Lemon grenades? Now that's what I call heavenly. Sure enough, I'm God's dad. Favorite cub. There's a way out. After loading half a book bag of gold, Shinfei pulled the pull ring of all the grenades and threw them all to the position of the car's gas tank. Then, quickly jump out of the car and rush into the bank lobby. He had just entered when the deafening sound of an explosion came from behind him. Real men. They never look back at explosions. Hearing the sound of the violent explosion, the survivors in the bank, once again, let out a miserable scream. They didn't know exactly what was going on outside, and no one dared go out to see. Shinfei put his duffel bag on his back and shouted, "Quiet! I'm here to save you." The hall instantly became silent, and a pair of eyes looked at Shinfei, who stood in front of the bank, in panic. The feeling. It's even more frightening than seeing a real robber just now. What the hell? Do I look that scary? Shinfei looked through the mirror next to him and couldn't help but shiver himself. Carrying a duffel bag and a bloodied AK assault rifle, all covered in blood from being in the car. Can it not be scary? Shinfei dropped the AK in his hand 47, cleared his throat and said, "Although I don't look like a good guy, I really am. I've already killed all the robbers outside. Where's your steward here?" Everyone saw that he didn't have a gun in his hand, which finally calmed him down a little. A svelte man with glasses stood up and said timidly, "Sir, are you really here to save us?" Shinfei snorted coldly. "Doesn't it look like it?" Like, the man replied subconsciously, then quickly waved his hand and shook his head. Like. Thanks. Thank you, hero. On behalf of the entire bank. Shinfei waved his hand and said, "All right, don't be polite. The police will be here later. Is there any water? Pour me a cup of water." He wasn't going to run. And he couldn't. While there wasn't a lot of surveillance in this day and age, the bank was monitored, and his identity could be traced as soon as he was checked. Besides, what's the point of running away when you're justified in what you've done? It was just that Shinfei was thinking about a question. These gold of his own, where should I hide it? There's. The bank manager rushed to bring a glass of water. Shinfei just took the cup of water. His back suddenly loosened, followed by the gold and rubles in his backpack, which all fell out with a crash. Too greedy, overloaded, and forget that just now the backpack received a shot. There was already a hole. So much gold of pressure, but it fell out. Moment. The group of staff in the hall, looking at the gold bearing the bank's mark, as well as the brand new rubles, all wore expressions of immense embarrassment. Cough. Ahem. The svelte bank manager coughed twice and reprimanded. What are you waiting for? Why don't you pick up what the gentleman dropped? Also, another duffel bag of the best quality for the gentleman. Ha! Shinfei were frozen. You can still play like that? Two quick-eyed staff members quickly grabbed a written in Russian duffel bag with and began to help clean up the gold on the floor. Deposit over 1 billion rubles to keep. Shinfei nodded slightly and looked appreciatively at the Sven lobby manager. Nice young man, can do the job. But, just then, a sharp siren sounded and the police arrived. That's it. It sure looks like all that gold can't be taken away. What he didn't expect was that the Sven bank manager was not the least bit flustered, and said with a smile, Sir, our bank has just launched the bearer deposit business. Do you need to put your gold to deposit it? Shinfei was stunned for a moment, his eyes looking at the Sven bank manager in surprise, unable to figure out why he would be so nice to himself. The manager, seemingly seeing the doubt in his mind, took 2 steps forward and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, Sir, please do me a favor as well. If the police ask you how much money you saw, just answer that you don't know. Yo, it's kind of fun. Is this treating you like a flatbook saint? Shinfei, of course, didn't care, but just asked curiously. Even if all the money was burned, it doesn't seem to be that difficult to restore the total amount burned through technical identification, right? The Sven bank manager smiled. It's true that it's not technically difficult, but it's still not the people who use the technology. Shinfei couldn't help but explode in his heart. It's all this kind of stuff. How good can the Ural Federation be? But, as a vested interest, the anger in Shinfei's heart was quickly replaced by surprise, and he smiled and said, It's still you stinky old ninjas who earn hard money. The bank manager didn't catch what it meant and just said politely, You flatter me. That's just where it's at. The two of them looked at each other and almost simultaneously let out a jia of laughter. 6. I know you guys are poor, but I didn't realize you were so poor. The shrill sound of alarm bells coming closer and, soon, a couple of beat-up jeeps pulled up in front of the bank. 7 or 8 police officers rushed down, and when they saw the burning van, and the bodies on the ground, they all froze. Shinfei looked at the equipment on the policeman, and he also froze. Good man. What age are the cops still using Makarov that were introduced in 195 PM pistols? 1. Of all the cops, only 2 had in their hands OC-11s, the assault rifles known as U-trees, and the cop who rushed to the front as the breacher. The Kevlar lining of his body armor looked like it had been in service for at least 10 years, and had stretched and broken in many places. The steel inserts are also rusty and have what can only be described as approximately zero protection. As for the bulletproof shields, they seem to have been modified by welding tank track pieces together, inside and out. It reveals an aura of rusticity and simplicity. I know you're poor. I didn't realize you guys were so poor. This equipment, it doesn't even compare to the gangs that rob banks, let alone the Wagner mercenary base he went to today. The interviewer at the other place. But even block a steel like that can just be given away. G17. The police also noticed Shinfei standing in the lobby of the bank, covered in blood, and recognized him as the most threatening target at the scene. They're very skillful in their tactical maneuvers, though. 4 men were in charge of controlling the hall, alerting everyone while guarding against possible danger. The 2 men stood left and right, one holding the gun normally, the other holding it low and aiming at Shinfei. One of the characters, who looked like he should be a captain-like figure, snapped, Get down on the ground slowly so I can see your hands. Just as Shinfei was planning to cooperate, the bank manager next to him pushed up his glasses and said, What's all this shouting and yelling about? Just know how to yell at our populace. You know how to point a gun at good people. Good people owe you. Ha! We taxpayers pay money to feed a bunch of booze hounds like you? Shinfei didn't expect that the bank manager would be so rigid. What he didn't expect was that the policemen were used to the public's accusations and didn't have the slightest bit of extra reaction on their faces. The bank manager snorted coldly and continued, If it wasn't for this gentleman today, the bank wouldn't know how much money it would have lost. And then, not to mention your salaries for this year, you won't get half a ruble even next year. The year after that, until you retire. The police captain finally couldn't help himself and snapped. We were on the scene the first time we received the call. Now please cooperate with the law enforcement and tell me what's going on here. The bank manager replied casually. Sophia, you take this police captain to check the surveillance. Having said that, he turned his head to look at Shinfei. His face took on his trademark smile. This gentleman, please come with me over here and do some deposit business. Shinfei looked at the police. Don't I have to cooperate with them to make a statement first? The bank manager smiled and shook his head. It's just as well to do it later. Counting on them won't solve any cases at all anyway. It's amazing that the cops really didn't argue back. Good man. When Shinfei first came to the Urals Federation, he had heard that after the dissolution of the Red Star Alliance, the status of the police and the military had become very low, but didn't realize it was so low. Upon arriving at the banking area, the manager began to get busy. He first weighed the gold bars in Shinfei's backpack, and then began to operate the computer for the account opening business. Because it was a bearer account, there was no need for Shinfei to provide any information. Not far away, the police are all getting busy too. The captain went to check the surveillance, and the rest of the cops split into two groups, a batch of confessions. The other batch went to the door very consciously and started to take photos for evidence, as well as disposing of the blood at the scene and evacuating the onlookers. Throughout, it seems like no one at all wants to cooperate with the police. Shinfei really couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked, Manager, you all treat the police like this. Is there really no problem? The bank manager didn't even look up. What could possibly go wrong? This bank has been ransacked 3 times this year, and this is the 4th time. Have any of them been solved? Even if the case is solved, that money will be taken from their paychecks and not returned to the bank at all. If it weren't for your bravery this time, the damage would have only been greater. Haven't you heard that one before? The cop is always late. Respecting them is better than respecting the mercenaries who actually sell their lives when paid. Shinfei wondered, what does this have to do with mercenaries? Is it hard to believe that mercenaries will help you investigate the case? The bank manager raised his head, sized up Shinfei, and asked politely, Sir, you haven't been in Petersburg for a long time, have you? Shinfei nodded. No wonder you feel strange. The bank manager continued with the account opening business while explaining, this country didn't used to be like this, but even if you haven't been here long, you should have heard of shock therapy, right? Simply put, just don't care about anything and let it happen. Shinfei nodded. It was a history he had learned about in his previous life, and it was indeed a bit odd. The bank manager was chatty and willing to answer Shinfei's question. Shock therapy ruined this country, and now the oligarchs are the ones who own it. Those ING guys control over this country 70% of the resources and wealth of. The government doesn't have the money. The army doesn't have the money. But things need to be taken care of, so they have to rely on mercenaries who get paid for their lives. Not to mention the police department with the army. Even if you want to open a store on the street, you have to choose a gang or a mercenary to keep you safe. Soldiers educated with patriotism need to be paid a large pension if they die in battle. Even if they don't have a job, they still have to provide for them. Mercenaries are only paid when they are used. There is no cost beyond that. Shinfei came to a realization. No wonder. It was no wonder that so early in this world, the Wagner Group had appeared and that so many people would choose to become mercenaries. There's a reason for all of it. Actually, if you know a little more about it, you'll know that this country itself has a lot more magic going on. Like even in 2024, there will be recruiting to the death row when the war is on. As long as they survive a month on the battlefield, they will be acquitted when they return home. Don't care what kind of robbery and murder you're in, or some kind of child abuse, assault on a young girl. As long as they survive a month on the battlefield, they are all released. This was in Shinfei's original country. There's no way that could have happened. Shinfei had another question in his mind. Would King Volikin, who had just taken office, let a private armed force develop and grow without any intervention? The KGB wouldn't agree, would they? The bank manager handed over a bearer passbook and said, Sir, your deposit operation is done. A total of 53 kilograms of gold, and 420,000 rubles. Shinfei nodded and added, Get me 50,000 rubles in cash. At this time there was no internet payment, and you had to rely on cash to go out. No problem. The bank manager withdrew the cash as requested, handed over a business card, and said with a smile, I'd like to ask you a rhetorical question about your earlier question. Do you think that the Sinaloa drug cartel, the largest in Mexico, would be a true private company? Wagner. It's the same thing. That's all I can say. You may call me Pavel from now on. That is my name. 8 consecutive draws. Shinfei is cool to the sky. After conducting business, Shinfei cooperated with the police to start making statements. The process was simple and the police officers were routine. briefly inquiring about the process and registering personal information along the way. There was only one hiccup in the process. The police insisted that the Glock in Shinfei's hand G17 pistol should be sealed as material evidence and that he had to pay because he did not have a license to carry a guna fine of rubles. 2,000. As for his act of bravery, he will be rewarded with a medal and a bonus. Get your own medals at the station. Bonus? Wait until the earmarks are approved from above. At the mention of fines, the police really came to the rescue, and no persuasion from the bank manager was of any use. In the end there was no way out. Shinfei directly paid a deposit of 10,000 rubles. Now not only did he get his gun back, but the police went along and gave him a certificate of possession at the scene. The attitude was so polite. Shinfei only said at that time, "Brothers, I still like your untamed appearance. You recover. Good man." Shinfei did not doubt for a moment that if the police's matching gun was also a 9mm caliber bullet, it was estimated that they could all sell him another on the spot 100 rounds. Aha! This magical society. After changing into the clothes provided by the bank manager and cleaning up the bloodstains on his body, after walking out of the bank, Shinfei had two thoughts firmly in his mind. First, making money. Earn it hard. Don't think he's cursing the oligarchs now, but if he were an oligarch, it would be a completely different situation. What oligarchs? Dude, that's an economic ecological oxygenator. After all, when there's so much money that you can buy an entire river, who needs to go down and touch the fish themselves? Except for the fishing guys. The second objective beyond that is that this mercenary is good. This mercenary has to be listening to the bank manager, coupled with Shinfei's own knowledge of the Urals Federation, the Wagner mercenary group, in all probability, is the political legacy given to King Vorokin after the Russian young emperor stepped down. Otherwise, Xiao Luo will have no one and no money. What's the point of fighting the oligarchs and the entrenched generals in the military? Now that you've crossed over, you'll have to ride on this wind, won't you? Shinfei thought so in his heart, casually stopped a cab, reported the name of a gun store, and began to check the system. The bullets are out. They have to be replenished. Also, now that there is money, one must not buy some other weaponry. He's heard that, whether you go to the police station as a cop or to Wagner as a mercenary, then you have to carry your own weapon. Hey, you don't say black. That's it. How many people can't even find their way to the door with a lantern? Look at the old American side. You still have to buy your own clothes when you're a soldier. There's also rent money for the dorms. That's called a geode. Sitting in the car, Shinfei looked out at the snowy scene on the street and excitedly shouted in his heart. System, lottery, ding, lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning a gold watch. Shinfei's shoulder bag sank, and instantly there was an additional golden pocket watch with an ancient shape. Not as powerful as the first draw, but not bad. Again, lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing length plus 1 cm. Little Shinfei is starting to change, and the rich woman can't walk away from the sight of him. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility plus 1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing a pair of sneakers. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing intelligence x1. The lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a lifetime VIP on tomato novels. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the singing proficiency drawing level C. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill killing intent resonance. A series of rewarding beats rang out and Shinfei looked down carefully, and what interested him the most was the killing intent resonance. Tapping on the skill to view the details, he found that this skill was similar to spider sense. The function was simple. If someone was within meters and had a killing intent towards him, then Shinfei would be able to sense it. 30. It's simple, but it's super practical. Unfortunately, the distance is a bit shorter and I don't know if it can be upgraded in the future. The second thing that interested him was that the system could even give information. That's very useful. Precognition is definitely the most anticlimactic bug. He couldn't wait to click on the intel and read it. Then his face sank. It says, tonight at 8 tongue sticking out, M14, members of the Neva Brotherhood will go to the Monosov Scholars neighborhood to look for Ivanov. But because Ivanov is not at home, he has escaped for the time being. Ha! The old thing is pretty lucky. Shinfei had also planned to go to him and ask for his 30,000 rubles back, but he didn't realize that he wasn't at home today? How's that work? I can suffer that? I just activated the system. Shinfei pondered a little, took out his cell phone and found Ivanov's phone number in the blacklist, then called it. Toot, toot. After a while, the phone connected and Ivanov's kind voice rang out. Hello, who is this? Please. That's right. Not only did he have a kind voice, he looked like a college professor. It is with this appearance that I don't know how many foreign students in foreign countries have been deceived. Shinfei forced back the nausea in his heart and smiled. Uncle Ivanov, I am Shinfei. Ivanov froze and asked back in wonder. Shinfei, that Shinfei? Do we know each other? God damn it. I just had a lawsuit against you a month ago, and I even stayed in your house, and you forgot about me? It is evident that this old thing has cheated many people on a regular basis. Forget about the good. Forgetting saves you from having to find another reason. Shinfei smiled and said, Uncle Ivanov, I heard that you have a house for rent at school, and I have 3 people on my side. A boy, a Chinese girl, and a Japanese girl want to rent your house. He remembers it very well. This old man loves Chinese and Japanese women. Actually, it's not just him. A lot of old white men are the same. Always feel that Asian women are gentle and considerate. Bird-like, any beating and scolding not to return the favor. Oh, but then again, it's true that there are a lot of easily girls who, when they meet a foreigner, look as if they are still living in the Qing dynasty. 3. Ivanov pretended to think, but in fact, he was already happy inside, and waited for 10 seconds or so before saying, Are you guys in a hurry? What a coincidence. I came out to do some errands today and wasn't at home. Shinfei said with difficulty, It's quite urgent. I'm fine, but those 2 girls don't have a place to stay, and they're all so good looking. You know, it's dangerous to spend the night out. 8. Hang a fairy wand in front of you and you'll run faster than anyone. There was silence on the other end of the line and, after almost a minute, Ivanov finally made a decision. Well then, I was going to go to a very important place tonight, but who made the old man just happy to help? I'll meet you guys at the house. You come over and sign the contract and you can move in tonight. It's a done deal. Shinfei forced a smile in his heart and exhorted. Okay, Ivanov, we'll go over about 8 o'clock, so you can be sure to wait for us at home. Ivanov laughed. Don't worry, Uncle Ivanov, am most honest. The phone hung up, and the joy in Shinfei's heart was already about to reach its peak. Just then, too, the gun store arrived. Shinfei gave the cab driver 100 rubles and told him to wait outside the door for a while he went to the gun store to pick up supplies. There are more regulations on the market. You can buy assault rifles, but if you want to buy a pistol, it will be very restrictive. This is why mainstream handguns are expensive on the black market. Shinfei wandered around the store and found that there wasn't much good stuff. Most of them are locally made double-barreled shotguns, and the few assault rifles are the Arca common ones like short assault rifle, 47 assault rifle, the AKMS assault rifle, and the AKS-74U. As for the world's current mainstream M16S, FN SCARs, VHS-2 assault rifles, etc., not a single one. A weapon is a soldier's life, especially after obtaining the shooting specialization skill. No one understood the importance of a handy weapon better than Shinfei. Even if you get a mainstream weapon, you'll have to modify it later to reach the top. As for Arca guns like the biggest advantage is that they're cheap, sturdy and durable, and there really isn't much else beyond that. 47. Especially over point-blank shots meters are very inaccurate. 100. Better turn around and ask Gold what channels he has when he returns the money. Shinfei dispelled his plan to buy a gun, and in the end, he only purchased 2 base 9mm pistol rounds, 2 more very ordinary military knives, and a civilian telescope. A total of were spent 140 rubles. With these things, Shinfei took a cab back to the Monosov scholar community and found an inn to stay in. He knew the area well enough to know that he could see Ivanov's home through the windows of this hotel. Only after looking through the binoculars for a while, there was no one in the living room, and the bedroom had the window drawn, so I don't know exactly if they were at home or not. That's okay. Anyway, the good show will have to wait until the evening. After doing all the preparations, Shinfei took a bath and comfortably lay on the bed, intending to have a good sleep first. Coincidentally, there was a Chinese couple living next door. The key hotel soundproofing is still bad. Shinfei seemed to be sleeping when he heard a strange movement coming from next door. Hit or miss, hit or miss, hit or miss. No hit, no hit. Let's make you miss, let's make you miss, let's make you miss. Ante, 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 ante. Hit or miss, hit or miss, hit or miss. Ante, hit it, hit it. My mother. Dislikes are solid. I'm so tired. I can't believe it's ruining me. The young couple tossed and turned for nearly 2 hours before finally quieting down. Shinfei doesn't have any friends in Yu province, either. Really cannot understand. These 2 people in the end do what? Wagner mercenary base. Training grounds. The cold wind of -9 degrees swept through the training ground with ice. Hundreds of recruits wearing thin undershirts and boxers were running around. Frost was frozen on their gnarled back muscles. Their faces were beaded with sweat, and each of them looked as if they had been taken out of the water. More exaggeration. Among these, surprisingly, were a dozen female soldiers. Goldcoin held a megaphone in his hand and yelled sternly, Faster, faster, faster. You assholes. Can't you even run? I'm telling you, even the old lady pimping at the door can run faster than you. And those women, they can't run, can they? If you hung a fairy wand in front of you, you'd run faster than anyone. The gruff voice coupled with a hysterical roar echoed throughout the training ground. No one retorted to the instructor, they were used to hearing such insults. After the daily insults, Gold continued. Rookies, think about what you came here for. What is the purpose of your abandonment of your country, your nation, your religion, your faith, your ideological compromise? Do you want to fight for a piece of the sky that belongs to you with your own blood and courage? Do you want endless amounts of money? Endless women too? Or men? You've put in 3 months of hard work, and you're about to have your final test. Wagner will give you everything you want if you can get through. But if you are eliminated, then all your efforts will be worthless. Think about your school-going sisters. Think about your domestic abused moms. Think about your wimpy fathers. And think about a country that is as bad as it can get. Run. Keep running. Verbal abuse coupled with motivation mobilized the desire within all the recruits present, driving them to run faster and steadier. Gold dropped the megaphone and walked with a dashing stride to the edge of the training ground, picking up a charcoal-grilled red sausage and biting into it, and taking a sip of the highly charged vodka. The instructor next to him smiled and said, Gold, you're the strictest instructor in Wagner, but I think you're the best teacher. No one wants to talk to those rookies, except you. With all that crap, Goldcoin wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth and looked at the new recruits on the training ground and said, I just want a way to make their deaths a little more worthwhile. On the battlefield. That instructor took a bite of the roasted meat and said, how many people do you think will pass tomorrow's test? Goldcoin, more than half of them make it into the ordinary mercenary sequence. But the elite squad, not a single one. The instructor was taken aback and asked rhetorically, not a single one? Aren't there a few? Goldcoin interrupted. They're not good enough. They have to work out for at least a year in a normal unit before they might be eligible for selection into the elite squad. Never have compassion on them. Letting unqualified people into the elite squad will only get them killed, and it will get us killed. The instructor nodded and didn't say another word. Just then, the man with the prosthetic eye in his left orbital socket ran over with a bunch of photos, looked at the gold coins and said excitedly, I really let your kid guess right. That gun. It went off. 9. You. What the? God damn it. Goldcoin gave a smile of a sure thing and took the photo and looked at it. All of them are pictures of bodies. It's very gory, but in the eyes of the people around, the standard bloody hole in the corpse's brow was more beautiful and alluring than a beautiful woman's carcass. It's simply art. Righteous Eye laments. Pistol. 50 meters, 18 rounds, 8 kills, 4 of them double tap. 4 double taps? Hearing this word, even the several instructors couldn't help but widen their eyes. Double tap refers to firing 2 consecutive shots at the same target in a short period of time, i.e., 2 rounds hitting a single bullet hole. To be able to play like that on the practice field is considered a marksman. In the middle of a real battle, even they would have a hard time making a shot like that with a pistol. One of them spoke up and inquired, is this the work of that troop's soldier king? Another instructor looked at the shape of the bullet hole and was filled with surprise. 9mm pistol rounds? This is the Chinese student who came to interview today? Good lord. With that kind of precision, he still says he doesn't have any special experience? Hearing this, the instructors present were again surprised. What did they hear? A rookie international student who came for an interview with a pistol in a real battle, and shot like this? Are you kidding me? Are all students so good these days? It's almost like playing an FPS game on the fly. After looking at all the photos, Goldcoin slowly raised his head and asked the most crucial question. So, why did he come to the interview today and hide his strength? Just here to trick us into becoming his guarantors for the guns? These corpses, what are they again? Righteous Eye recounted what Shinfei had done in the bank today. Originally, that bank wasn't far from the Wagner mercenary base to begin with, and it would be strange not to know about something as big as this happening. And after hearing that Shinfei had actually seen justice, the expression of the gold coins became even more wonderful. He smiled and said, Captain, perhaps our squad, once again, is finally waiting for a true marksman once again. Righteous Eye, that's still up in the air. Regarding his identity, the headquarters side is still investigating, but since there's this hint, how can we not go and take a look? Come on, we left his address at the interview. Let's go find him. The ones who robbed the bank today were from the Neva Brotherhood, and they're likewise looking for him all over the city. Shinfei's situation right now, it's not too optimistic. I just tried calling him and I never got through either. Goldcoin said nothing, nodding slowly and following Righteous Eye out of the training ground. If Shinfei is really the marksman they're looking for, then the little Brotherhood of Neva, a bunch of petty thieves and robbers. What's the point? At 7:30 p.m., Ivanov returned home. As usual, just as soon as he entered the living room, he took off all his clothes and went straight to the third room on the left. Click! He pressed a switch on the wall by the door. The blinding lights came on. Ivanov walked over to an entire wall of glass display cases and elegantly lit a cigarette, admiring his masterpiece with intoxication. What was placed on that was not any valuable antique, but a picture of a beautiful girl, as well as their intimate apparel, or headbands, hair accessories, things like that. Let's see. Who should I watch today? His eyes roamed the walls greedily, like an ancient king overlooking his kingdom. In the end, his furry arm, parked in front of the sixth loft in the third row, opened up, taking a sexy pink chubby inside. He held it in his hand and rubbed it carefully, finally laying it slowly over his face. The flavor on it is long gone, but it was as if he could still recall bits and pieces of what had been through the suffocating sensation of the fabric. A moment of intoxication. He lovingly put the fat boy back in place and grabbed inside again the flash drive and walked out of the room to the bathroom. On the walls of the bathroom, waterproof glass was mounted, and behind the glass was a full 40-inch monitor. In this day and age, there are very few people who can afford a similar monitor. He plugged drive into the doorway spot and turned on the monitor with the remote control again before turning on the warm air with the shower and letting out the comforting hot water. The black screen monitor flickered for a moment, followed closely by the start of the screen. It was a girl exactly like the one in the photo, except in the video she was on her knees, crying and begging. Comforting hot water drenched Ivanov's entire body. The expression of enjoyment on his face and the girl's agonizing struggle in the picture presented two very different worlds. He enjoys the feeling that, KRSTH. Such a life. It's about time. 2 more pretty girls are coming. Phew. What should I use to make you behave this time? A visual treat for the eyes. Warmth in the body. Brainstorming fantasies. The 3 sensations intertwined with each other, almost making him feel at the peak of his life. Using various tactics to play with the psyche and drive the female tenants who rented his house to spread their legs obediently. This is his life. For each success, a brand new collectible will be added to the shelves of the house next door. Soon, Ivanov washed up, changed into a clean suit, trimmed his face, and sat quietly in a chair and waited. Every time he meets with a new tenant, it's the most exciting and difficult time for him. He desperately wanted to know what the girl looked like, her personality, her family, her experiences, everything. He would even conceptualize the girl in his mind ahead of time and then use her to compare her to reality. If there are similarities, he will become more excited. 7:55 p.m., 8 p.m. Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the door was right on time. Ivanov cleared his throat and stood up slowly like a gentleman. First impressions are very important. He came to the door and opened the room, his trademark kind smile on his face as he spoke slowly. You can count on. Ivanov's voice crunched to a halt, because he was shocked to realize that what stood outside the door was not the 1 man and 2 women tenants from the phone call. Instead, it was a group of existences dressed in black with various tattoos that were not to be messed with at a glance. Ivanov asked in surprise, who are you looking for? The leader, a tall, lean man, inquired in a condescending, cold voice. Are you Ivanov? Ivanov shook his head hastily. No, I'm not. Ivanov lives in the building across the street. What he doesn't realize is that Shinfei was in the opposite building, quietly enjoying the scene through the binoculars in his hand. Still trying to lie to me? I've been asking around for half a day. The tall, lean man waved his hand. Asterisk him for me. Who? A dozen men rushed in and grabbed Ivanov without explanation and beat him up. Asterisk you. Weren't you great on the phone? Where's your arrogance? Dare to offend our brotherhood. You're tired of living, aren't you? Beat me to death. After a fat beating, Ivanov completely lost the gentleman and kindness he had just had. Not only was his face covered in blood, but even a large portion of his teeth had been knocked out. However, when he heard that the other side turned out to be a fraternity, in addition to the physical pain, he was suffering psychologically. He thought about all the people he had sinned against, and really didn't know what exactly he had done to offend the brotherhood. God forbid. He's just an unscrupulous landlord who bullies foreigners. How dare he mess with the local gangs? No one listened to his explanations. The beating lasted nearly 20 minutes. The neighbor next door had wanted to come out to see what the commotion was about, but the door had just opened a crack when he hurried to close it 10 times as fast. In this day and age, the one thing you can't mess with is gangs. After the gang of gangsters tired of fighting, the tall man grabbed Ivanov, who was already sitting on the ground like a dead dog, and said in a cold voice, asterisk it. Give him a piece of paper and a pen, and tell him to write down all the people he's sinned against. Mobsters aren't cuties either. Of course they knew that the other person could be anyone, but it would never be Ivanov. Most likely, it was someone Ivanov had offended. But we're here. It always feels like something is missing without a beating. I wrote. Ivanov's speech became leaky and he was in a trance, but he did not in the least disobey the other's orders and hurriedly wrote. In a few moments, the whole sheet is filled with names of people who have been guilty of his sins. When Ivanov finished writing, the tall man froze at the dozens of names on it, and at the thought of having to investigate them one by one. He couldn't help but roar. You've offended so many people? Old me, a gangster, hasn't offended as many people as you have? God damn it. Fight. Beat all the remaining half of his teeth until they're all gone too. 10. The world's A. It only picks on honest people. After admiring the former landlord's tragic situation, Shinfei packed everything into his duffel bag, went downstairs to take a taxi, and rushed to the Wagner mercenary base. Just now, Righteous Eyes had contacted him, informing Shinfei that he had passed the interview and would be able to report to work this evening. Obviously, Wagner already knows what happened at the bank today and knows it was Shinfei who did it. This intelligence capability beats the so-called third mob in Petersburg. So what are you waiting for? If you live outside, you might actually be found by the gangsters. Mercenary is indeed a very dangerous job. However, with the addition of the kill and explode skill system, it was undoubtedly Shinfei's best choice at the moment. No background. Then fight it out on your own. No one to help me with my ambition. I will tread on my own blood to the top of the mountain. Looking at the street scene that quickly swept by outside the window, Shinfei excitedly clenched his fists. He's looking forward to it with immense anticipation. What heights can one reach in the near future? Will compose? Again. What kind of unbelievable life? Half an hour later, the cab arrived at the Wagner base. Two men, as strong as hills, waited at the main entrance. Seeing Shinfei, they greeted him. Righteous Eye extended his hand with a bright smile on his face. Hello Mr. Shin. To reacquaint myself, my codename is Righteous Eye, and I'm the captain of Wagner's St. Peter's Division, Team 7. Gold Coin followed and introduced himself. You can call me Gold Coin, a member of Team 7. Shinfei wore a smile on his face. You all know my information. I don't have a code name, but you have strength. Gold is a straightforward character. Sighing, 18 shots, in real life 8 kills, and 4 double combos. I apologize for my misjudgment of your strength during the interview today. Righteous Eye followed suit. Not to mention him, even I, the captain, looked away. To put it mildly, you don't even have calluses on your hands from practicing with a gun. And you're so white that I just can't relate to a precision shooter. Both were quick to say what they had to say. And they were smart enough not to ask Shinfei in the slightest why they hid their strength during the interview during the day. Mercenaries, all have secrets of their own. Shinfei liked dealing with people like this. You guys are too flattering. I'm also just a little more accurate at shooting guns. I'm still weak in other places. May I ask if you have called me here to inform me that I have passed the test? Righteous Eyes nodded heavily. Of course, your shooting skills alone are enough for you to enter the Wagner mercenary unit for recruit training as a specialty. Regular troops? Recruit training? So it seems like there should be other combat units? Shinfei had never been a soldier in his previous life either, and he had even less understanding of mercenaries, and he didn't rush to ask. Sooner or later, we'll get to the bottom of it anyway. Gold Coin looked Shinfei up and down and smiled. Divine Archer, do you mind showing us your strength? If it was just ordinary mercenaries, it wouldn't have been worth digging up for the two of them personally. They were looking at Shinfei's precision rapid fire and wanted to develop him into a part of the 7 teams. Until then, they need to evaluate Shinfei on all fronts. Shinfei nodded crisply. Why not? The trio smiled at each other as they stepped into the Wagner base and walked through the huge training grounds, eventually arriving at the outdoor shooting range. The field is as big as 3 or 4 soccer fields. Even though it's nighttime, there are still a lot of people practicing with their guns. They all straightened up and saluted after seeing the Righteous Eye and the gold coins. It was able to be seen that the two had a high status and were strong enough to convince people. As for Shinfei beside them, or be ignored, either that or just a casual glance. The three came to an unoccupied shooting position, and Righteous Eye inquired, Shinfei, what kind of gun are you good with? Or do you mean, start with that Glock of yours? Although Shinfei had obtained the skills rewarded by the system, he had actually only used Glock and AK-47. Now that you have the opportunity to shoot targets for free, how can you not experience other firearms? Bullets are expensive. Shinfei smiled and said, I want to experience the whole series. Is that okay? Oh, hearing his words, many of the mercenaries beside him cast playful glances. This must be a newbie, because no shooting veteran would dare, at Wagner's range, to say such a thing. Many people had already begun to look forward to the exciting scene of Shinfei being smashed in the nose by the recoil when he used a large caliber pistol later. Righteous I nodded slowly. Of course, except that the full range we have here may be a bit more involved than you think. He turned his head to a shooting instructor next to him and said, Captain Kuznetsov, please prepare the full range of firearms. For Mr. Shinfei. The ranks here are the same as the police and the army. Yes. Captain Kuznetsov saluted and left with a few mercenaries. In a few moments, they pushed right in 3 gun cabinets, each 2 meters high, that were specifically designed to store weapons. Open the cabinet door to reveal the assortment of firearms hanging inside. Pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns. With the exception of sniper rifles, it covers almost all of the most mainstream types of firearms in the world today. As for why there are no sniper rifles, it's because the training grounds are different. Usually, the sniper's test is separate from all other firearms tests as well. Such a scene attracted the attention of more mercenaries present. After all, it's been a long time since we've seen anyone challenge the full range of firearms. Goldcoin took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Shinfei, you may begin your performance. A gun. It's full of guns. Seriously. Shinfei looked at the 3 walls full of firearms around him. How could his mood not be excited? In his country, after all, the average person may never get a chance to shoot a gun in their life. Even if you chose to go into the military, after 2 years of mandatory service, you'd probably have more opportunities to play with guns in the recruiting company. When I got off the company, I had to take advantage of training days and practice for a few hours. As for that logistics unit, the most opportunity they get to be seconded is to get their guns serviced and their bullets pressed. Pressure bullets. It's an absolute nightmare for new recruits. Shinfei walked to the pistol cabinet first, and with a glance, he was immediately to attracted semi-automatic pistol with all his attention. The M1911. Is it a good gun? Reliable movement of the mechanism, good safety and low failure rate, but he is also heavyweight. Large size. Shooting recoil. Shooting accuracy can only be described as average. Totally unsuitable for tactical missions that require high ammunition capacity, lightweight concealed carry, or extreme reliability. In today's timeline, better guns than him, and a lot more. But, can't help but have the emotion added to it. The Battle of Iwo Jima, 1945. The Marine's calloused index finger pulled the trigger, and the brass casing arced darkly through the volcanic ash. The sound of the S-hammer impact pierced the salty sea air of the Pacific Ocean and became the first salute as the stars and stripes were planted on the high ground. Colt M1911. In the meat grinder trenches of Verdun, the roar of overpowered the hiss of the Maxim machine gun. The M1911. On Omaha Beach, a Ranger Sergeant's M1911 sleeve is rusted by seawater but still spews angry tongues of fire until, in the shadows of the Normandy hedge wall, the gun's non-slip stripe has mingled with the blood in his palm. In his previous life, Shinfei, like countless love players who witnessed COD Task Force being by a 141 blocked on a bridge helicopter gunship, with only 2 surviving team members left. Mi-24 Do. Price threw the last M1911 to his hand-picked crew Soap. The Soap doesn't let him down and manages to survive by killing Zakayev, who is distracted by the explosion of the helicopter. At the end of the story, when Soap also dies at the hands of Makarov's gun, Price, for the last time, puts the, which is covered with scratches and has witnessed his life's legend M1911, on Soap's body. Recalling those unforgettable moments in his mind, Shinfei slowly reached out his hand and gently gripped the M1911 semi-automatic pistol. The gun is heavy. The age-old engravings engraved on the sleeve are always reminding Shinfei of what a glorious history he once had. Shinfei took a deep breath, slowly raised his head and asked, "Excuse me, can we begin?" In this moment, when possessing a weapon, the aura on Shinfei's body was completely different from the one he had before. 11 And at this moment they honor him as a god. Goldcoin looked at Shinfei at this moment, slightly lost in thought. Daytime. When he saw the bullet holes in the photos of the bodies, it was hard for him to associate outstanding work like that with a thin, well-mannered, 18-year-old. But he knew that righteous eyes intel couldn't be wrong. Out of trust in the captain, they began to contact Shinfei and managed to invite him to the Wagner mercenary base. When meeting Shinfei for the second time, although he tried to convince himself, there was still no way he could believe that Shinfei possessed breathtakingly accurate shooting skills. But now, when he saw holding Shinfei, who was semi-automatic pistol and standing in front of the target lane, waiting for the command to fire, he finally began to try to believe that Thea M1911, inside this skinny body, perhaps there really is a hidden, unbelievable power. More and more mercenaries were attracted to the side. Among them were also several instructors who were by the training ground during the day, as well as several interviewers who had interviewed Shinfei early in the morning. Whispers rang out. He's Shinfei? Yes, I met him during the interview, and his views on some of the issues really struck me. But, he doesn't even have calluses on his hands. Does he really have hit 4 in a real battle the ability to? It shouldn't be a coincidence. Double taps. Yes or no? The person is here. We'll find out later. So many gun cabinets. He's not really going to try to fight the whole series, is he? Have you guys ever met anyone who played the full series? Maybe the first and second squads have that kind of strength, and so can those ace squads at headquarters, but how are we qualified to see them practicing their guns? The voices around them grew louder and noisier. Righteous Eyes didn't interrupt their discussion, looked down at the military watch timer on his wrist, and said in a deep voice, 50-meter target. Ready, and order. The staff of the range quickly in the target lane where Shinfei was, placed a human-shaped target meters position. 50. All the mercenaries fell silent. 50 meters is already the longest effective range for almost any handgun, ever. After all, on the actual battlefield, handguns are usually used for little more than mop-ups or conducting to supplement firepower when operations. CQB. It's always faster to change pistols than bullets, and it's faster to use a dagger than to change a pistol, but for the vast majority of people, beyond 50 meters, you have to rely on faith-based shooting, and it's all about luck if you hit. The barrel is that long. There's no way around it. From 50 meters, the center of the target's 10th ring is a red dot the size of a sesame seed. Even those with bad eyes can't see the red dots of the 10 rings clearly. When the staff retired, Righteous Eye's voice sounded again. Shinfei, you have 2 in front of you magazines of 43mm pistol rounds. 11. You can use the first magazine to calibrate the firearm you are using. Shinfei didn't hold his head high. He skillfully changed the first magazine, turned on the safety, aimed, and fired. Bang, bang bang. A loud gunshot rang out. The M1911 sprayed a dazzling fire, and 7 tracer rounds, their tails glowing red, flashed before people's eyes. Tracer bullets differ from other bullet warheads in that the warhead glows in flight and shows trajectory in low light or dark environments, assisting the shooter with trajectory corrections. It is also used on the range to be able to show the shooter the trajectory and bullet distribution. 7 rounds, 7 seconds of rapid fire. Such a firing speed alone was enough to put many of the mercenaries present, who were known for being fast shooters, to shame. After all, if you're just emptying the mag, 2 seconds is enough. But to hit the target, you have to control the kinetic energy that follows the first shot hit, i.e., recoil management. Shinfei pressed down on the muzzle and turned off the safety. This set of processes can't really be said to add much safety, and the politeness implication is actually a bit stronger. After all, M1911 has a variety of insurance agencies. The manual safety, grip safety, and half-standby strike safety provide good protection against accidental misfires. Plus the magazines are empty. Shinfei was even less likely to make the kind of mistakes that only a novice white, like Goldfinger, would make. After making sure the gun was not pointed at the target, Righteous Eye murmured, "Fetch the target paper." The staff quickly fetched the target, and the eyes of the mercenaries around them all looked to the location of the bullseye. Shinfei was also looking at the target paper, but was not concerned about the score, but was looking at the ballistic distribution. The first thing to do with an unfamiliar firearm is to test fire it. People need to get used to guns, and the gun. Pick your own masters, too. This relationship was very subtle, and if it wasn't for Shinfei's possession of the system reward skill, it would not have been possible to sense this layer of reasoning at all. Righteous Eye, report the target. The staff snapped. 1 round of 10 rings, 4 rounds of 9 rings, 1 round of round 8 rings, 1 of 7 rings. At first glance, that doesn't seem like too much of an accomplishment, but as a first test firing with an unfamiliar firearm, it was breathtaking enough. The corner of Righteous Eye's mouth sketched a smile as he continued. Shinfei, can we officially begin? Shinfei changed to a new magazine, turned on the safety, aimed at the target on the target lane, and slowly nodded his head. Righteous Eyes stared at the timer on his watch and said in a deep voice, 10 seconds to rapid fire and empty the magazine. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. The moment the words fell, the shots rang out again, and this time even faster than the last. When the gunfire stopped, Righteous Eye pressed the timer, stared at the numbers on it in shock and amazement, and lost his voice. 432 seconds. Shinfei, you've created a new all-time record. On this range, less than 6 seconds to empty an M1911 magazine? The eyes of the surrounding mercenaries were equally filled with shock and disbelief. But being fast is one thing. Ultimately it comes down to shooting performance. Although in the middle of actual combat, it is about absolute speed, relative accuracy, and firing before the enemy is king. But it's at the range. And with the previous test firing results to pave the way, They are even more curious about what kind of miracle Shinfei can actually create. The staff ran all the way to get the target paper. The whispers resumed. How many rings do you guys think you can hit? It was so fast I didn't even see the tracer trajectory. But it shouldn't score too badly. You say that as if you didn't. That's just it. People have been able to shoot passable scores on test firings. And now that they're officially shooting, the scores are only going to get better. It's just that I'm really curious as to how much better they're going to get. 3 rounds of 10 rings? That's probably as good as it gets. He upped his speed. And I'm guessing up to 2 rounds 10 ring. And the total should be in the low to mid 60s. Maybe it'll be even better? Stop it. You guys have seen how good Instructor Righteous Ice shooting is. I don't think Shinfei can even surpass him in accuracy while surpassing him in speed. Yeah, relatively accurate. Absolutely fast is already the limit. No one can be absolutely fast and absolutely accurate. That's something only a demon can do. Amidst a chorus of whispers, the staff ran to the target paper. When he saw the grades on it, he revealed an expression as if he had seen an alien. Frozen and speechless. What the hell? Is it hard to get a bad grade? Many of those present began to speculate. Goldcoin's brow furrowed slightly. An only prosthetic I managed to remain absolutely calm. He said in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Report the target." The staff swallowed hard and stammered, shouting, 7 rounds, 10 rings, total score, 70 rings. What? Hearing such an achievement, the mercenaries present all showed shocked expressions, and the sound of sucking in cold air resounded continuously at the range. It's true what they say. If you don't know how to shoot, facing such an achievement is like a frog in a well seeing the bright moon. But, for the average mercenary in the room, and even some of the average instructors, they knew how to play with guns better than the average person. At this point, they see such an achievement. It is nothing less than a mayfly seeing the sky. Pistols. 50 meters. 5 seconds less than 6 seconds of rapid fire. 7 rounds of ammunition. Ring 70. When this single piece of data surfaced in their minds, what was exchanged was a gaze that looked at Shinfei with shock and disbelief. When I first arrived, no one takes Shinfei too seriously. Just think of them as foreigners visiting for pleasure, or friends of one of the instructors, or maybe they were sent by their employers to talk business and come to the range for fun. At this moment, they honored him as if he were a god. The signing was a success. Boys. 12. The hardest thing for a wasp to compress when they get a gun is not the recoil, it's the corners of the mouth. 70 rings? A perfect score? How the hell did he do that? Could this be the legendary demon record? That's a brand new record. Aren't guns banned in China? Why is it that every Chinese I meet is a sharpshooter? Oh, I once worked in a shooting range. Chinese people always tell me that they are the first time to touch the gun. Very nervous, very afraid, will not play, but when they really start to shoot, the upper hand is the mutiny. Either the backhand pull the bolt, or the 3.1 line standard according to the gun posture. More terrible time. They shoot the sweeping, the corners of their mouths are hung with a nearly crazy smile. It's too scary. Simply a bunch of crazy people. I've heard of that too, and there was this 92-year-old woman who, I swear to God, couldn't even walk, but after picking up a gun and shooting it, she was like a different person. 97 rings in 10 shots, they call it a bloodline awakening. That's something I can relate to. All the Chinese mercenaries I've come into contact with, there's never been a single one has gotten that post-battlefield syndrome. It's as if for them PTSD, killing is not something unacceptable. I've been to China, and the people there talk about the war without any fear, but instead get more and more excited. Oh, all Chinese have the MAOA warrior gene. They are a fighting people. Whoever dares to keep them out of the ground, they will plant whoever they want in the ground. After the shock, the mercenaries at the shooting range chatted from Shinfei's performance all the way to the issue of genes and bloodlines. Gold Coin and Righteous I didn't stop them and let the discussion go on. Shinfei is the future seed of their 7th team. The stronger he is, the stronger Team 7 is. With having honor, how is this Shinfei's achievement alone? Distinctly their 7th team score. By the time a couple of other teams get back from their missions, let them feel the fear of being dominated by a demon. Good gun. Shinfei pressed the magazine release knob with his left thumb to make sure there was no excess residue, and then used his left hand to pull open the sleeve to complete the last step of the chamber clearing operation. By the time he returned the gun to its original position, the entire training ground was instantly silent. Everyone's eyes were all focused on him alone. Everyone was looking forward to what weapon Shinfei would choose for his next hand, and what kind of heaven-defying shooting standard he would display. That's the effect Shinfei wanted. Obviously having strength but hiding it and waiting for the opportunity to play pig in a poke. That was not his style. He had to make Wagner understand that he had a use for him. Only then. It was only then that he could have more chances to kill the enemy, gain system rewards, and become more powerful. Next? Who's next? Shinfei's gaze swept through the cabinet full of pistols. He skimmed over the Glock series, and skimmed over like the Beretta smaller caliber pistols, M92F, and the Sig Sauer P226. They work great. It's one of those things that doesn't have anything too notable about it and simply works well. What he's looking for now are guns that aren't common on a regular basis, or that other people wouldn't use. Soon, Shinfei's eyes were to the corner of the gun cabinet. A model Colt drawn caliber revolver, 1873 single action, 45. Military fans generally refer to him as SAA. This gun is well known in two places. One is the period of the Great West in the United States of America, when revolvers were almost standard issue for cowboys. Arthur, the main character of the Wilderness Dark Morgan, uses this gun. Also, in the first installment of the Daredevil movie series, Stallone used the same revolver. Shinfei picked up the revolver, looked up and asked, "Can you prepare some for me? 45 caliber Colt bullets?" He had just used M1911 was actually firing a 45 round, but the two rounds were not interchangeable. One is 45 Colt, the other is a 45 ACP. It can simply be understood that the 45 ACP case is short and unflanged, and will not in the Colt hold securely chamber, which may result in air leakage or case rupture upon firing. 1873. Forced mixing can lead to jamming, abnormal chamber pressure or even blowout. However, it is not entirely impossible to by changing chambers or using interchange ammunition. Conversion clips. To put it bluntly, guns are the same as mass-produced off-road vehicles, subject to upgrades and modifications. Note that it's all the weapons that the Army has installed or mass-produced. The quest is for cheapness and reliability. It's not considered good enough to use until both of these points are met. For example, the ARCA 12 reduced the malfunction rate from 0.8% to 0.3% in the ARCA 74M, but the trigger force was from increased to 3.5 kgf 2 kgf, and the firing accuracy decreased instead. This type of design, which sacrifices operability for reliability, is very common in military products. Real nice gun. Gotta get a specialized gunsmith to do the modification design. A short while later, the staff delivered the bullets. Shinfei pressed the bullets while saying, "Please help me find 5 bottles, and when I tell you to throw them later, you will throw them out at the same time." What kind of operation is this? Meanwhile, throw 5 bottles? With an assault rifle, you might be able to shoot down all 5 bottles, but big brother, you're using a revolver, or a single-shot revolver. Don't you realize that with this gun, you need to manually fiddle with the hammer after each shot? At this time, the importance of not hiding your strength comes to the fore. If Shinfei had made such a request just now, what he would have gotten in return would have been a question or even mockery. But after seeing his unbelievable strength of hitting the bullseye with all shots in, people will only think that they don't understand the world of genius. 5 seconds. The staff froze for a moment and quickly prepared the bottles needed as requested. Vodka bottles, as many as you want here. Shinfei took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and said in a deep voice, "Throw." As the words fell, the 5 staff members simultaneously exerted force and threw the bottles in their hands. The bottle drew a graceful arc in midair, attracting almost everyone's attention. Shinfei pulled the trigger, and thunderous gunshots rang out in the silent range. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! Almost the instant the gun went off, the 5 wine bottles in midair burst open, turning into countless glass shards that fell to the ground. Unsurprisingly, there was another gasp of surprise and the sound of cold air being sucked in. What did they see? Single-shot revolver. 5 shots a second? It's ing. What the hell is this if it's not on? How does the key do that? Am I dreaming? No. Shinfei was just tapping the hammer with one hand while the other hand was constantly pulling the trigger? That's okay? Sukuber. This level of shooting is good enough to stand out in our division, isn't it? Oh, you all missed it. It wasn't his other hand that was constantly pulling the trigger. It was the index finger that only was snapping at the first shot. Then it didn't lift, and the rest of the subsequent bullet strikes were practically all by tapping the bullet fired from the firing hammer. Come to think of it, that seems to be a common shooting technique used by cowboys in the West, called revolver triple shooting. People are shooting in 5s. I really don't know how long you have to practice to reach that level. Instructor, I want to learn this too. Oh, I'd love to learn. Why don't you teach me? For the next nearly 3 hours, Shinfei was changing all kinds of firearms, accomplishing one after another near impossible shooting tasks. M16A4 Type 3 round recoil? Doesn't exist. HKG 36 baseline high bat aim? People shoot meters at speed. 100-280 rings in 30 shots. Stare August shell throw port location may not be lefty friendly? People shoot left and right-handed, in a completely unscientific shooting position, perfectly circumventing this question. The point is, people can press 2 with 2 hands at the same time M249s, and at a range of meters, the streak deviation is less than 106 feet. One by one, the records were refreshed, and the huge screen that stood at the southeast corner of the range all became blank with names and a brand new record behind them. The reason why the name was blank was simply because Shinfei hadn't come up with a code name yet. What the? Is it really something that people can do? And are they really not dreaming? Righteous I walked to Shinfei and said with a heavy sigh, Shinfei, you amaze me too much. You are simply a sharpshooter trained by God himself. I'm afraid if you keep fighting, the guys are going to go crazy. I'm afraid they'll all be on their knees at the door of your room tomorrow morning, begging you to teach them to shoot. Come on, let's change places and talk about treatment. 13. A random person came and wiped you guys out, and you're still holding up your bodies? Shooting for 3 hours in a row. Shinfei was indeed a bit overwhelmed. High-precision shooting is very physically demanding. This area is his shortcoming. If it wasn't for the overly powerful skills rewarded by the system, his subsequent shooting accuracy would have definitely dropped by a large margin. However, looking at the guns in the gun cabinet that hadn't been used yet, Shinfei actually wanted to try again. QBZ-97 hasn't been used yet. It is all said that this firearm, which is a foreign trade version, inherits the lightweight and compact design of the 8mm assault rifle, while offering high precision and reliability. Type 95.5. But without really trying his hand, Shinfei couldn't make a judgment. Forget it. Anyway, it's a long time coming, and there's always a chance to play it later. Not to mention the fact that his in real interest the family is not the current QBZ-95 line. Instead, they should be in the development stage by now. The QBZ-19X family of guns. That's what represents the peak level of Chinese manufacturing. Toolless layout, proven and reliable guided air automatic principle, piston short stroke automatic mode, flared birdcage type flame arrestor, dual guide chamber design, upper and lower magazine structures. What's more, the modular versatility and compatibility is enough to hang on to any firearm currently on the market. Change the caliber with a barrel swap. Issue integrated optical sights. It's exciting to think about. Shinfei put the assault rifle in his hand into the gun cabinet, nodded and said, okay, let's go then. The trio headed out to the range. The mercenaries had a strong admiration in their eyes, and the crowd automatically made a path wherever they went. When he walked to the door, Goldcoin suddenly spoke out. Shinfei, Captain, you guys wait a little. The two men stopped and looked at him quizzically. Goldcoin grabbed the megaphone on the table next to him, turned it on, and roared, asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you mother asterisk 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 waiting for? You're all holding up there? Usually bragging about how awesome their service experience is and how tactically proficient they are. And now some random guy. Speaking of this, he looked at Shinfei, his small eyes blinking, obviously signaling him that he's going to blow an awesome one so he doesn't care. Shinfei didn't care about these things in the first place and signaled him to do whatever he wanted. Goldcoin took a deep breath, and with an air of confidence, he continued to roar. A random less than young man years old will exterminate all of you? 20. When I first entered Wagner, I was no match for anyone. Prosthetic eye. He coughed softly twice. If you say you're good at blowing, you're good at blowing. Can't you blow a little less? Goldcoin skimmed his mouth and said in a deep voice. Alright, too lazy to talk nonsense with you bunch of rookies. Tomorrow is the day of the test. Those who can't pass will have to get the hell out of here and go home. I'll remind you one last time. Don't forget why you're here. After saying that, Goldcoin handsomely threw the megaphone onto the table and took a step outside. Shinfei and Righteous Eye exchanged glances and followed. The time was late at night. It's a beautiful day with a moon and stars. Dots of stars hang in the dome of the sky, and when you look up, you can even see the 7-colored aurora borealis twinkling. It's just a little cold. Shinfei tightened the clothes on his body and asked curiously, Goldcoin, you guys who are instructors, do you have any assessment indicators? Pass rate or something? Gold shook her head. No, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Righteous Eye said from the sidelines. People probably think that you're kinda hot for those rookies. Goldcoin looked up at the firmament and said, I just want them to be on the battlefield and die a little more worthwhile. Shinfei didn't say anything. He could tell that Goldcoin was definitely a man with a story. It's a load of crap, actually. Who could run away to become a mercenary and take a life for money that doesn't have a story of their own? Don't even think about a prosthetic eye with only one eye next to it. His eyes, surely, are a piece of the past as well. However, through today's understanding, it was able to clearly see that Goldcoin was a sentimental one and a qualified and good instructor. The three of them traveled along and ended up in the dining hall on the first floor of the instructor's accommodation building. Even though it was evening, the cafeteria was still staffed with people waiting. Instead of a big pot of food, you need to order it. Gold swiped his card and asked for some food, which was delivered by the staff not long after. Russian beet soup, Moscow grilled fish, salad olivier, Russian pancakes, and a plate of black caviar. Goldcoin pushed the caviar in front of Shinfei and said with a smile, Caspian Sea specialty, try it. When I was a kid, this was only available to those who were officials. The sons of ES make us scrimp and save, while they themselves put caviar in cans of herring, sneak it out of the country, and supply themselves with the money they make for their own enjoyment. What a bunch of ing scumbags. This matter Shinfei did hear about it. Initially, there was also a lot of public discontent, and the authorities also said that they would crack down. No follow-up when you call and call. The Red Star Alliance, which was sunsetting by then, was completely rotten from the inside out. Even the day before the dissolution, he still had the most powerful army in the world, but it still couldn't stop his downfall. As for Emperor Yang, who later ascended to the throne, he is also nothing more than a professional manager employed by the 7 oligarchs to provide political assistance in the privatization of state assets. When you look at his life, the best thing he did was to choose to abdicate early and cede the throne to King Valakin, the man. It can also renew another shot in the arm for a nation in turmoil. Only according to Shinfei's memories of his previous life, the population of the Urals Federation did not appreciate Volodin. Shinfei had never eaten such high-grade food and tried a bite. That's all. It wasn't fishy, but it was also a bit salty and not as flavorful as I thought it would be. The three ate and chatted, gradually opening up the conversation. Shinfei asked, I would like to ask what process I need to go through if I choose to join Wagner. Righteous Eye replied, normally if you are accepted, you need to undergo no less than 1 month and no more than 3 months of intensive training in a boot camp, then take the test, and after that you can enter the General Army for service. 5,000 rubles per month. That's right. Mercenaries who fight and die every day are actually paid that much. Not to mention now, even if it's a latter day 2024 when the war is being fought, the monthly income of an ordinary mercenary is only equivalent to more than 10,000 Chinese coins. There is a very high pension for death, but gotta get it first. According to Shinfei's understanding, police officers earn 2,000-3,000 rubles, which is about at the exchange rate $80, plus per month 300-800 gasoline coupons. In other words, the average mercenary earns just as much as a police officer with no gray income. Shinfei asked again, so ordinary mercenaries, what do they do on a daily basis? Gold replied, doing everything, helping the police maintain law and order, acting as a backdrop when someone important is traveling, or assisting the military in line clearance raids. You can understand it this way, ordinary mercenaries do what the police and the regular army don't want to do. New programs have also been developed recently to accompany students who are afraid to go to school because of bullying, or to help catch mistresses, and humane rescues and such. They are also sent to the battlefield to guard less important positions if there is a major war, simply to let the enemy know that there are people in that territory. After all, you can't expect a force that fights for money to be as equally effective as soldiers who fight with a spirit of defense of their country. Usually when the casualty rate exceeds 20%, the mercenaries start retreating, and it's useless even if you have more supervisors. Shinfei froze for a moment, and his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. It's not like the mercenaries he was thinking of. And that doesn't seem. There's not much chance of killing anyone, is there? Righteous Eye saw Shinfei's thoughts and explained, I know what you're thinking. The ones that actually go on humanitarian escorts, security training, intelligence gathering, armed escorts, counterterrorism and hostage rescue, counterinsurgency armament, assassinations, and so on, are the elite squads. You can understand it as the difference between regular troops and special forces. 14. Shinfei, so, is there a post that specializes in killing people? Shinfei sort of had a general understanding of Wagner, and after thinking about it, he asked, then how long will it take for me to become a member of the elite squad? Righteous Eye, it will take a year at the earliest. Your marksmanship could be called even among the elite squad legendary shooter. There's a recruit test tomorrow, and I can use my captain's authority to help you apply to try to take it tomorrow. By the way, other than shooting, what level of skill and tactics are you at? According to the original plan, today was supposed to test Shinfei's military skills. Nay, his shooting was so colorful that both Righteous Eye and Gold Coin were so mesmerized by it that they delayed the rest of the display. Shinfei shook his head. I don't have any service experience, nor do I have any special experiences. Simply just a good shot. If I can't make the elite squad selection soon, I was wondering if Wagner has any of those mercenary positions that specialize in execution by firing squad? What he activated was the God Killer system, where he gained lottery chances by killing people. Ordinary training doesn't suit him. Even if you're practicing your gun to death, it's also impossible to top the system's 1. Master Tactical Assault Shooting Specialization skill bonus. There's hanging open. Running off to train hard? Build on your shortcomings and avoid your strengths? What's the point of having a system? Righteous Eye replied. Wagner doesn't kill prisoners. It's not a mercy, but usually they can be used for money. There are posts that specialize in conducting interrogations, but their first rule is that no one should be killed. Mr. Shen Fei, you seem to be interested in killing. Very interested? They originally thought that Shen Fei killed the robbers because of his bravery. But now look, it doesn't seem that way. Associated with the answers that Shen Fei answered during the interview in the morning, they could not help but not let them have some doubts about Shen Fei's mental state. Paranoid and crazy legendary shooter. This is the positioning and evaluation of Shen Fei by the duo. Shen Fei didn't hide it and answered truthfully. For some reasons, I am indeed interested in killing people. But please don't worry, this won't affect my spirit. Huang Chao is my idol, and you can understand that it is a unique Chinese belief. Righteous Eyes smiled and said, don't understand, but greatly impressed and respectful at the same time. There aren't really many normal people who make it to the elite squad. It's like this one next to you, with severe PTSD, where some very normal sounds in his life can send him on a rampage. Just like the noise of a balloon popping would be taken by him as a gunshot, and the sound of a fan spinning would be taken by him as an enemy helicopter coming. Shen Fei nodded. He actually understands this quite well. PTSD, as if he had seen a video in his previous life. The people of a war-torn country came to China, and faced with a handheld temperature measuring gun was scared and trembling, subconsciously raised their hands to surrender. Even when the staff repeatedly explained that it was just a temperature gun, not a real gun, it still scared that member of the public to the point that they dug under the table, not to mention the general public. Even in a high-pressure profession like soccer coaching, the first reaction after seeing a temperature gun is likewise to throw up your hands and surrender. The PTSD is definitely a nightmare for soldiers in the vast majority of countries except for China. Since he couldn't directly participate in the selection of the elite squad, Shen Fei had no choice but to try out for the recruit test tomorrow. The three of them ate quickly, and after chatting about some more issues, Shen Fei was sent to a single dormitory. I can't believe it's a suite. It's not exactly luxurious, but it's clean and tidy, with all kinds of necessities. Shen Fei was surprised and asked, the treatment of your recruits here, is it so good? Gold Coin laughed, how can that be? If you're not a member of an elite squad, but just an instructor, you'll be living in a double room, and ordinary mercenaries will be 6 to a room. As for those recruits who are training and waiting for the test, they can only live in tents. Shen Fei pointed at the room in front of him and asked, so, this is preferential treatment for me? Righteous Eye shook his head. That's not true, Mr. Shen Fei, you don't know Wagner, so you don't really know what kind of horrible things you've done today. You broke almost every firearms record at the range, and it won't take a day for the story to spread to all the Wagner bases. As the new record holder, you're entitled to over-the-top treatment. The stronger you are, the better you are treated. It's both for the strong to get stronger and to inspire the weak to rise to the occasion. Very reasonable. Shen Fei accepted it with peace of mind. As he sent the two away, Shen Fei spoke, Captain Righteous Eye, although I know it's unlikely, I still want you to help me apply for the elite squad's examination. Please believe that I will only get stronger the more people I kill. As far as those routines go, it's really not for me. Righteous Eye nodded and replied seriously, please don't worry, I'll report your situation truthfully. When the two left, Shen Fei simply washed up and lay down on the large comfortable bed, recalling the experience of the whole day today. It was obviously just a dozen hours, but it seemed like a long time. The reason for this illusion was that he had done a lot today and received a lot of information. He needed a bit of alone space to sort out his future plans. First goal 1. In any case, get into the elite squad as soon as possible and qualify for a kill. As for the rest, take your time to consider it later. Thinking about it, a feeling of exhaustion came. Shen Fei slowly closed his eyes and sank into a deep sleep. Wagner on the training ground. Righteous Eyes hung up the phone and sighed. Unfortunately, although the top is satisfied with Shen Fei, they don't agree to let him directly enter the elite squad, and neither our branch nor the headquarters has a test program that directly assesses elite squad members. Gold nodded. Expected. The two men walked forward in silence for some distance. Righteous Eyes broke the silence. Shen Fei, he usually looks very kind, no different from those foreign students on the street, but when he takes a weapon, he becomes very scary. Do you think he has serious psychological problems? Golden Coin, Captain, you can't ask a mentally ill person about the condition of other mentally ill people, because that would lead to a very outrageous answer. Righteous Eye laughed. Tell me about it and I'll hear how outrageous it is. Gold Coin turned back, looked at the dormitory building where Shinfei was, and said after a moment of silence, I think what Shinfei said is true. He can really get stronger by killing people. Righteous Eye froze. He didn't expect Gold Coin to give such an answer. Isn't that a joke? The main thing in the acquisition of strength is undoubtedly talent. But this world is not a world where only the gifted are worthy of survival. Others can just as well enhance their abilities through hard training and strong willpower. If you can get stronger by simply killing people, so isn't a gold finger plug-in for the game? Gold Coin knew what Righteous Eye was thinking, and after a pause, suddenly added, the American drama screenwriting line has at least 1 twist pages, or the audience will change the channel every 15. Alfred Hitchcock also said that the audience can guess the beginning, but must not guess the middle or the end. So, we all felt that Shinfei would make a big splash in the recruit examination, successfully enter the ordinary mercenary unit, and then make a splash in the subsequent mission, and finally break the rules and be selected to enter the elite squad. But I think that something is bound to happen tomorrow, and that something will help Shinfei get into the elite squad as fast as possible. Righteous Eye took out his accompanying high-proof vodka and took a sip, cursing, oh, unless the earth is destroyed tomorrow, or the oligarchs commit mass suicide. The possibility that you're talking about doesn't even exist. All those third-rate screenwriters, through and through, should be sent to the battlefield so they can understand what real life is. You're right. I shouldn't ask a mentally ill person about another mentally ill person's condition. 15. No dude, I don't eat beef. The next day, early morning, Shinfei woke up early, made a cup of Ural Federal black tea, sat in front of the TV, and leisurely watched the news. Yesterday, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Sergei King of the Urals Federation Ivanovich Volodin formally submitted his application for membership to the headquarters of the Northland Iron Shield Union. A spokesman for the Two-Headed Eagle Palace said the move was aimed at ending the Cold War mentality and building a Eurasian security community. Looking at the sweet-looking, blonde host said these words, Shinfei just drank half of the black tea, almost all sprayed out. The so-called Northland Iron Shield Alliance. It was very much like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in Shinfei's previous life. The Ural Federation's desire to join the Iron Shield Alliance is akin to a bear trying to squeeze into a hunter's tent. It ends either with the tent being torn to shreds or the bearskin being made into a rug. A smile appeared at the corner of Shinfei's mouth and murmured, sure enough, even when Xiao Luo went to the other world, he couldn't forget this, his fantasized white moonlight. In the West, apart from emotion, Shinfei didn't have many other feelings. Since he had decided to become a mercenary, no country, no nation had anything to do with him anymore. It's all negotiable. You can love them all, equal treatment, or even if you can pit hundreds of thousands of people to get hundreds of thousands of draws like Bai Chi. What about this country and that country? No dude, I don't eat beef. Bang, bang bang, there was a knock on the door. Enter. The door to the room was pushed open, and Gold Coin stood in the doorway and said, Shin, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Shinfei, good news. Gold Coin smiled. You're allowed to take the recruits test early, and as long as you can pass it, you'll be exempted from the 3 months of recruit training, and will be directly admitted into the General Army. Shinfei nodded his head and said, the bad news is that after the application for the Righteous Eyes, the top still doesn't agree that I should proceed directly to the elite squad members examination? Gold Coin spread his hands and said helplessly, you really are as smart as any other Chinese I've seen, but it doesn't matter. After you enter the regular force, you can also use your supernumerary status and go on missions with the 7th team. Only your income will be less, but the chances of killing are definitely more. Let's go. The test will start in a while. Shinfei nodded. As long as you can kill the enemy legally, the money is secondary. Boosting strength is most critical. The two men walked companionably toward the stairs. Gold Coin looked at Shinfei and suddenly spoke out. What do you think of the name Razor? This guy is forever in a state of shock and his mind jumps around very quickly. Shinfei asked rhetorically, a code name for me? Gold Coin revealed an expression of, I knew you understood me, and said excitedly, yeah, I've been thinking about it all night. Shinfei thought about it and said, okay, then let's use this first. It's just a code name anyway. Goldie shouted excitedly, Razor. Shinfei pulled out his ears and said, keep your voice down. Your ears are deafened by you. Gold haha laughed twice and nodded again. If the new mercenary were to see this scene, he would definitely be shocked to the point where his pupils would quake. The Gold Coin instructor known as the toughest in the Wagner division. When did you become so nice? 10 minutes later, Shinfei came to the Wagner mercenary training ground with Gold Coin. As far as the eye can see, 40 to 50 mercenaries waiting for the test were dressed in uniform and arranged in a neat square formation. It looks kinda imposing. After getting closer, Shinfei realized that among this group of people, there were actually 7 or 8 women. On the way here just now, there were quite a few female mercenaries. Shinfei asked in a puzzled manner. Gold coin. Why would so many women choose to become mercenaries? Gold coin casually replied. The Ural Federation has been through so many wars that the men have pretty much fought it out, and even the women have to rely on their own abilities to survive. Don't you know that the country of Avalon, next door, is already known as the womb of Europe? Shinfei nodded and didn't say anything more. Gold coin walked up to the queue and saluted before saying, reporting to the instructor, the new recruit Razor has been brought over. Righteous Eye waved his hand. Razor, get in line and find a place to stand. Shinfei followed the posture of the gold coins and saluted, and according to his height, he found a suitable position in the line. The sudden appearance of a recruit with an Asian face instantly attracted the attention of many other recruits. Whispers rang out. Hey, what's up with that Asian guy? He's taking the test? Sukuber, didn't Wagner say that you have to train for at least a month before you can take the test? He's cheating. Damn. Why does he get to have a code name and we only get called rookies? I'm going to complain to the top. Because the new recruits hadn't arrived yet, Righteous Eye didn't stop them from discussing it. Gold coin walked up to one of the loudest recruits in the line and snapped. Say what you just said. Again. Being named in front of everyone, the recruit also came to a temper, pointing at Shinfei and saying, I don't understand why that Asian, who didn't go through recruit training, can participate in the examination with us. It's not fair. It's not fair to all of us. Gold coin's gaze went cold as he looked at the other recruits and inquired, is there anyone else with this rookie, who has the same idea? No one spoke, and the queue fell into a dead silence. After waiting for half a minute and seeing that no one still spoke, Gold coin snapped, Rookie, you're eliminated. Pack your things and get out of here. The recruit's head exploded with disbelief as he asked rhetorically, on what grounds? What did I do wrong? Hardly. Is it because I questioned fairness and justice? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Gold coin couldn't help but let out a laugh, and then the sound got louder and louder, even making it a bit creepy. After laughing for nearly a minute, Gold wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and said teasingly, idiot thing, what kind of job do you think you're going to do? You're going to be a mercenary. Why don't you think about it? Why should you have to protect the offspring of those rich people? Why is it that those women can get money and status just by spreading their legs, and you have to put your life on the line to protect them? The only reason. It's not that they're better than you. It's just that they have more money than you. Think again. Why are you the one who serves as cannon fodder on the battlefield instead of the politician who struts around the negotiating table and shouts that it doesn't matter how many people die? Or because they're richer and more powerful than you? Fair? Ha ha. You're telling me about fairness? The room was silent, and everyone dutifully kept their mouths shut. The corners of Gold coin's mouth rose as he continued to growl. You merely feel that the addition of one more newcomer to the team has diluted your chances of becoming mercenaries. And that's why you're protesting in the name of some bull fairness. Silly kids. Gold coin fiercely pointed at Shinfei. Haven't you guys ever thought about the fact that if Razor really has a background, and you guys mock him to his face, do you want to be put in small shoes in the future, or be thrown into the battlefield to carry out a mission that will surely lead to death? Ha? Answer me? Still no one spoke. What Gold coin said today shattered many people's 3 views. Gold looked to the recruit he had named and tapped him on the shoulder. Mercenaries don't need cuties, because that will get you killed and cost Wagner a lot of pension. Go, take your training allowance for the last few months and get a new job. The recruit gritted his teeth, struggled for half a day to say anything, and could only turn around and leave the training ground. Gold coin says it bluntly and realistically. He was speechless. Many of the other recruits were secretly happy to see this scene, because the guy who was just eliminated had a very good record in their batch of recruits. He's gone. It's the same as an extra spot. Righteous Eyes glanced at the military watch on his wrist and spoke slowly. Well, the farce is over. I now declare the Petersburg chapter of Wagner. New recruits. Before he could finish his sentence, it was not far away that he saw coming over 7 or 8 men in black, straightened suits. The leader was only Tallman who about, obese, and wearing a dark coat with a cigar in his mouth. 160. Seeing his appearance, the gazes of Righteous Eye and Gold coin all fell on Shinfei's body. Actually, no need for them to remind me at all. When those people approached 30 meters, Shinfei's heart shook and the hairs on his body instantly stood up. This was the killing intent resonance skill, which produced an effect. That means that people are coming for him. And it came with a desire to finish him off. A strong killing intent. 16. Disgrace to the crotch of a whore? Such a strong killing intent. Seems to be from the Brotherhood? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Shinfei frowned slightly, not moving as he scanned his surroundings. Surrounded by open space with no cover, About an SUV was parked on the side of the road meters away. 100. Fire situation. Shinfei carried a Glock G17 pistol with a total of 18 rounds of ammunition, as well as 2 spare magazines. After gathering all the information, Shinfei's tension eased by more than half. Not much of a problem. If you can't, take out the gang members. Kidnap Humpty Dumpty. Grab a car and run. Goldcoin walked to his side and said in a voice of only 2 people. The one in the overcoat is the military commander of the Neva Brotherhood, codenamed Anvil, and is supposed to be here to trouble you. Shinfei nodded slowly. He had a very good impression of Goldcoin, but that didn't mean he trusted him completely. As Goldie himself said, mercenarism, by its very nature, is a profession steeped in moral quagmire. Its filth does not come from the stench of smoke and blood, but is rooted in the chaotic whirlpool of human nature and interests. The muzzle can be turned around if the check is thick enough. Anvil walked over and opened his arms, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and smiled. Hey, righteous eyes. I heard that your Team 7 encountered an ambush in Nochien and suffered heavy casualties. I didn't realize you were still alive. That makes me so happy. I heard that there's still coming a kid in Team 7 from Yugoslavia, and that kid was screaming for his mommy when his guts came out? There is another name known to the world by which Nachkian is known, Chechnya. Goldcoin drew the saber on the outside of his thigh and charged straight up. Next, Goldcoin's knife was on Anvil's neck, and he said in a morose tone, "What turn is it for, you street scavenging wretches, to judge our captain? Dog-like things, even Nokian is worse than a whore's shroud." Anvil sneered. Righteous eye, is this the way to welcome old friends when they meet? Oh yeah, forgot to tell you, the Neva Brotherhood has just made a deal with your base, and Mr. Colonel might have a hard time if he kills me. Righteous eye took a deep breath. Let him go. Goldcoin put away his saber. Anvil looked at the queue of recruits and finally locked his eyes on Shinfei's body. Anvil's pupils contracted into pinpoints in his pupils, his killing intent even stronger than before, and he said in a deep voice, "You are Shinfei? That, the guy who killed 9 of my brothers?" What? Hearing Anvil's words, many of the recruits present couldn't help but stare in disbelief. They all thought that Shinfei was relying on connections to be able to participate in the examination directly, but they didn't realize that people already had 9 kills before they came. Another thought came to mind. Shinfei seems to be the mysterious master who set many new records in firearms at the shooting range. For a moment, the gazes they looked at Shinfei were filled with awe. However, there were also quite a few people waiting to watch the fun, wanting to know how Shinfei would solve the predicament at hand. Shinfei replied, "That's right, it's me." Anvil looked Shinfei up and down and said sternly, "You caused the Brotherhood to lose a lot of money and lose face. This matter needs to be explained. I'll give you a choice. Get down on your knees, lick the snow off the tops of my feet, and call me Godfather again. Perhaps I will consider Wagner's face and let you off the hook. Kneel." The corners of Shinfei's mouth spread into a playful smile as he took a step forward and said teasingly, "What if I don't? You rob a bank. I do what's right, and now you want me to apologize? Is there such a thing as truth in heaven? A third-rate gangster. Do you really think you're the mafia?" Anvil grunted. "Don't think that just because you're relying on Wagner that you'll be alright. You're just a recruit in training. Leave Wagner's base and the Brotherhood has a million ways to get you killed. When I nail you to the drill bit of the Cora Ultra Deep Drill, you'll learn that the hot air of hell is a lot warmer than this." The atmosphere became saber-rattling. Shinfei had already begun to think about the question of where to exit the country after killing and robbing the car. He doesn't have to stay in Wagner. The world is a big place. Where can't you kill people and explode their skills? Goldcoin walked over to him and whispered in his ear, in a voice only 2 could hear, "Razor, I suddenly have a bold idea. It'll both let you kill people and let you join an elite squad in a week. Do you want to hear about it?" Shinfei nodded. Goldcoin spoke slowly. After Shinfei heard this, he looked at the gold coins with a slight surprise. "I didn't realize that. He even has this brain?" Sure enough, stereotypes in the minds of men are a mountain. People merely have PTSD, mental illness, but not cuties. Shinfei nodded and said, "Although this mission is crazy and dangerous, I am willing to try." "I knew you would say yes." Goldcoin's eyes lit up, as if there were little stars twinkling in his golden pupils. He walked over to Righteous Eye and, again, he went over his plan. Righteous Eye froze for a moment, and after hearing that Shinfei had already agreed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as he walked to the side and made a phone call. Anvil, who was ignored by everyone, only felt incredibly embarrassed at this moment. He was originally here to talk business, but just happened to know that Shinfei was hiding here, and in a fit of anger wanted to come and find a scene. How does it feel now? Cold in the back? After 3 long minutes had passed, Righteous Eye hung up and gave an OK sign. Goldcoin couldn't help but whistle and looked at Anvil and said, "Hey, Mr. Anvil, you want to save face, don't you?" I have a plan here that will take out Shinfei. Do you want to hear it? Anvil looked at the gold coins, then at the righteous eyes not far away, and finally his gaze fell on Shinfei. Obviously. I'm here to make a scene. How? A feeling of being duped? More to the point. If he says he doesn't want to hear it. That. It's not a disgrace to a horse crotch? 17. Who says that God is not hospitable, and sends one person in the wind and snow? Does Anvil want to take out Shinfei? That's for sure. But once he realized that Wagner was behind the other side, he didn't think so. Bullying is how they survive. The point is, he's on the rack now. If you don't dare to listen to even one piece of advice, how can you get along in the future? Who still serves him? You have to take the plunge even when you know there might be a trap. Anvil gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, a man of the Neva Brotherhood never bows his head in front of a campfire. Gold. You better not be kidding me. Gold shrugged and said, Wagner doesn't like jokes. My plan is simple. For the next 3 days, you can use all the resources of the Neva Brotherhood to hunt Shinfei down and kill him. And if he dies, it's his bad luck. But if he survives, it means God wants him to continue to exist. That makes you all look good whether you succeed or fail, doesn't it? What? Hearing Gold Coin's so-called plan, both the members of the Neva Brotherhood present and Wagner's recruits were filled with shock. Are you kidding me? Although the Neva Brotherhood is not the most powerful gang in Petersburg, but it is the one with the most men. Let Shinfei, a foreign student, an Asian who stood out in the crowd, resist their pursuit for 3 days and 3 nights? How is that possible? One day and they'll be shot in the street, right? No. It didn't even last an hour. Anvil puffed on his cigar and flicked the snow off the shoulders of his coat, unable to figure out what the catch could be. It's totally in their favor. Just to be on the safe side, he asked, are you 7 teams planning to fight alongside him? Righteous Eye coldly grunted, to exterminate you. You don't need all of Team 7. I can use the credibility of the captain of Wagner's elite squad to vouch for the fact that there's only Shinfei alone. We won't even provide him with any weapons, just a Glock G17 pistol of his own. Well, you know, the one that took out all 9 of you losers. That gun. Anvil couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his mouth hardened. I don't need you to remind me. Shinfei had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he watched this scene in silence. He honestly hadn't thought that watching a bunch of mercenaries fight was kind of fun. Anvil thought again and asked, I see. You guys are trying to pass this test so that Shinfei can smoothly join your 7 teams. Oh, is this taking our entire Neva Brotherhood and making you examiners? Gold Coin smiled. You're finally smart for once. Of course you can concede. Just fall to your knees, lick the snow off of Razor's feet, and call him a god. Oh, I'm sorry, they don't seem to like to be called that in their country. Razor, what do you think he should call you? What do you think, Grandpa? Shinfei shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't give birth to such a humanoid creature. Anvil, if the world doesn't want you, you must tell me, because I won't want you either. Hearing Shinfei's words, the presence was silent for a moment, and when they reacted to what was meant by what was said, they instantly burst into laughter. Laughter is contagious. At first it was just the Wagner recruits who were laughing, but in the back of the room even the bodyguards of the Neva Brotherhood couldn't help themselves a bit. The Anvil instantly turned as black as coal, and the anger in his heart burned even more crazily as he pointed at Shinfei and said, Fine, I accept the challenge, but you have to guarantee that you can't hide in the Wagner mercenary base for the next 3 days. After a pause, he added, Nor can we leave Petersburg. At that moment, a mercenary ran over and handed something to Righteous Eye. Gold Coin took one of the items and mocked. It's true that they're gangsters. They can only come up with so much even after racking their brains. Anvil, today I'll show you what it means to be a mercenary's madness. See the watch on my hand? He's got the latest in it GPS. And I'm going to carry it on Razor's arm and every the next 3 days mark the location hours for 12:30 minutes for. So, is that exciting enough for you? Upon hearing this series of conditions, Anvil Man was confused. Good man. If he followed that, he really couldn't think of any reason why the Neva brothers would lose. As if he was afraid that Righteous Eyes would regret it, he nodded his head very dryly. Fine. Then it will start from the early hours of tonight. As long as this guy can survive for more than one night, it will be counted as incompetence of our Neva Brotherhood. Righteous Eye, I'll make you realize the price of underestimating others. Razor, huh? I hope you don't cry for your mommy when you see your guts coming out. Let's go. Anvil led a group of minions and left the training ground in a huff. When they walked away a bit, Gold Coin whispered, Razor, you know, the higher-ups won't agree to let you enter the elite squad without increasing the difficulty to an outrageous level. And this way, for 3 days, the members of the Neva Brotherhood are yours to kill. Of course, I've thought of other ways for you to retreat. While it's still early in the morning, I can arrange for Wagner's convoy to take you out of Petersburg. The appraisal is indeed outrageous. But Shinfei also knew very well that if he wanted to be treated ultra-specifically, he would have to perform ultra-specifically. Still, if he died on the way up, it would only prove that he, Shinfei, was just such a man. Under the gaze of everyone on the training ground, Shinfei took the positioning watch and put it on his wrist without the slightest hesitation. The corners of Gold Coin's mouth sketched out a crazy smile and said, "Good. I really didn't look at the wrong person. You can go back to your dormitory now and rest and think about how to spend the next 3 days. Or you can just leave the Wagner mercenary base." Shinfei nodded and said playfully, "Gold Coin, you weren't just thinking of code names for me all night yesterday, were you?" Gold Coin haha laughed and didn't say anything, regardless of how it ends. "I love this stage you've helped me set." Leaving these words behind, Shinfei turned around and walked towards the gate of the Wagner mercenary base. At this point, heavy snowfall from the sky. Shinfei's thin figure walked alone in the snow, gradually covered by the wind and frost. Righteous Eyes looked at his back and muttered, "The people from the Neva Brotherhood, who would suddenly appear here today, have something to do with you, don't they? What a crazy plan. Aren't you afraid of Razor's wrath?" Gold Coin shook his head. "Not afraid. He needs a chance. Wagner needs a reason to make him an elite member, and the Neva Brotherhood needs a face. I'm just them setting a stage. Remember what I said about Razor the first time? What I sensed in him was the most primitive human desire to kill. Not only does he not get mad, but he actually recognizes me." Righteous Eye sighed and asked again, "So you're not afraid that Razor won't survive?" Gold shrugged. "Plans are always subject to all sorts of surprises, and if he dies, it will only prove to be God's will. But I have a feeling that he's definitely not going to die, and instead he's going to surprise us even more." Righteous Eyes shook his head. "Actually, you're the one who's more suited to be captain." Gold smiled. "I can't. I'm mentally ill. But Razor can, and he's less ill than I am. Hurry up and get on with your training. I want to remember Razor's back well." Righteous Eyes nodded and began to preside over the recruits. Gold Coin stood amidst the wind and snow and waited until everyone had left. Then he muttered, "It's true to the Chinese saying, who says that God is not hospitable? Sending one person in a blizzard." 18. To every day of living. The day passed quickly. Evening. The mercenaries' recruit assessment is over. Those who were eliminated left the base in dismay, and those who passed the selection sat paralyzed on the ground, enjoying the joy of advancement. If you enter the Wagnerian General Army, you'll get a month. 5,000 rubles. In today's Urals Federation, it is enough to feed a family. Not to mention that if you're in a special operation, there are other grants available. These newly promoted mercenaries chatted with each other, and the topic was quickly brought up to Shinfei's body. "You guys said, that Razor guy, can he pass the test?" How could he pass? I even feel like he must have offended Instructor Gold. He doesn't even have a place to hide. He's a very conspicuous presence wherever he goes. After all, he's an Asian, but he's a pretty good shot. A handful of Glocks dry humping the mob. You think you're in a movie? You mustn't forget that every Razor's location is announced hours, which means he could be facing a new hunt before he's even hidden. 12. Even if he can fight, he'll always get hurt, right? There's always a time when he's exhausted, right? Certain death. As we talked, we basically came to a consensus. Righteous Eye walked over and said in a cold voice, "All rise." Swish. All of the mercenaries who passed the test all dragged their tired bodies to get up and stand. What they didn't expect was that Righteous Eyes changed his previous coldness and said in a tone that wasn't too harsh, "Congratulations. From now on we'll be co-workers. For whatever purpose you wish to become a mercenary, you must remember the tenets of Wagner. We make a contract with our employer, with our country, with our conscience. Do not fear life or death. Do not dishonor your mission." As the voice fell, all the mercenaries neatly followed suit. "We make a contract with our employer, with our country, with our conscience. No fear of life or death. No dishonor." 20 or 30 people shouted with all their might, almost breaking up the roiling wind and snow. Unlike the military, they have no faith, but they are willing to use this rotten life to fight for a future for themselves and their families. Based on this premise, they have to be even more pure than soldiers. Righteous Eye straightened his body and gave a standard military salute. Click. 20 or 30 people straightened up and returned the salute neatly. Righteous Eye, the cafeteria has prepared a sumptuous meal, and the doors of the brand new dormitory are open for you. Tonight, Wagner belongs to you. Go for it, wolf cubs, and order. 20 or 30 people let out a shout at the same time and charged in the direction of the cafeteria. A jeep pulled up beside him, and Gold Coin, the main driver, shouted, "Come on, those guys have been in the hospital long enough. We need to take them out and let them loose." "Go," said Righteous Eye, opening the car door and getting in. The heavily modified jeep drove through the snow at breakneck speed, splashing 2 boiling waves of snow. Petersburg, branch of the Neva Brotherhood. This is a 5-story building on the street level with an address about the Decembrist Square, 3 kilometers from. On the 3rd floor, in a dated conference room, Anvil looked up at the clock hanging on the wall and inquired, "How's it all arranged?" The henchman next to him reported, "The men have been spread out. We've got men on all 8 blocks. Patriarch Gray told me to tell you that he'll make sure that the 4 neighborhoods of the Iron Anchor District, Leaded Glass Alley, the Kazan Station Tunnel, and the White Knights Red Light District are secured. As soon as Razor shows up, 5 minutes our men will be there. It's just that the boss isn't here, so if we just mobilize all our men like this, isn't it?" Anvil said with a cold snort. After Vorakin ascended to the throne, he didn't just suppress those oligarchs, he also wanted to clean up the gangs as well. Boss is very busy. What he does is a matter of life and death for us. There's no need to alarm him about this little matter. Just the right opportunity to let those damn guys in Petersburg know. We of the Neva Brotherhood are not too old to pull the trigger. The henchman nodded and stopped talking. Anvil twisted the dark brown cigar in his fingertips, toasting it with candlelight before finally igniting it and inhaling deeply. Snow-white smoke, rising up, outlined the shape of a skeleton. Anvil walked over to the window and puffed white air into the frosted glass, where snow was covering the base of the bronze knight statue in the Decembrist Square. He tapped his knuckles on the window pane, and ice rustled down. It's true that times have changed. A bunch of hyenas who feed on war and hit the streets too. Wagner, right. You may know more about war, but on the streets, the mob will always be your godfather. Since you want to step on our Neva brothers to get to the top, I'll make sure you understand too. Boy, you picked the wrong opponent. Petersburg, National Power Medical School, 3rd floor, carrying 3 bottles of vodka disguised in 4 bags. Goldcoin kicked the door of the room open with a sharp kick. "Dogs, your Slavic old man is here with painkillers." Bang! The sudden sound alerted the 3 people in the room instantly. When they heard the sound of gold coins, they relaxed and at the same time, they couldn't help but curse. In bed number 1 was a white Frenchman, his left leg dangling in mid-air, cursing in Russian interspersed with French. "Murd, damned gold coin. If you ever startle me again, I swear I'll kill you." Bed number 2 was a burly black man, with whom even standard Uralian Federation toughs like Righteous Eye and Goldcoin looked pocket-sized by comparison. Even his hospital bed was a full section longer than the others. He looked at the infusion bag carried in Goldcoin's hand and said hastily, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hatred cannot drive out hatred. Only love can do that. Gold, if you'll give me all 3 bags of vodka, I'll beat up for you Bordeaux in bed. 1. Even though I only have 1 arm left, please believe that I can beat him." Bordeaux is code for white French. He fought back the pain in his leg and couldn't help but curse. "Damn bear, how could you throw away our friendship for 3 bags of vodka? Damn, damn. And can you stop reciting your damn Luther King slogan? He's dead, killed by a white racist." Bear, the code name for the black man in bed, interrupted Palando and said, 2-inch so, I hate white people." Palando was speechless for a moment and said, "But I'm not a racist." Bear disliked back. "Racists never admit to being racist." Palando, "Well, you win." Goldcoin laughed and dropped 2 of the infusion bags with vodka in them off of Bear and turned to Palando again. "Palando, you should be grateful to Bear. At the time, that VOG-25 modified grenade landed only away from Palando Jr. 10 centimeters. If Bear hadn't thrown him out, you'd never have heard more than a leg." Palando looked at one of Bear's empty arms and fell silent. Bear took the vodka, took a big gulp, burped comfortably, and laughed joyfully. "In the end, it's not the attacks of our enemies that we remember, but the silence of our friends. Although that's not how it should be interpreted. I want to say it. Who here has not snatched each other's lives from the hands of death?" The crowd looked at each other as Righteous Eyes poured everyone a glass of vodka and smiled. To every day alive. Several people picked up their glasses, tilted their heads, and drank. Smiles, along with the unique spice of vodka, reside on everyone's face. At this point, the female Emirati mercenary lying in hospital bed number 3 leaned over the bed, her bandaged left hand holding up a modified satellite cell phone. She tilted her head slightly sideways to avoid the column of neon light slanting in through the blinds, letting the blue light bouncing off the screen envelop just the right amount of 4 drunken, smiling faces. Click. A photo, which could not talk about any composition and was even a bit blurry, appeared on the screen. She carefully saved the picture and inquired out loud, "Gold, what about that legendary archer you were telling us about? Did he pass the recruit test?" 19. Shinfei's hideout shocked all of Petersburg. Goldcoin told the few people in the ward in detail about what had happened today. Silence. A long silence passed. Palando uttered a curse. "Goldcoin, do you think Razor is one of our battle-hardened elites? What you're doing is simply sending him to his death. Gold Coin laughed. Polando, I appreciate your shamelessness the most. Razor's marksmanship, it's much better than yours. Even the enemy knows that on the battlefield, where you aim is absolute safety. Polando cursed. Fark, I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Goldcoin took 2 steps back and opened his arms. Fine, if you can just walk to me, you win. Polando looked at his leg, hanging in midair and in a cast, and was silent once more. The room erupted in laughter. Righteous Eyes looked to the female mercenary in sickbay 3 and asked, Nefertus, what are you thinking? Nefertus glanced at the clock on the wall and voiced, it's getting close to midnight, and I'm wondering where Razor might be hiding, and what a way for him to escape the mob for 3 days and 3 nights. Gold asked, what about the results of the thinking? Nefertus shook her head and said, I can only think of places to hide myself, but not for razors. I noticed 2 extra SUVs downstairs today and they've been parked for almost 5 hours. If I'm not mistaken, this is also the location where the mob focuses on prevention. Righteous Eyes walked over to the window and peered down. This is the 3rd floor, and below is the turnoff by the hospital wall, beyond which is the very famous Moika River in Petersburg. He spotted the 2 SUVs that Nefertus had mentioned. Gold Coin pulled out a tablet-like, but much thicker device from his person, and upon waking the screen, a map of the entire Petersburg appeared on it. He smiled and said, the time is almost up. In an hour, we'll know where the razor is actually hidden. I ask you to trust that my vision is not wrong. Several people stopped talking, their eyes all falling on the screen as they waited for the early hours of the morning. Time does not change by anyone's will and passes evenly. 11:45. In the streets of Petersburg, all the members of the Neva Brotherhood were waiting for the beginning of the hunt with a high degree of vigor. 11:55 p.m. Thief Patriarchash picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, Boys, today is the biggest challenge the Brotherhood of Neva has encountered since its inception. We're going to make everyone in the 8 neighborhoods understand that the Brotherhood of Neva is a being that should never be messed with. I don't want to wait another 12 hours. Find that Asian kid in half an hour and finish him off. Whoever can bring his head up to my face will be rewarded 1,000,000 rubles and can be upgraded directly to Street Mediator. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. The already excited gang members became even more excited. Money, honor, everything. As long as we can take out the Asian kid later, we can have it all in our arms. How can this not be exciting? 11:59 p.m. Petersburg, branch of the Neva Brotherhood. On the 3rd floor, in the obsolete conference room. The smoke was so thick that it was almost to the point where you couldn't open your eyes. The gazes of everyone in the room were all glued to the conference table. A tablet-like device. They know. In a few dozen seconds, it will show the location of the Asian man. The battle for honor is about to be fought. The air in the room, which was obviously full of people, seemed to have frozen, so silent that even the sound of breathing seemed extraordinarily slight. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Only the pitch-black clocks hanging on the walls made a ringing sound that represented the passage of time. Ding! The 3 hands of the clock converged on the same time 12 position at the, followed closely by the annunciator hatch opening and a bird poking its head out. Meanwhile, the map on the tablet changed and a small, piercing red dot appeared. Finally, Anvil all but ignored the cigar that had burned down to his fingertips as he grabbed the tablet and stared dead at the red dot on it. Born and raised in Petersburg, he could not be more familiar with the city. When he saw where the red dot was located, his entire body suddenly froze, as if he had received a great shock, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. When the others saw this scene, their brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. They can't figure it out. What was that Asian hiding that would make their boss look like that? Is it hard to believe that it's the bedroom of the mayor's house? That's not so bad, is it? As they, with intense curiosity, also looked at the location on the tablet. On their faces, the exact same expression as Anvil's also surfaced. How is that possible? How can he? How dare you? Anvil was the first to come back to his senses, dryly drawing the Tokarev he had on MTT-30 and shouting sternly, Damn it, don't even stand still. Notify everyone to rush back. The rest of you search for me. It has to be as fast as possible. Click. Before he could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out and the entire 5-story building fronting the street was instantly plunged into pitch blackness. Petersburg, National Power Medical School. When the red dot representing Shinfei's hiding place lit up, the 5 mercenaries in the room also fell silent. They had thought of all the possible places before, except, Shinfei dared to go directly to someone else's branch? Good man. What kind of operation is this? Gold Coin exclaimed. Well, I like this twist. Even I, a mental patient, wouldn't dare to be so crazy. Don't be ridiculous. Polando frowned, though it does seem like an unexpected place. And there shouldn't be too many people in their branch. But you mustn't forget that all the gangsters can be at the Decembrist Square in less than half an hour. That means, even if Razor could take out everyone in the division, he wouldn't be able to run away. It seemed to corroborate Palando's words. A sharp engine roar came from the window as the two gangster SUVs that had been guarding the downstairs retreated. Bear frowned. If it's just good marksmanship, I think there's a good chance Razor is trapped in the Neva Brotherhood chapter. Captain, what should we do? Righteous Eyes didn't say anything. Lost in thought, Nephthys voiced. A pact is a pact. There is no way for us to intervene directly. Perhaps Razor is destined to be the fireworks that cut through the night. Splendid but fleeting. Goldcoin drained his flask of vodka and said excitedly, I don't care what he is. I'm going to witness the great scene. It's less than from the Neva Brotherhood branch 10 kilometers, so hurry up and drive 5 minutes. Give a quick word on whether you're going or not. Bear said. The colonel gave the hospital orders not to let us leave the hospital until we're well. Even if you wanted to go, it would take a little while to get out of the hospital. Palando pointed to his leg and said, I'd like to go, but look at me. How can I go? The corners of Goldcoin's mouth turned up and he smiled. I just have to answer whether I'm going or not. Palando frowned, but eventually nodded slightly. Goldcoin shook his neck and shouted excitedly, Captain, help! Knowing what he wanted, Righteous Eye walked over. Though helplessly, Palando looked at the two men approaching him and lost his voice. Damn it, what do you want? I don't like men The two didn't bull ***** him. One grabbed the shoulders, the other lifted his legs, quickly rushed to the window, and, with simultaneous force, he threw him out. A white figure in a hospital gown with a cast on its leg crossed mid-air, along with Palando's hysterical shouts. A few seconds later, plop, he fell steadily into the cold Moika River across the ford. Gold turned to Bear and asked, Do you need any help? Bear shook his head as fast as he could, biting off the needle of the infusion with his mouth, and cried out excitedly, My legs aren't sick, and I don't think you can throw me in the river. Followed by, he also took a dive and jumped out the side of the window. The two men looked to Nefertus again. Without waiting for them to inquire, they saw Nefertus pull a nurse's outfit out of the bedside table, change dryly onto it, and put on her mask again. In the blink of an eye, just went from being a patient to being a hospital staff member. Righteous Eyes lamented. Sure enough, our female snipers are never short of camouflage props, no matter what time of day it is. Oh no! Goldcoin suddenly shouted. The two men looked at him quizzically, only to see a sharp acceleration of Goldcoins, jumping out at the same time shouted, I forgot. Palando can't swim anymore. 20, and whether we live or die, the name of Razor will burn through all the shadows of this tundra like an aurora borealis on a winter's night. Petersburg, branch of the Neva Brotherhood. When the 5-story building was plunged into darkness, Shinfei raised his hands concertedly upward into an aiming position, and in the standard walked out of the power distribution cabinet holding gun method center axis relocking position. CAR. That's right. He had been hiding since daylight, waiting for the hunting game to begin. There was never a rule that prey could only run away and not take the initiative. In the darkness, although Shinfei couldn't see the road outside, he was able to clearly sense all the locations where killing intent existed within meters. 30. Plus he also had the system bonus, shooting specialization. This is equivalent to, in the game, open the perspective and no backseat 2 of the most heavenly plugins. FPS. Not necessarily without a fight. Just after arriving at the hall on the first floor, Shinfei saw several lights appearing at the stairway, as well as the noisy sound of footsteps. The pursuers are coming. He leaned his back against the couch and crouched down slowly. Not in a hurry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eventually 5 gang members rushed down, and their direction was exactly where the power distribution room was. The flashlight's light swept down the darkened hall, and the atmosphere seemed as if it were trying to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Just as it was about to be discovered, Shinfei took a deep breath, got up violently, and aimed at the enemy in front of him on the left and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 slugs instantly chiseled through a gang member's chest, followed by a bullet into his brow, ending his brief bang. 9 millimeters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining 1 chance to draw a prize. The system's beautiful voice sounded in Shinfei's mind. The rest of the gang members were startled and quickly fled in all directions, trying to find suitable cover. Upon seeing their first reaction, Shinfei even nearly laughed out loud. Sure enough, it's the nature of gangsters to bully, and in a real fight for their lives, they're simply not good enough. Now this situation. Even a rookie just out of training camp knows that they should be the first to suppress fire and establish an OODA cycle, not run away. Sweepstakes. Shinfei responded to the system in his mind while aiming at the other gang members as fast as he could and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang. A series of shots rang out. 18 bullets, at the rate of 3 each, sent 5 gang members packing. Everyone is the same. 2 chests and 1 brow. It's obviously a gunfight. But the only thing that rang out from beginning to end was the sound of Shinfei's gunshot alone. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinfei quickly changed into a new magazine, and then by the light of the flashlight scattered on the ground, he took away the weapon in the hands of one of the gangsters, as well as the pouch of bullets on him. It's a Remington, commonly used by gangsters M870 shotgun. Keanu Reeves' same model. What Shinfei didn't expect was that the ones equipped were not the usual deer, bird, or lead bullets, but the pricey dragon's breath bullets. Good stuff. Shinfei had just taken his gun when he heard more and more footsteps, dense footsteps ringing out. Obviously, they planned to trap Shinfei on the first floor and finish him off with the absolute advantage of numbers. Meanwhile, the door to the room in the first floor hall opened silently, and the barrels of 2 dark guns reached in. Just as they were about to shoot, Shinfei suddenly turned around without warning and pulled the trigger at the wooden room door. The hammer firing pin ignited the primer, and a 4,000 degrees Celsius high-temperature chemical flame exploded from the chamber, blasting an orange and white fireball half a meter in diameter out of the muzzle. In the blink of an eye, the aluminum thermal reaction of the dragon's breath rounds burned through the 3 cm wooden door. The magnesium powder attached itself to the 2 gang members outside the door, and then began to burn continuously. They let out desperate screams and tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies in various ways, but unfortunately, it doesn't do anything, and it can't do anything. The 2 could only watch as their clothes were scorched, their skin was burned through, and even their hardest bones were melting a little. They collapsed to the ground in agony, their bodies curled up together in extreme pain. It is like a lobster that has been boiled in boiling water and doused on its body. Until death comes, both men ponder a question. How on earth did Shinfei find them? It's hard not to. Is it growing eyes in the back? Ding! Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host who won the lucky draw for Vision +1. The sound of the system reward sounded, and the originally pitch-black environment, under Shinfei's gaze, could even vaguely distinguish an approximation. That's how powerful the system is. Followed by 2 more voices. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining 1 chance to draw a prize. Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining 1 chance to draw a prize. Shinfei quickly ducked to the corner position of the stairs and used his Glock pistol to extinguish the flashlight on the ground, then said in a deep voice, "Smoke! Keep smoking for me." Ding! Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host who won the lucky draw for Vision +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host's fighting skill Black Dragon 18 hands. The field of vision became clearer then. At the same time, countless fighting skills like lost and found memories appeared in Shinfei's mind out of nowhere. Starting momentum, the green dragon to explore the claws, the dragon lady looking in the mirror, python rolled over, axillary bottom stealing peaches, breathing, arm strength, wrist strength, stance, finger strength, countless techniques that needed to be practiced day and night, as well as the hardware requirements for the body. Shinfei met almost instantly. That feeling, how can I describe it? At this point, the gangsters upstairs had actually gotten to the corner where the second floor meets the first, but none of them are cuties. No one wants to be first in line. It was clear that they had the absolute advantage, but both sides were unexpectedly caught in a short stalemate. Is it that gutsy? Shinfei took out 2 dragon's breath shells from the bullet pouch and reloaded them into the Remington M870 shotgun. While raising the gun and following the gap in the stairs, he pulled the trigger without mercy. Bang! Bang! Accompanying the sound of 2 loud gunshots were 2 outbursts of fire that lurched upward. These 2 shots, besides opening the way, actually had a hidden flashbulb effect. The system's voice didn't go off and that means there were no casualties. But that's okay. It's enough to be able to drive the road. Shinfei is alone, but enemy reinforcements will be here any minute. He can't afford it. What's more, the presence of the killing intent resonance skill also helped him to roughly determine the location of his enemies. Since you guys don't dare to go, it's my turn. Is Shinfei nervous? Very nervous. After all, even if he was strong, he was still flesh and blood, and a random bullet hitting him could kill him. But the road is your own choice, so of course you have to finish it on your knees. Shinfei dodged, discovered the enemy in advance by virtue of his killing intent resonance, and without half a second of hesitation, directly pulled the trigger. His kind of behavior is called early gunning if you put it in the game. Usually it's an open fight, and in return you're sure to get curses and abuse from your enemies. But that's the reality. Those who were hit by the dragon breath bomb at close range didn't have any ability to think at all, and could only futilely extinguish the sizzling flames on their bodies. Bang! Bang bang! Some of the gang members upstairs finally got smart and started to fire away regardless. The bullets that covered the sky not only hit where Shinfei was, but also rebounded and splashed twice. There's no way around it. Shinfei could only retreat to the corner again. He's got a pretty big tactical problem, actually. Who made him only a legendary archer, but without a legendary the skill bonus of CQB. But, if you kill enough people, you'll have everything in the future. Snap. A ricochet bullet in the darkness coincidentally hit the position of Shinfei's shoulder. Shinfei only felt that there was a red-hot iron bar violently stabbing into his body, and it hurt so much that the whole person was confused. Good thing. Mobsters don't seem to be trained to alternate fire. Expressed in actual combat, it means either shooting together or changing bullets together. The shooting window is exposed all at once. The opportunity is not to be missed. Shinfei gritted his teeth, and regardless of the injury on his shoulder, he raised the Remington with one hand M870 type shotgun and kept pulling the trigger at the location where the enemy was. Bang! Bang! The magazine was emptied of 7 rounds, but Shinfei didn't have time to reload. He slammed the shotgun and threw it at the mob, then drew his Glock G17 for alternate fire. In the blink of an eye, the enemies that were originally on the second floor had also been cleaned up by him. The house became silent once again. Meanwhile, inside his head, the system's voice also sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the killing mission and obtaining one chance to draw a prize. X8. 8 consecutive voices indicated that Shinfei had just finished off another 8 enemies, plus at the door just now the 2, and that rushed downstairs the 5. It amounted to him with only taking out Dragon Breath rounds 15 enemies, 35 pistol rounds, and 9. Such an achievement if word gets out. Enough to rock any military field in the world. Phew. Shinfei sensed through the killing intent resonance that the enemy upstairs had no intention of rushing down, and seemed to be planning to defend. He didn't rush to attack either, and shouted to the system. God killing system. Give me a draw. Smack me hard. Side killings. Side upgrade. Although there was a danger of death, this feeling of adrenaline surging simply made Shinfei intoxicated by it. Shinfei listened to the system reward voice that kept ringing in his head, and at the same time, he spread the gunpowder from a disassembled bullet on the shoulder wound, and then ignited it with the lighter he was carrying. Jab. A stench of burning flesh and skin raced up his nostrils, sweat flowed like a stream, and intense pain spread from his shoulder to every corner of his body. Shinfei clenched his teeth and muttered, "After tonight, there will only be 2 legends in Petersburg, either my tombstone or your broken blades, dead or alive. The name of the razor will finally burn through all the shadows of this tundra like an aurora borealis on a winter night. A great man is born as such." 21. Is it not heard that the sky is the limit? Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing adrenaline potion X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the system reward storage space. Note, this space can only be used to store system reward items. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the CQB specialization, elementary, skill. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning singing proficiency the lottery level B in. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning a roll of toilet paper. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the physical +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing M39 Grenade X4. Cutting the pie to clear. Emergency response process. Omnidirectional alert. Threshold assessment. Failure to fire method. Hook break-in. Hot zone/cold zone. CQB 0. Along with the fall of the system voice, countless about knowledge was integrated into Shinfei's memory. CBQ. In the blink of an eye, he has then grown from nothing to a qualified entry-level CQB level player. It's hard to tell exactly how strong, but used in conjunction with other skills, it was more than enough to deal with the situation at hand. And after the system reward, Shinfei found that there was an additional piece of the virtual template similar to the location of the game warehouse, in which some physical rewards were stored. It wasn't like before, where it would be rewarded into the backpack he carried. Without half a hesitation, Shinfei took out the adrenaline injection in the warehouse and quickly glanced at the introduction on it. No different from real-life potions, they are all used for short, strong first-aid medications that can quickly increase heart rate and blood pressure. The only difference is that the adrenaline rewarded by the system has no side effects at all. So what else is there to say? Use. The pain in my shoulder was unbearable, although I hadn't reached the limit of my physical abilities. Shinfei was wondering, too, why is it that when I was seriously injured in my previous life, I didn't feel any pain for a long time? You don't even feel itchy and sore until you leave the operating room and wait for the anesthesia to wear off. But in this life, the sensitivity to pain is obviously greatly increased. Maybe it has something to do with increased fitness? These questions won't be answered for a while and shouldn't be thought about now. The sharp needle pierced the jugular vein, and the dark red medicinal fluid spread like a living spider web across the vessel wall. Phew! As the liquid was injected, Shinfei only felt that the muscles all over his body contracted violently in an instant, and the indescribable feeling of oppression prevented him from even breathing normally. The roar of pumping blood in his eardrums covered all the noise, as if he was the only one left alone in the entire world. Gray haze at the edge of the retina. The systolic blood pressure has exceeded sign that 160 millimeters of mercury. If he'd been wearing a tactical watch, he would have realized that. His heart rate from spiked to 140 to 187. A few seconds later, the world became clearer than it had ever been before, and the blood oozing from the penetrating wound in his left arm was no longer a viscous red, but a layered dark and bright red. This is due to the sudden high pressure in the body, forcing plasma as well as arterial blood to seep out together. Without the previous burns to stop the bleeding, then it would now be using blood, possibly even spraying, and it would take less than a minute at most to pass out from blood loss. So, that's what an injection of adrenaline feels like. Shinfei took a deep breath and kept adjusting his state through rapid breathing. The enemy up there is stirring. Light footsteps sounded. What used to be an inaudible sound was now incredibly harsh. Even without using the killing intent resonance, Shinfei could accurately locate the position of the enemy's location in the cut corner. Strengthening complete. Time to get down to business. Shinfei took out two that looked like eggs from the warehouse M39 grenades, removed the pins, and pressed the delay fuse. This grenade has a delay of 7.5 seconds and works like a type grenade, with a fuse held in place by a threaded knob and a conical cap, which needs to be unscrewed to funnel out the pull cord coil before pulling it violently. 43. Of course, being a commonly used World War II grenade, it was also equipped with a multi-chime delay fuse. Typically blue represents a delay 4.5 second, red represents a delay 1 second, and gray represents instant fire. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shinfei counted 5 seconds silently in his mind, and then quickly threw the two grenades towards the upper floors. Snap, snap, two M39 offensive grenades, knocking into the corner wall while eating two banks of rebound, end up at an almost bizarre angle at the feet of the gang members hiding in the corner. Grenade! Run! There's a grenade! Run! The gang members were instantly confused, and really couldn't figure out how on earth the two grenades had been thrown. Less than a second to detonate had been too late for them to react in any way. Boom! Boom! Loud explosions rang out, and thousands of shrapnel exploded in all directions, creating a strand of 3 meters. A cloud of dust filled the entrance to the building, so close to the explosion, but Shinfei's mind did not ring any system draw beeps. Humans are so mean. For the pursuit of kills, the biggest role of offensive grenades on the battlefield is to maim. Shrapnel pierces into the body, even blowing off arms and legs, but it doesn't kill anyone for a short time. In this way, it can greatly increase the cost of rescuing the enemy, as well as the cost of caring for them. Typically, guaranteeing the retreat of a wounded man from the battlefield consumes 2 living forces. The cost of subsequent treatment is astronomical, and the return of those disabled soldiers enhances the civilian fear of war, even enough to deter recruits from going into battle. There is an extremely complex principle behind this. This idea of wounding rather than killing with one blow is gradually being applied to the design of bullets as well. 2000 onwards. How many troops are using full power ammo other than in the civilian shooting arena? Very, very little. While the smoke hadn't dissipated, Shinfei picked his toes and a handful of scattered on the ground grabbed AK-47s, opening the magazine to check the ammo and reloading in one fell swoop. After doing these necessary operations, Shinfei rushed towards the upper floors without hesitation, taking the opportunity of the dust not dissipating to shoot the gang members who were wailing in pain on the ground. This time, the system's lottery beep sounded again. While Shinfei chose the lottery, he killed his way upwards and rushed to the 5th floor in no time. A solo CQB search is a very scary thing to do. On the one hand, the attacked surface is so large that you can't take in at the same time all degrees of dead space. 360. You can only extend your side's advantage as much as possible and narrow the enemy's firing angle. It takes a lot of specialized skills that, without further ado, there's a lot to be learned from just an attacking door cutter. The goal is to visually remove any threats within the room as quickly as possible and to remove those threats outside the room if possible. When executing a pie cut, move as quickly as possible, keeping your weapon pointed relatively steady. The biggest difficulty in the process is going to sacrifice shooting accuracy. No way. CQB is all about every penny counts and what goes around comes around. But for Shinfei, there was no need to carefully cut the corners, or to always be careful that he would not be in the position of the hourglass of death. The reason is simple. He's got hang-ups. Just by getting within 30 meters, you can tell if there is an enemy in the room by virtue of whether or not there is a killing intent present. The 5th floor was quickly searched and, next up is the 4th floor. No enemies were sent throughout. Come to think of it, he had attacked and suddenly, and the gang members were so numerous that they would inevitably choose to concentrate their forces on him in the face of such a situation. Who would give up their life and hide in a room waiting for a chance to sneak up on them? Shinfei came to the 3rd floor, ignoring the pile of corpses on the ground, and carefully walked forward. And this time, he quickly sensed a distinct killing intent in one of the rooms that looked like a conference room. A rough estimate puts the number at about 5. Shinfei quickly came to the left side of the room door, leaned against the wall, and pulled the trigger against the door lock. Bang! Bang bang! A loud gunshot rang out as the wooden door lock crumbled open and a hole about the size of a fist broke through the door. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! There was intense gunfire from the conference room, and in the blink of an eye it had punched holes in the wooden door. The light from the flashlight shone down those cavities, creating light spots of varying sizes on the walls. Unfortunately, no matter how much they strafed, it was impossible to hit Shinfei, who was clinging to the wall next to the door. That's the beauty of a safe zone. The only 2 options left for those gang members in the room were to either throw grenades or shock bombs of some sort, or to make a strong attack on the outside. Shinfei held his breath and listened to all the subtle sounds in the room. With the help of system enhancements and adrenaline, his hearing was now almost at the human limit. He would retreat to a side room at the first sign of movement to throw a thunderbolt. What he didn't expect was that the gang members in the room didn't choose either of those options. Anvil's roar of panic mixed with anger rang out. Razor, this is the end of the feud between us. What do you think? I'm telling you, as strong as you are, reinforcements from the Brotherhood will be here soon. Kill me and you won't get away. It's better for all of us to sit down and talk, don't you think? Oh, you can't run away? If he hadn't already thought of a subsequent escape plan, Shinfei wouldn't have been able to hide in their division. From the system storage, he took out the last 2 M39 offensive grenades and grunted coldly as he opened the fuses. Ha ha, don't you hear that the sky is the limit? As long as I want to go. The time for the delay fuse is almost up. Shinfei aimed at the wall directly in front of him and viciously threw the grenade out. Snap! The grenade hit the wall and bounced back a second time before making its way into the conference room along the loophole in the wooden door that had been shattered by countless gunshots. It's safe and dangerous to throw mines this way, because if it wasn't thrown into the room, it was Shinfei himself who was blown up. However, for Shinfei, who possessed superb physical reflexes, such an operation was nothing at all. Boom! There was a loud explosion. This time, it's a more lethal airburst. 22. You're not the devil yet? Decembrist Square. About from the Neva Brotherhood 100 meters on the side of the road. In a heavily modified jeep. Bear frowned. Captain, the shooting has stopped. Are we really not going to do anything? A gunshot means Shinfei is safe. But it's the quiet now. As if nothing has happened. That's the most dangerous. Goldcoin took out and from the backseat MP5 submachine gun and said in a deep voice. I'll go save Razor. You guys can stay here. That's your freedom. Righteous Eyes stopped him and snapped. Gold Coin, don't be impulsive. Don't you think that there have been more car accidents tonight than usual? When they heard this, the people in the car all froze. It seems to be true. While there are car accidents caused by drunk drivers every day, there were certainly more of them tonight than on weekdays. The intersection not far away had already been jammed into a long line. At several other intersections, it was a similar situation. A soaked Palando hiccuped and said tentatively, Captain, are you saying, Colonel made a move? Righteous Eyes didn't answer directly and said, anyone who loves talent also wants to know exactly where the limits of genius lie. I don't think who can practice their marksmanship to the someone level of would be a cutie who doesn't even think about the backroads. Legendary shooter. He looked to Gold and asked, what do you think, Gold? Gold Coin was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything, but loosened his grip on the car door. A silence fell over the jeep. After a full minute or two, Bear broke the silence. But, I can't think of how else to escape when I'm in such a desperate situation no matter what. This is the difference between mortals and geniuses. Righteous Eye muttered. It's like top players like Maradona and Ronaldo will always put the soccer ball into the net in a way you wouldn't expect. Crow. Neva Brotherhood Chapter. 3rd floor. Boom. The conference room became an instant mess after offensive grenades exploded. 2M39. Shinfei replaced the magazine of the and loaded it backhandedly, not waiting for the dust to fall, kicked open the doorframe, and carried out a frantic strafing. Arca 47. Tada. Da day. Da da da. After a round of bullets were fired, all those middle-ranking Neva Brotherhood members who were originally lingering on were turned into cold corpses. They didn't even have time to scream. Blood flowed down the bullet hole onto the ground, gradually gathering into a puddle of blood. It's like a hell on earth. Shinfei dropped the assault rifle and replaced it with a pistol. And in the standard CAR holding method center axis relock position, he searched the room to see if there were any more chances to increase the draw. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. A miserable and weak voice rang out. Anvil, who had been scared out of his wits, crawled out from right in front of the conference table and looked at Shinfei in panic. His position was directly in front of the door to the room, a sort of leader's seat. Because of this angle, it was miraculously surprising that he wasn't hurt too badly. There were bullet holes, but at least the body was still intact. Unlike those bodies, bombed and then swept, many of them have been reduced to a piece of the east and a piece of the west. Shinfei smiled. It's okay, I'm not a devil, and we don't have deep hatred. It's okay if I don't kill you. Anvil froze and subconsciously looked at the bodies all over the ground. Good man. You're not the devil yet, are you? Satan has to have your name tattooed on his back. 23. Besides rubles, I have a beautiful wife. It's all yours. Shinfei crouched down and said playfully, if I don't kill you, do you have to thank me? Tell me, do you have any stash of money in your branch? Gold is fine. Drugs won't do. I don't have a way out. If you really don't have any, something else that's worthwhile and easy to carry will do. The pursuers would come at any time, and Shinfei didn't have time to scavenge the loot. The thought of all that wealth that belonged to him, but he couldn't take with him, made his heart ache. Anvil hurriedly replied, 2, there used to be, but a few days ago, Godfather all put away. But don't worry, as long as you spare me, I can take you to get the money. I'll give you 2 million rubles. No, 5 million. Bang. Shinfei pulled the trigger and hit Anvil's left leg. Don't bull ***** me? I want what I can take now. Anvil let out a desperate scream and roared low with all his might. There's no there really isn't. And killing me. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Neva Brotherhood? Razor, you just want to join Team 7. We can concede defeat so you can achieve your goal and get 5 million rubles as a thank you. Why not? Shinfei fell into deep thought. Anvil thought that he was thinking about his words and hurriedly crawled on his knees and took 2 steps and said, Razor, you're right. We don't have a grudge. We can be friends. From now on, I'll be all yours. Besides rubles, I have a beautiful wife. It's all yours. Ha? A human wife? Shinfei returned to his senses and said with a smile, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else just now and didn't hear what you said earlier. Any other questions? Anvil subconsciously asked. What are you thinking? Shinfei stretched out a finger. First of all, the first question. I'm afraid of death, but I'm more afraid of being poor. I agree with what an old man told me. When he was young he thought money would solve 99% of his problems, and when he got old he realized that it did. I don't hate gangsters, but you're a step up the ladder for me, so you're going to die. Anvil couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his face went pale. Shinfei stretched out his second finger again and said, the second question I was just thinking about. You are the first small I came to this world and encountered boss. What kind of action should I use to solve you? You know what? I have a lot of friends who have beautiful execution moves. Price like to use custom serrated daggers, with the blade slashing horizontally across the enemy's throat, and the cigar in his mouth always stayed the same length every time he killed. The apparition would first drive the tip of the blade into both shoulder blades of the enemy, wait until the enemy's mouth opened to cry out from the excruciating pain, and then lift his right knee and slam it into his abdomen to force silence. And Thorpe, Soap and so on. My favorite character's name is Zimmer, and he's a very educated Chinese. Before each execution of the enemy, a polite tap on the shoulder, then a slam on the lower third, and finally a sharp slash to take the enemy away. Anvil had absolutely no idea what the man in front of him was talking to himself about. The fear from death made him subconsciously move his body backwards. It's as if being a few meters away from the muzzle of a gun makes you safer. There! A smile appeared at the corner of Shinfei's mouth as he drew the dagger he bought at the weapon store from his thigh and slowly threw it into midair. After the dagger reached its highest point, it traced a crescent moon trajectory in midair and quickly descended. Shinfei turned violently, raised his toes, and drew the hilt of the falling knife in the air. The blade turned into silver lightning and went straight for the throat. Pus, blood spurting out. The vitality in Anvil's eyes suddenly dimmed. His body shook violently, and blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth, quickly turning into a stiff and cold corpse. Meanwhile, the red light of the locator watch goes out, signifying that the time is up. GPS. But the danger wasn't lifted. It was because Shinfei saw through the window of the third floor that a large number of unidentified gang members, from all directions, rushed towards him in a running manner. So many people, not to mention the fact that he was injured. Even in his peak state, it was impossible for him to fight. So, how to escape from life has become the most critical issue at the moment. 23. Slight gore. Don't read during dinner. Down the street, in the jeep, Righteous Eyes looked at the gang members pouring in from all sides and frowned. The gunfire has stopped for a full 5 minutes. Why hasn't Razor run out yet? Is he hurt? No one answered his question, and the only sound echoing in the car was that of keyboard tapping. Polando asked curiously, Nefertus, what are you doing? Nefertus said without looking up. That gold uses Glaz Zvezdoket, Eye of the Star Whisperer. The tracking device has voice recognition along with a life detection template. Both functions can be turned on, Satellite Wolf, tracking system, as long as you have access to the corresponding Sputnik Voke. Gold froze for a moment and asked in surprise, it can still be like this? How come I didn't know? Nephthys glared up at him and scolded him mercilessly. Just because you're a damned fool who didn't know and didn't disclose your plan to us ahead of time. It caused me to spend almost half an hour without finding the Eye of the Star Whisperer that corresponds to the Razor. Damn. How many people are those KGB assholes spying on with this thing? People's science for the benefit of all mankind. Those assholes in grey ratskins are tarnishing what was once the Red Alliance. Gold Coin didn't move and averted his gaze. No longer speaking. Once again, there was a dead silence in the jeep. Righteous Eyes looked at the gang members already assembled at the entrance of the branch, ready to attack, and asked, if you encountered this situation, how would you solve it? Polando shrugged. Smart people don't let themselves get surrounded, and I'm not gonna let myself get caught up in a situation like this. Not a chance in a million. The corners of Gold Coin's mouth rose, conjuring up a crazy smile. What's there to run for? Install explosives in the entire building, let them all in, and finally take them all with you to God. I think that Razor must have been thinking the same thing. The three men looked to Bear. Bear scratched his head with the only arm he had left and said, I'll listen to you guys. If you want to run, I'll follow. If you want to die with the enemy, I'll plant the dynamite. Gold Coin patted him on the shoulder and said, Bear, I like your answer. Righteous Eye pursued, what if you're the only one left? Bear smiled and replied, then I will surrender and wait for you to rescue me. If you're all dead, I'll find a chance to escape, bury your corpses, and get my revenge. Polando lamented, Luther King is dead, but in you, it's as if I see traces of him still alive. As the three gagged, Nephthys raised his head, glanced at the branch not far away, and murmured, detected. He's alive. All vitals are high. Should have been injected with adrenaline. It means he's injured, but it hasn't affected his mobility. Oh, right. If I were you guys, I would disguise myself as a corpse in a similar situation. But I can't with Razor, because I'm female and my physiology is obvious. He's Asian, and that face is so different from the people around him that it's instantly recognizable. I recognize the captain's idea, and since Razor didn't run, he must have his own ideas. Neva Brotherhood Chapter, 3rd floor, conference room. The first thing Shin Fei did after seeing the gang members pouring in from all sides was to quickly rummage through the bodies on the ground. After all of them were mid-level gangsters, and there was still a little bit of gain to be had. 5 gold necklaces the thickness of a thumb, and 7 or 8 gold rings, as well as the bloodstained rubles that he carried with him. It should be enough for medical bills. The only shame is that there wasn't time to scour the gang of thugs out there. I remember a couple others with gold teeth coming out of their mouths. Forget it, live. It will all come later. Shin Fei put everything close to his body, and then quickly changed into the bloodstained clothes of a gangster mid-level. The conference room is full of body parts, so if you don't distinguish them carefully, you can't find out if there's one more or one less. That's right. He's just going to blend out by pretending to be a corpse. As for the face, naturally he had already considered it. Shin Fei pulled out the dagger on Anvil's neck and searched the conference room, finally squatting next to the corpse of one of the gang members. The tip of the blade traveled like a silverfish breaking the surface of the water, and the touch of coolness seeping into his pores came from his cheekbones. The adhesion of skin to muscle made a soft sound of gelatinous tearing, as if uncovering the sticky paper of a laminated cake. In a moment's effort, Shin Fei got a bloody human face. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the nausea and fear in his heart, before slowly pressing the human face to his own. The subcutaneous fat is greasy and uncomfortable to the touch, and this face is too big to do a tight fit. But that's okay. Blood and hideous wounds will cover up all deficiencies. Shin Fei topped someone else's face. Ford Glock reloaded the magazine, the pistol, and found a place to lie down with the most corpses. G17. It's a combo. Even if the gang members noticed the disguise, Shin Fei was also able to hold the other party's leader hostage by virtue of his proximity. All it takes is a chance to get in close. After all, in the absolute realm of meters, he is purely technically rolled over invincible. 30. Outside the first floor door, a large number of gang members had assembled, led by Ash, the second in command of the Neva Brotherhood. The people around them were making calls, but all they could hear was the ringing from the silent branch building. But no one answered at all. This situation, it's very bad. And there's only one explanation for that. It's quite possible that Razor killed everyone in the building on his own. Attack. Or not to attack? Just as Ash hesitated, the street mediator beside him hung up the phone and said, Patriarch, a call from the Hermitage Directorate in Petersburg. They say we're making too much noise. If we don't put an end to this farce minutes, in 10 the entire police force of the Neva, Industrial District, and Petrograd divisions will be mobilized. Ash's brow furrowed. Associated with so many sudden car accidents on the street, he finally realized that the colonel of the Petersburg branch of Wagner should have struck. There's no time for hesitation. If Razor couldn't be dealt with soon, their gang would be doomed. Ash gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Charge with me. Find Razor in 5 minutes and finish him off. He was with his in hand the first to rush into the first floor hall submachine gun, MP5. Behind them, a group of gang members rushed in. When they saw the bloody scene in the hall, even those who had been on the streets for years couldn't help but feel a chill. It's horrible. All the corpses had at least 3 bullets in them, and the ones that had been hit by the dragon's breath rounds were already disfigured, with large burn marks on their bodies. Even the flames on top of some of the corpses hadn't been extinguished, and the air was filled with the putrid odor of blood mixed with roasted meat. Many people couldn't stand the environment and couldn't help but throw up. With a frown on his face, Ash didn't waste any time and quickly arranged for his men to begin targeting the division building for a search. But they had searched from the first floor to the 5th floor, and had obviously looked carefully at all the places where they could hide people, but they hadn't found any traces of Shinfei. Run away? Ash listened to his men's returns, his features having long since become twisted with too much anger. What he didn't know was that Shinfei was actually at his feet, only with a face covered in blood and a gang member's face. Buzzing. Just as Ash was pondering what to do next, the phone in the inside pocket of his jacket made a vibrating sound. This is a dedicated phone line. There's only one person who can make that call. Ash hurriedly took out his cell phone and spoke respectfully. Godfather, I'm sorry, we messed up. 24, too late to mourn for Shinfei. Next on the scene is. The Godfather's grim voice rang through the phone. Stupid thing, why didn't you tell me about your plans ahead of time? Where's Anvil? Why can't he get through on the phone? Ash looked up at the dead Anvil and said in a deep voice, He's dead. Including him, everyone in the branch is dead. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a full 10 seconds had passed, the Godfather nearly snarled. So you're telling me that an Asian stormed into our branch and killed everyone in the branch, including Anvil? Sucka es. You losers, did you all grow up drinking horpiss? Ash grimaced and said nothing, obediently taking the scolding. After cursing for a while, the Brotherhood's Godfather also got tired of cursing and said in a deep voice, Now listen to me, dispose of everyone's corpses, take the remaining mid-levels, and get to Chatterbayan within 2 days. Chatterbayan? Hearing the name, Ash was stunned for a moment. The Urals is a federal state. Chatterbayan is the capital of the Republic of Altenhot, located in the Caucasus Belt, downstream of the Volga River. This country produces black tea and was once the largest grower in the Red Alliance. Other than that, not much of a reputation. But right next to it is which is known worldwide for its ferocity Republic of No, Che, H, Chen, Xian. Ash frowned. Godfather, Chatterbayan is too far away. 2 days is too long to even get a body. I don't want to hear your bull ********. The Godfather interrupted him brutally and said in a deep voice, Dispose of those wastes like the corpses of the enemy. Drag them to the factory. Inject them with TNT solvents to accelerate combustion, and corrode the bones with concentrated sulfuric acid. I'll only give you 2 days. If you don't get there, you'll wait for the same treatment. After coercion comes the common lure. Ash, you are the member who has followed me the longest, and I assure you that in Chatterbayan, our Brotherhood will become immensely powerful. When the time comes, not to mention Wagner, even the king won't be able to protect that damn mercenary. I said it. Toot, toot. The phone was hung up. Ash looked at the field of mutilated corpses, and although he couldn't bear it, he eventually waved his hand and said, Take these corpses and send them to the cola factory. What? Hearing his words, the gang members all widened their eyes. That's where they dispose of enemy bodies. Where do you send your own people? Ash glared viciously at the crowd and said in a deep voice, Did you not hear what I said? 50,000 rubles each for those involved in the operation, with material rewards. The crowd's faces looked a little better, and endured their physical discomfort as they began to carry the bodies. Ash took out his phone again and called another patriarch, saying in a grave tone, Notify all members of the positions above the street mediator and tell them to meet at the Petersburg train station in half an hour. Remember, this is an order from the Godfather. Shenfei, who was disguised as a corpse, was carried by 2 gang members and left the branch building step by step. He was pondering a question in his mind. What's the Neva Brotherhood rushing to the Caucasus for? Listening to the meaning of their godfather's words just now, it seemed that he had found some kind of marvelous backer, the only country in that place that could be called a backer, even to the point of threatening the king's position, seemed to be a no, che, her, chen, chien. There is also a crescent extremist organization. Following the timeline, it shouldn't be too far from the discovery of a massive oil field in No, Che, H, Chen, Chien. At that time, the Urals Federation and the Nor, Che, H, Chen, Chien. A second war will break out. The geopolitical situation is too complex to be answered for a while, but Xin Fei could be sure of one thing. Instead of having to continue his escapades for the next 2 days, he just passed. The mid-levels are running away. Who has the heart to deal with him? It's a good thing. The effect of the adrenaline gradually receded. The intense pain and exhaustion hit, and Xin Fei slowly closed his eyes. He's got to take a break. There's going to be a battle to escape when they get thrown on the body truck. The only way to truly win is to escape. Down the street, in the jeep, Goldcoin really couldn't sit still and anxiously asked, "People have already rushed in. Why isn't there any movement at all? Is Razor dead?" Nefertus shook his head. "No, his vitals are intact and he's in the building." Hearing this, the several people all revealed expressions of disbelief. Not dead. Live and let live. But there just wasn't a fight? What's going on here? No one felt that it had come to the point where there was any possibility of Razor and the Brotherhood talking peace. Polando frowned. "Do you guys think there's a possibility? They didn't find the Razor? But there are so many people in the mob, and it's in their most familiar branch, so even if Razor is good at hiding, there's no way he can go undetected, right? His doubts are the doubts of everyone else." At that moment, Nefertus spoke up. "All shut up. Razor's coordinates are starting to move." Having heard what was said, all eyes, all fixed on the computer screen, the red dot was moving a little, and finally, appeared on the street. The crowd subconsciously looked up and, then 2 vans were seen pulling up to the main entrance of the branch and a body was thrown on. Goldcoin said with a face full of surprise, "So, Razor really escaped by pretending to be a corpse? But his face?" Righteous Eyes thought of some possibility and took a deep breath. "Maybe I'm trying to understand what's happening. It is quite possible that the Razor shaved off the enemy's face and covered his face, thus reducing the likelihood of detection." Shave your face? Shave a human face? Though they've all killed people, and lots of them, and have seen many absolutely restrictive scenes, but still, it can be very shocking as well as hard to accept for such an operation. However, when they remembered Xin Fei in the interview after those words, gradually also all relieved. They were right about that. The average mercenary was really not as ruthless as Xin Fei. Polando lamented. "Goldcoin, you've really given Xin Fei a good code name." Goldcoin was full of smugness. Buzzing. Righteous Eye's cell phone rang with a text message. He glanced at the top and his expression turned odd as he voiced, "The Colonel has 2 messages for us. Number 1. He was furious with the Polando trio for leaving the hospital at will. Also, Xin Fei's examination passed. He, now, officially belongs to our 7th team." What? Upon hearing this, Goldcoin's entire body felt as if it had been doped up. He dryly ignited the ignition and put it in gear, took off the handbrake, maneuvered the jeep to make a U-turn at an extremely fast speed, chased after the gangster's corpse truck, and shouted excitedly, "It's too late to mourn for Xin Fei." Next on the scene, 18 shots, 4 double taps, Wagner's legendary marksman, the end of the Neva Brotherhood, the fastest ever to become a member of Wagner's elite squad, and the legendary mercenary of the future team 7 second only to me Razor. Righteous Eye was startled by the sudden movement. His body stumbled, his fake eye nearly falling out, and he couldn't help but curse. Asterisk. Damn gold coins. Your first order of business is to hurry up and uninstall that app on your phone that looks like a rotten tomato. 25. Got old and infirm team. The gold coins were crazy, but not impulsive enough to go straight for the jugular on the city streets. They're mercenaries, half professional soldiers. Will help the official to deal with the trouble. Naturally also can enjoy a lot of care from the official as well as resources. There are more restrictions in the city than in the mob. He drove the jeep, following the van carrying the bodies, all the way out of town. Waiting to travel to the unpaved road, Goldcoin slammed on a sharp brake and the jeep drifted across the middle of the road. The driver of the truck transporting the body was instantly enraged at the sight. Asterisk. Can you drive? If I can't bully Wagner's mercenaries, I can't bully you? The driver cursed and grabbed he kept by his side the Uzi and charged down. To express his anger, he couldn't wait to pull the trigger on the sky just as soon as he got out of the car. Bang bang bang. The Uzi's gun went off, spewing a flurry of flames from its muzzle. The driver rushed to the jeep and pulled hard on the door, finding it in a locked state. He raised his gun and cursed, "Bunch of INGES. Your mama didn't teach you." The window that was affixed to the privacy glass slowly lowered. The driver was shocked to realize that sitting in the front of the car were two mercenaries in Wagner uniforms. An MP5 submachine gun and a P99 pistol were already aimed at his head. Ha! Driver people are scared silly. How could he have never imagined that a random don't car encountered on the road would also be in existence that he absolutely could not afford to mess with? Polando, sitting by the window, glanced disdainfully at the Uzi in his hand and said with an expressionless face, "Nice little toy. Bring it to me." The driver had long been stunned and froze, not daring to move. Polando reached for himself, snatched the gun out of his hand, and suddenly growled low. Bang! Ah! The driver was startled and crouched on the ground shivering. Don't kill me. I'm just passing through." Polando had a mocking smile on his lips. "Mon Dieu, your trembling fingers would be better suited for carving cheese than for holding a gun. Now, get down on the ground and let me see your hands." The driver rushed to do as he was told. Goldcoin got out of the car and held his gun on guard, while Righteous Eye and Bear slowly approached the van. Even though there seemed to be no danger around them, they still didn't let their guard down. For mercenaries, carelessness is more deadly than anything else. Wagon. Hearing the sudden gunshot, Shinfei opened his eyes violently. It was dark as far as the eye could see, and the air carried the strongest possible odor of blood. Knowing that you're in a body van and can't see is actually a good thing. Just need to control not to go crazy brainstorming. Shinfei's left hand gripped the Glock tightly G17 pistol, and his right hand clutched the gold necklace, gold ring, and some bloodstained rubles in his backpack. Viewing through the killing intent resonance, Shinfei did not find his surroundings anyone within meters of who had a killing intent towards him. 30. But the van did stop, and there were gunshots? So, what the hell happened? Shinfei maintained the position of lying on his back, carefully moving the corpses that he could catch, slowly moving them to his side. It's gross to the greasy touch, but it's a natural sandbag. Followed by, he aimed for the back door of the van and quietly listened for movement outside. Click! The door of the van was slowly opened. A beam of flashlight light shone in, and Shinfei's emotions were tense to the extreme at this moment. Righteous Eyes frowned at the bodies stacked like pork in the compartment and voiced, "Razor, are you still alive? A prosthetic eye?" Shinfei sighed in relief and slowly sat up. Ka! The sound of a bullet being loaded rang out. Shinfei tore off the human face plastered on his skin, wiped the crushed flesh at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said with a smile, "What? Were you guys turned by the Brotherhood?" Although the 7 teams had thought before that Shinfei was able to escape, the probability was that he had plastered an enemy's face. But, when this scene really appeared in front of their eyes, especially when combined with the corpses on the left and right of the carriage, it still gave the two men the illusion of a chill down their backs. Righteous Eyes exclaimed, "Davarish, you are definitely the most otherworldly rookie mercenary I've ever seen. Ever." Big Bear followed suit and lamented, "I prove that what the captain said is true. Gold coins in front of you. It's all like an elementary school student. That. Razor, can you still move it? I'd love to help you, but the clothes I'm wearing are quite expensive." Shinfei nodded, got up with difficulty, and climbed out of the carriage. His body was stained with layer after layer of blood, making him look like a harsh ghost crawling out of hell. Righteous Eyes rubbed his nose, wanting to say something, and finally said, "Let's go. Let's get you into cleaner clothes first." Shinfei nodded, associated with the urgent travel to the Caucasus by the middle and high levels of the Brotherhood. It's not hard to guess why Team 7 showed up. The probability is that he has passed the test early. Shinfei followed the two men and walked to the jeep. When Goldcoin saw Shinfei's appearance, the smile at the corner of his mouth became wider and wider. Polando couldn't help but speak up. "Hey Razor, I love this look of yours, but I refuse to go back in the same car as you." Nefertus stepped out of the car, took out a bucket of water from the trunk, and placed it in front of Shinfei. "Thanks." Shinfei began to rinse the blood stains on his body. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, an endless tundra as far as the eye can see, and basically no one passes by. Polando said to the driver on the floor, "Strip." The driver dared not refuse, and in a moment's time, he stripped off all his clothes, revealing his white and tender skin, and said tentatively, "That. It's cold outside. Can I stay in the car?" Polando, "Sure enough, there are just a lot of men in this country." Goldcoin waved his hand. "Get out. Take the body in your car and get out of my sight in 5 seconds. The driver, like an amnesty, rushed to the van and disappeared into the night in a flurry of reverse. Bear teased, "Polando, you should have met the man." I saw the driver leave with a panicked expression that seemed to be mixed with a little disappointment. "You French, anyway, love to be stirs." Polando got out of the car, one hand on the door, and cursed angrily, ***** off. I like women. Pure women. By this time, Shinfei had already finished cleaning briefly and had changed into the driver's clothes. Righteous Eye smiled. Well, that's much smoother. Razor, to introduce you, here are all the current members of Team 7. Welcome to Wagner. And welcome to Team 7. Shinfei subconsciously surveyed the crowd of Team 7. Then he was shocked to realize. This squad. It's slightly odd. A one-eyed. A psychopath. A one-armed man. A woman. And a crippled man in a cast. Shinfei's throat knots rolled twice. His fingers nodded over the team members one by one. And finally settled on the captain's face. Captain, let me ask. Is the name of our squad, the old and the infirm? Prosthetic Eye. Gold. Palando. Bear. Got old and infirm team. A few people were instantly petrified. And coupled with Shinfei's expression of surprise with a hint of dumbfoundedness, it looked incomparably comical. The corners of Nefertis's lips lifted in a sly curve, and her nails raked quickly over the edge of her cell phone. When everyone was still immersed in Shinfei's violent words, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes, grabbed the back of Shinfei's collar with her left hand and yanked it toward the pile of people, and flipped the cell phone sharply with her right hand. Click! The moment the flash came on, the crowd's conditioned grimaces were sealed forever. In and called album. Team 7. 26 that cadre could withstand such a test? An hour later, Team 7 returned to the hospital. As the only casualty, Shinfei was accompanied by the rest of the group, except for Palando, for a medical evaluation. The injuries are not serious. The bullet was carrying pieces of clothing, but there was no nerve damage as confirmed by X-ray and CT. While being pushed into the operating room, Shinfei handed the bloodstained backpack to Righteous Eyes. Captain, what's contained here is my most valuable thing. Make sure you keep it safe. Righteous Eye nodded heavily and replied seriously. I will. Goldcoin said teasingly with a bad smile on the corner of his mouth. Razor, it's just a mosquito bite. No need to be nervous. To keep you entertained for the next few hours, there's a surprise scheduled in the operating room. Oh. Then Heart. Bear smiled back. Well, it was quite a surprise. Or two. In the operating room. What's the surprise? Looking at them with that look, Shinfei always felt that his back was hairy, as if he was being stared at by colorful wolves. Without waiting for him to ask, the nurse had then pushed the hospital bed and brought him into the operating room. Waiting for the door to the room to close, Goldcoin surveyed the duffel bag, stroked his chin, and said, what exactly do you guys think is in there that would make Razor so nervous? Bear guessed, it should be a family photo. Chinese people value family as much as we do. Righteous Eyes shook his head and said, I don't think it's what's inside that's important. Maybe the duffel bag was given to him by his first girlfriend. The trio looked to Nefertis, waiting for her guess. Without speaking, Nefertis dryly reached out and unzipped the duffel bag that didn't have any protective locks. Oops. It's not nice to peek at people's stuff. Yeah, not so good. Can you guys be a little professional? The three said so, but their eyes had long ago glanced at the duffel bag. Even Nefertis froze when they got a good look at what was inside. The corner of Righteous Eye's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he reached out and took out one of the gold necklaces, saying in surprise, if I remember correctly, that day when Anvil came to pick a fight, what he wore around his neck was this necklace, right? Goldcoin nodded and replied, well, you're not wrong, the pattern is exactly the same. Big Bear lamented, this is born to be a mercenary seedling. Captain, I don't think we'll be able to use any of our second surprise? Righteous Eye shook his head, the process is still there. This kid just called us the old and infirm team. Can you guys stand it? The crowd shook their heads. It must not be tolerated. Nefertis looked at the gold in her backpack. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and then looked up at the operating room and said, Razor's been tricked. A good chunk of the gold necklace in here. It's all fake. Fake? The crowd froze and took another closer look, realizing that many of them are indeed real gold on the outside layer and silver on the inside, commonly known as gold-covered silver. The thought that the things Shinfei regarded as treasures and desperately snatched back were a bunch of fakes? The three of them couldn't help it, revealing gloating smiles. Nephthys looked up at the trio, his eyes eventually landing on the prosthetic eye, and said, Captain, you're done. Righteous Eye was stunned and wondered, what happened to me? Nefertis pointed to the door of the operating room and said, think of his answers during the interview, and think of the way he dealt with the mob. What if the gold was real when he said he gave it to you? He, is a man who gives up his life and not his fortune. Even if you take a loss, you'll make it up from somewhere else. You promised to keep them safe for him, so to avoid even more trouble, I suggest you go procure some gold now. Prosthetic Eye. In hell. What kind of senior captain comes up and offers a bribe to his players? A bag of gold. How much does it cost? However, when thinking of Shinfei's extreme character, Righteous Eye was worried that this kid would do something irrational, and there was no shortage of money for them. the members of the elite squad, for the sake of squad cohesion, in order not to create a gap. This gold, gotta buy. Righteous I gritted his teeth and turned around with a forlorn expression as he walked towards the outside of the hospital. Gold Coin laughed. Ha ha, Razor is really good at choosing people. Our captain attaches the most importance to promises. If I am asked to sell, unless I am beaten to death. Nefertus looked at Righteous Eyes back and added, have you ever thought of another possibility? Like how Razor knew, from the beginning, that the gold was fake? Let's not forget that he had numerous opportunities to put the duffel bag in a safe place when he was doing the check earlier. Then why did he had to make a point of handing the captain his backpack when he went into surgery? Goldcoin pondered for a moment and cursed in a low voice. Damn, this guy is too scary, isn't he? Hooray, he's our teammate. It would be a nightmare to meet such an enemy on the battlefield. Bear scratched his head with his only remaining arm and said in exasperation, you guys stop it. My head is itching. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. In the operating room, shadowless lamps hang from the ceiling like bright stars, emitting a soft and bright glow. Shinfei was lying naked on the operating table and was inexplicably nervous. He's not afraid when he kills. Lying on the body truck didn't feel so horrible. But now, when you're obviously in a safe place, you can't help but have your body tighten up and your breathing quicken. The main surgeon saw Shinfei's emotional abnormality and smiled. Sir, is this your first time doing surgery? Shinfei nodded. The lead surgeon smiled. You don't have to worry. I'm the best surgeon in this hospital. Local anesthesia has been successfully injected, and you will not feel any pain during the entire procedure. And your team members have thoughtfully prepared some entertainment for you. Entertainment? What's the point of being entertained in an operating room? Without waiting for him to ask, a slight tremor came from the mattress under Shinfei, accompanied by the rhythm of gear rotation. The support board below the waist remained static, but the upper half of the bed lifted up at an even speed, finally settling at a 47-degree angle. It's basically the same as going from lying down to leaning back and sitting. The surgeon pushes a button on the operating table, and the adjacent surgical tunnel slowly opens. 7 or 8 sexy beauties in bikinis with alluring figures and different skin colors walked in. I'll be damned. That leg isn't a leg. Every step was full of power, practically a taut bowstring, and every knee lift defied the laws of gravity. That big thunder, rippling in sharp breaths and heart-stopping crests. That arse, with 20 active volcanoes hidden in its taut folds, especially with the operating room the 360-degree lighting in. More than anything else, they've created, like a supermodel walking down a runway on a ladder stage. The lead surgeon attached himself to Shinfei's ear and whispered, Sir, may I ask if the surgery can begin? Doing the most unorthodox things in the most orthodox places. Who can stand such a contrast? Can that cadre withstand such a test? Shinfei's features were hideous. His expression struggled, and only after a long time did he stifle a sentence. This charge, they all have today's examination report. There is no problem with their bodies, and the quality as you can see, so the price is very expensive. The corners of the main surgeon's mouth rose slightly as he smiled. But don't worry, Mr. Gold Coin, it's already been paid for you. Shinfei looked at the supermodel who slowly walked over, and felt the soreness and numbness of half of his body after the anesthetic injection. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. What a ing criminal capitalist society. That's great. 27. The second surprise team 7 prepared for Shinfei. Shinfei never thought that one day the idiom of in-death will be used to describe a minor surgery. It's true what they say. The rich have pleasures that the poor can't even imagine. As he lay on the hospital bed, enjoying the doctors and the fully automated services of, he couldn't help but murmur in his mind, nurses' money's good. This money still has to be earned. Just one elite mercenary has this kind of treatment. So if you become an oligarch, the body is extremely happy, the mind is incredibly relaxed, and the originally tense and boring surgical process ends in laughter. The nurses put on their bikinis and kissed Shinfei goodbye in turn. The lead surgeon held up his glasses and said, Sir, your friend has a second surprise for you. Because it's a bit exciting, we need to do some safety measures for you. And the surprise? Shinfei waved his hand and said, Alright, I'm quite tired today. How about another day? Despite the words, his body honestly didn't move a muscle. The first surprise. The doctor didn't even mention the excitement. Not experiencing the experience. It's hard to sleep. Shinfei was not the kind of boy who, after ordering a technician and being dissatisfied, did not feel good about changing it, and could only have his heart ache for money while enjoying a massage service that was not considered satisfactory. He's a man. Real men. The lead surgeon laughed. Please be assured that it is absolutely nothing like the experience you just had. At all. Oh, the more I talk about it, the funnier it gets. Shinfei nodded his head and said, Well then, after all, I can't let them down. Don't you think so? Besides, come what may, he's never felt like a nice guy. Just kidding. If you're a mercenary, what's the point of holding on to your virginity? I'm sure it's as good as it gets. It may be that tomorrow the most precious life will be lost forever because of a stray bullet on the battlefield. With his trademark smile on his face, the lead surgeon waved his hand and said, "Help the gentleman with the safety measures." 2 proper nurses stepped forward and lowered the operating bed first, while 4 handcuffs were brought out. "Yo, it's still pink." Shinfei was stunned and spoke. I don't like this tone. Lead surgeon, please be assured. Sir, it's not the cheap shot you think it is. Shinfei stopped talking. When the nurse finished the set of procedures, the lead surgeon smiled and said, "Good luck with the rest of your experience. Sir, bye." He took the nurse and left, leaving Shinfei alone in the entire operating room. The environment became unusually quiet, the shadowless light shining on him, a very strange sensation, and looking forward to it, and novelty. There was a little bit of fear in the background, simply a perfect replica. Shinfei's mental journey of going to the 3rd floor alone for the first time to get a massage, waiting a few moments. Just as he was getting a little anxious, the door to the operating room was pushed open and 5 men wearing masks and scrubs walked in. One of them, with his foot in a cast, hopped from crutch to crutch. Big Bear, Polando, Gold Coin, Righteous Eye, and Nefertus? Before Shinfei had a chance to speak, he saw 5 people take off their masks with impish smiles on their faces. He hastily shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you come over here." Gold Coin picked up the tweezers on the nearby surgical stand and laughed. "Razor, don't be nervous, it's just a required test. I suppose you've heard of it. Counterinterrogation training?" Shinfei. Counterinterrogation training was certainly something he had heard of and had seen firsthand in a number of movies and TV shows. In a nutshell, it is a simulation of being captured by the enemy and undergoing various types of torture, but still able to ensure psychological stability, as well as their own safety, and at the same time due to protect high-value information from the enemy to obtain. Is this a ing surprise? It's a ing shock. Shinfei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said excitedly, "I just finished surgery. Is this okay? At least wait for me to recover a bit, right?" Gold Coin reminded. Razor, after being captured by an enemy, is usually in a wounded state. You're in just the right state for the best training opportunities. If you're going to suffer anyway, why not do it all at once? Shinfei. Why do I think that? He said it like it made sense. Gotta. Long pain is better than short pain. Shinfei gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, whatever moves you have, use them all." Nephthys found a pair of pliers, came over to the operating table, and spoke. "Razor, no matter the circumstances under which you are captured by the enemy, you must always remember that the only thing that will save your life is that information in your head. The quicker you give an account, the quicker you die. If you guard the intelligence, you guard yourself. I will give you pain, but please rest assured that it will not leave any marks with the aftermath." Shinfei nodded heavily. Nefertus began to operate. Shinfei's temples were pressed by the metal jig and made bone-rubbing sounds, and the intense pain caused every muscle in his body to tremble madly. "Ah!" Shinfei let out a roar that was close to that of a wild beast, and his limbs struggled frantically in a vain attempt to break free from the shackles that imprisoned him. Every second feels like a century. All struggles are in vain. It was only after resisting hard for nearly 3.5 minutes, from the torment of his temples about to be crushed and exploded, that Shinfei finally lost consciousness and fainted. This achievement made the several senior mercenaries present unable to resist nodding slightly. They could tell that Nefertus wasn't letting up. On the contrary, she's even stricter than she was with the others. This is the kind of treatment only the strong deserve. My turn. Gold Coin walked to the operating table, turned on one of the instruments, skillfully adjusted the parameters. An AA tungsten alloy tip with tip drew out current probe with AC, a 32-micron barbed, releasing at the moment of contact with the nerve root 20 Ma. He found the location of Shinfei's 3rd lumbar spine spinous process and stabbed the current needle in a little bit. The pain of having his skin pierced through was no longer enough to wake Shinfei up. When the end didn't enter Shinfei's body, the Gold Coin turned on the switch for the electric current. Buzz. If there was a sound that sounded in the silent operating room, followed by Shinfei's motor cortex erupted gamma oscillations, and his body unconsciously began to tremble wildly. Next, awakened by this pain from the depths of his soul, he cried out hoarsely, "Kill me! Asterisk 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 it! Kill me! Gold coins! Kill me! Otherwise when I regain my freedom, I'll be the first to kill you! Asterisk 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 your mom!" The instrument next to it showed that Shinfei's sympathetic overexcitation caused the iris sphincter to spasm, and the pupil from dilated to 4 mm a critical 9 mm. This means that he can be played at any time. Listening to his tirade, Several people in the room were expressionless, neither angry. It doesn't hurt, either. They've all been through similar training. Or rather, no one who wants to be a member of an elite squad can escape anti-interrogation training. The current continues to increase. Under the effect of tonic muscle spasm triggered by autonomic nerve disorder, Shenfei's fists were clenched tightly, and because of too much force, blood had already seeped out. Pain reaches critical mass. Shenfei was on the verge of not being able to feel the existence of his body. He's quieted down. No more cursing. Not moving a muscle. It's like a cold corpse. Seeing this scene, all 5 of them had shocked and surprised expressions on their faces. Palando couldn't help but say, "No, his body has already started releasing a full dose of endogenous morphine so soon? My God, he's a little abused genius." It wasn't just him, the others felt equally strange. It is important to realize that they had to endure at least 2 hours of pain in the first place before they reached a critical mass, thus initiating the dynamic regulation of the body's pain threshold. This also means that pain training no longer served any purpose for Shenfei. On the contrary, and even generate VTA reward loops. It's also what some extreme SM people are looking for. The sickening exhilaration of a near-death experience. Begin Phase 2. Prosthetic. I took out a T9 nerve relaxant and injected it along Shenfei's already paralyzed vein. After a few seconds, Shenfei only felt an icy thread crawling down his veins toward his heart, and the shadowless light above his head suddenly became blinding, getting brighter and brighter and brighter. The world seemed to fade away and the entire universe spun rapidly. Shenfei is located in the empty, a white sky and earth. Even the body seems to be a layer of mist cage. Trance. A muffled voice that came in. Shenfei struggled to catch the voice from the not-so-easy, desperately trying to stay awake. Finally. He finally heard what the icy voice was saying. Only 2 words. Name. 28. That's not the price to kill a comrade in arms. It's extra. When Shenfei regained consciousness again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. The pungent smell of antiseptic water, along with the pain that was ingrained in his soul, came at him in a frenzy. Shenfei sat up violently, breathing in the murky air of the hospital room with a big gulp, and almost subconsciously shouted, "Gold coins! Your old mother!" Stunned, he was followed by a lilting voice from a short distance away. "I don't have a problem with that. I even think you're a lot more reliable than those boyfriends of my mom's. Unfortunately, her old man has been dead for many years." Shenfei froze. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and then realized that 5 people were sitting not far away, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Gold coin, still holding a small book in his hand, lamented, "Razor, after reading about your experience, I think you're the real tough guy, a strong man from the orphanage." Shenfei, what the? How much did he or she confuse himself or herself and account for? Palando laughed cheaply. "Razor, you only have one flaw, and you know what it is?" Shenfei shook his head. Palando laughed out loud. "You're actually still a chick. Ha ha. 18-year-old fledgling. Do you realize? How incredible is this in our country?" The rest of the group laughed along. After all, it's amazing that there are people something that, in their minds, they should have done before middle school, who haven't experienced years in 18. It's pathetic. The only one who didn't laugh or speak was Nefertus. On the one hand, because she's a woman. The second aspect is because she is from the UAE. If I had a Glock right now, I would definitely kill you guys. Shenfei cursed and asked, "How long have I been unconscious? Damn it, why didn't you guys let me know in advance if you were going to do interrogation training?" Righteous. I looked at his watch and said, 62 hours, less than 3 days. So long? Shenfei froze. Righteous Eyes explained, "I injected you with T9 neurorelaxant, and with the fact that you were so tired yourself, it's not at all surprising that you would sleep for so long. Don't blame us for not giving you advance notice, because the more sudden it is, the better the training will be. We've tested your body many times over the past 3 days. Your pain nervous system has a much higher threshold and secretes endorphins faster than normal 6 times. For example, if we were to cut our wrists with a dagger, we would all feel a cool sensation first, and the pain would only be felt seconds later. 5. And you can reach at least 9 seconds before you feel the pain. A full 4 seconds difference. You should understand what that means." Shenfei nodded expressionlessly. He's actually tempted to say that yourself is able to become more powerful through the skills rewarded by the system. It's just the kind of thing that certainly can't be said. Gold coin followed suit. The changes in your body don't stop there. According to the tests over the past 3 days, your heart rate still stabilizes even when you're having nightmares below. Do you know what that means? 90 BPM. This means that your heart rate can stabilize below 90 BPM. Shenfei, isn't that a ing load of crap? But he got the general idea. It's the ability to secrete more stress hormones than others to avoid panic-induced thinking. And Gold Coin couldn't get enough of it and wanted to continue. Shinfei waved his hand and said, alright, I don't want to hear about any of those damned benefits, as if you guys have done some great good deed. If this training is that good, do you guys mind if I give it to you again? No one spoke now. Shinfei got up from the hospital bed and nearly fell when his feet just touched the ground, soft as a noodle. But okay. After a few seconds of adaptation, Shinfei rediscovered his mastery of power. After all, he was only in a coma for less than 3 days, not 3 months. It's not to the point where rehab is necessary. Shinfei grabbed the water on the bedside table, took a big gulp, wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand and said, when can I be discharged from the hospital? And who pays for the medical bills? Righteous Eye smiled. You can be discharged now. There's no need for you to recover from your wounds in the hospital, and it's time for the others to be discharged. So as far as medical bills go, you'll need to pay for them yourself. Shinfei instantly became angry and shook his head. I don't have any money, not even a dime. All eyes, together, went to the duffel bag sitting beside his bed. Good man. They had seen with their own eyes that Shinfei was tightly clutching his shoulder bag even when he was sleeping. The only question that wasn't asked during the counter-interrogation training was how much money Shinfei actually had saved. That's really not a word. Cough. Ahem. Shinfei coughed twice and said, I still have use for those gold necklaces. I can't use them to pay for the medical bills. And I'm a member of Wagner's elite squad. And I need money to stay in the hospital? Aren't you supposed to go down to the restaurants in town without paying? Righteous Eyes said helplessly. We are professional mercenaries, not street thugs, much less traitors. Gold Coin suddenly seemed to think of something, went to the window and picked a wild rose. He handed the wild rose to Shinfei and said, the medical expenses will be paid by me, Master Gold Coin. But well, you have to promise me one thing. Shinfei didn't pick up the rosebud and asked bluntly, why do you say it first? Gold Coin said, Team 5 will be at Wagner Base this afternoon, leading 2 newcomers to train for CQB. How about you help me exterminate those 2 newcomers? Shinfei froze and shook his head. That's not the price for killing a comrade in arms. It's extra. Gold. Prosthetic eye. Palando. Bear. Brother. If you have any sense of professionalism. It's not like there's no professionalism at all. Cough. Ahem. Gold Coin coughed twice and said, you're overthinking it. Just beat them in training. That should be pretty easy for you. Shinfei nodded and said, oh, got it. Just going to play hard to get? Righteous Eye frowned. It's a competition between newcomers. You're at least a foreign student. Can you be more civil? Shinfei ignored him and pointed at the rosebud in Gold Coin's hand and asked, pretending is pretending. What are you giving me this for? Jin smiled. Broadway playwright, Eileen Wu, once said it in 23 letters to a young playwright. If the gun has to go off in the second act, have the protagonist learn to stick a wild rose in the barrel in the first act. And you, my friend, are next in line. 29. Razor, welcome to the Red Star League. Later that afternoon, the jeep pulled up at the entrance to a deserted town. From a long distance away, Shinfei heard the sound of various weapons firing. Combined with the silent hill-like abandoned town in front of us, it gives the illusion of being in a real battlefield. The crowd got out of the car. Righteous Eyes introduced. This used to be a model workers' town in the Red Star Alliance, which was deserted due to a groundwater contamination incident. 86. Lieutenant General Golovko, commander of the Petersburg garrison, converted it into a CQB training ground for the training of various units. This is a complete Red Star Alliance-era complex containing an underground nuclear bunker system. Razor, welcome to the Red Star Alliance. Shinfei raised his head and glanced at the mottled slogans that could be seen everywhere on the wall. The alliance of workers and peasants is invincible. Glory to labor. He lamented. The Red Star Alliance is truly remarkable, leaving behind an industrial legacy and energy reserves that still support the economic lifeblood of multiple countries. Gold Coin teased. But he left a lot of trouble behind. It's like the king said, not missing his heartlessness, but wanting to return to the brainlessness of his time. A few people looked at each other and smiled. The entrance was heavily guarded, and before entering, one had to strictly identify oneself and pay in the same time administrative fiat. When he heard that Shinfei did not have an identity, the expression of the guarding soldiers became very serious, and the gazes of the surrounding sentries all instantly locked onto the location of the entrance. The slightest hint of wrongdoing and the weapons in the hands of the soldiers around them would be aimed at them. The atmosphere became oppressive and serious. Shinfei thought he was going to run into some kind of trouble. I didn't expect the guard soldier to say, in an authentic northwestern dialect of the Ural Federation, no, that's out of order. It's going to be more money. 50,000 rubles. Don't counteroffer. I hate haggling. Okay, more Red Star League now. Goldcoin had no choice but to shell out an extra 50,000 rubles, and the group rode in a special bulletproof vehicle within the town, rushing to the area where the break-in training was taking place. At every place, the prosthetic eye would give Shinfei a detailed explanation. By the time he had almost reached the designated area, Shinfei also had a rough understanding of this abandoned town. Multi-story apartment buildings, factory warehouses, abandoned supermarkets, schools, hospitals, churches. Any scenario that an alley fight might touch, it's all here. The barricades, scrap vehicles, oil drums, sandbags, concrete blocks and other bunkers were also very well set up, almost the equivalent of a real battlefield. High-altitude and underground combat zones, hostage rescue zones, interactive training systems, operationalized obstacles and challenges, demolition and IED simulations. There was no shortage of training subjects that Shinfei could think of here, could take an abandoned town and make it into what it is today. That Lt. Gen. Golovko was supposed to be in his own right CQB. Of course it also had to do with the fact that the town's infrastructure was solid enough to withstand day and night shooting training. Let's just say, Red Star Alliance is still too comprehensive. The destination was a 7-story, reinforced concrete high-rise. The mottled appearance and the dense bullet holes silently tell of its once glorious history. At the entrance stood 3 heavily armed mercenaries, staring intently at the large screen in front of them. Goldcoin pointed to one of the taller ones and said, "That's the Captain Gambler of Team 5. You don't need to know the rest of the two. The 2 rookies that are training in the building right now would be the 2 rookies from Team 5. Shinfei nodded and did not say anything. Righteous Eyes led the way, opening his arms wide and saying, "Hey, Gambler, I heard you guys used GPS to navigate to Rosny and ended up leading a stampede into a kindergarten?" The Gambler turned back, his gaze sweeping over each face in turn, finally settling on Shinfei, and laughed softly. "So it's not like I've brought back a kindergarten reliable team member for you. Have you 7 teams been reduced to fighting with little kids?" The remaining 2 laughed along with them. A strong mercenary pointed at Shinfei and asked, "Hey kid, are you 18? Shinfei ignored him. There is no point in spraying each other when you are simply here to win. Strength speaks. Goldcoin quick and scolded. "Grey Wolf, Razor may be young, but his level of skill and tactics is better than your ancestors. Even if you don't use a gun, just a small razor, you can whip you hard." A few lines of dialogue ended the scene with a lot of fireworks. Contains 10% mum. However, Shinfei could see that there was no deep hatred between them, simply a foul mouth. Incidentally, no one can see anyone. It's normal. Competition is a constant staple. Among men, the captain of the 5th team, Gambler, pointed at the big screen and said, "Goldcoin, you'll immediately shut your big, foul-smelling mouth after you've watched the performance of these 2 members of my team." The crowd's eyes went to the screen. 2 heavily armed mercenaries in the room are conducting non-lethal weapons utilization and child target screening. In a nutshell, it's about sorting out the enemy or the hostage as fast as possible in a complex building. It's not easy. In case of misrecognition, you can kill the hostage or lose the chance to fire before the enemy and be hit by a single shot. Shinfei glanced at the settings in the upper left corner of the screen, and the recognition time was 0.6 seconds. In other words, the 2 mercenaries in the building have to distinguish whether the fast-bouncing spring-loaded target machine is an enemy or a hostage within that time. Spring-loaded target machines may appear at any angle, in any position. According to the specialized knowledge in Shinfei's mind, being able to control the compression time at this level and achieve a 95% recognition rate should be equivalent to the KGB's 7th Operations Directorate entry test for the Team Special Operations Squad. Oh, by the way, Team has another name known to the world. Alpha. A bunch of agents, trained the only top-notch specialty squad in this country. Aha! The world is a giant strawman. At the end of the subject training, the average recognition time for the 2 people in the building was 0.54 seconds, with an accuracy rate of 97%. In fact, if it weren't for one of the female mercenaries, who had missed a shot, they would have been able to achieve an accuracy rate 100%. That's an excellent score, even for the members of the Wagner Division's elite squad present. The Gambler lit a cigarette, took a drag, exhaled slowly, and said triumphantly, "Righteous Eye, use your fake eye to see." With such an achievement, are you convinced? If the shooting range screen in the Wagner base hadn't broken down, it would have Red Rose with Trigger's name written all over it by now. Obviously, Red Rose and Trigger are the code names of the 2 mercenaries in the building who are being tested. Goldcoin forced a chuckle in his heart and was tempted to ask aloud, "Gamblers, want to know why big screens break? Ha ha. I'm still afraid you'll see Razor's results and won't dare to gamble." Team 5 had just returned from a mission, followed closely by the training of new recruits, and hadn't heard of Razor and what he'd done. The force is relatively closed and there is a lag in information. Righteous Eyes ignored him and turned to Shinfei and asked, Razor, with the same conditions, what kind of performance do you think you'll be? Aha! Shinfei knew this was to get himself loaded up. It's very raw, not mellow at all. But you can't ask a bunch of mercenaries to be as literal as a bunch of students. Straightforward. Take it or leave it is the bottom of their character. Shinfei touched his nose and said with a smile under the gaze of the crowd, the heads of those moving targets just now didn't shake as vigorously as the asses of bar strippers. If this all takes 0.54 seconds to recognize, it only means they should get a safer job. 30. Shinfei's art of top conditioning. Shinfei's words were like sparks splashing into an oil drum, and a fierce light rose under the eyes of the members of Team 5. Grey Wolf's knuckles squeezed and popped, his biceps holding up his combat suit. Wanna try Uncle Grey Wolf's sandbag-sized fists, kid? The heel of Nefertiti's boot tapped the ground, the tactical dagger spinning silver arcs at his fingertips. Try to move him. You can try. Another Team 5 member, Coyote, murmured. Want to fight? Nephthys. Then don't blame us for bullying the wounded. The gambler leaned against the wall and didn't move. His cigarette lighted up in the shadows, staring at Shinfei. Is aura cold? Since you're so confident, why don't you compare? Kid, if you can do the red rose and trigger scores I'll count you as a winner. 80% of. Well, although Shinfei was wearing a Wagner training uniform, the whole person looked too young, and there were no calluses on his hands left by years of gun practice. Anyone who sees him, it was impossible to even imagine how terrifying strength he actually contained. Righteous Eyes and the others already had a look on their faces as they prepared to watch the show. Shinfei shook his head and said, if I'm not mistaken, they're in the middle of layered training, currently in the schoolroom on 4F. There will be a prison cell follow night silent combat jailhouse sweep 2, laboratory CBRN protective combat data hard disk seizure, as well as a high altitude rappelling raid on the 7th floor, and a complex light environment shooting discipline. Add to that the 3 subjects they've already completed before, and 7 subjects will take almost at least 20 minutes, which is too much of a hassle. Tell you what, offense and defense CQB, 1 round each. All I have to do is lose 1 round and it's on me. So crazy? Stunned, the gambler turned his head to look at Righteous Eyes and the others beside him, and his brows furrowed as he asked, 1v1? Shinfei shook his head again. 1v2. The remaining 2 men of Team 5 were gasping out loud with laughter. Coyote taunted, kid, I can tell you the Trigger served in Turkey as Mountain Force Special Forces and fought in the Gulf War. They in VE been the chamber longer than you've been weaned. I'm afraid. CBQ. As for the Red Rose, she served in the North American Emergency Response Special Forces, participated in a dozen actual battles, and captured dozens of enemies. Kid, are you sure you want to go with them 1v2? Shinfei nodded and didn't say anything. Silence is, at this time of year, the greatest contempt. The people of Team 5 wanted to say something, but since they didn't answer, they were left with only a breath to hold in their hearts. The gambler dropped the butt and stamped it out hard with the sole of his foot and said, well, I hope you won't be crying for your mommy later. The training continues. Trigger and Red Rose also performed well in their subsequent subjects, and the 2 eventually appeared on the roof of the building, and after taking out all the enemies according to their guns, they beautifully speed dropped from the heights to the ground. Both men rolled and unloaded at the same time, jogging all the way to the gambler, straightening up and saluting. The whole thing's running on fumes, right up there with the Red Beret the NJTF2 title. The gambler returned the salute, and without any nonsense, pointed at Shinfei next to him and said, this guy said to engage in a with you guys CQB attack and defense battle, and that he would beat the 2 of you by himself. 1 offense, 1 defense, just win 1 round and count him out. The 2 men looked at Shinfei with surprise in their eyes. It's still the same problem. Shinfei was too young, and coupled with his iconic oriental looks, he didn't look any different from a student in school. In fact, he was originally a student. Trigger inquired, Captain, may I ask if he is Wagner's CQB expert? The gambler said with a cold snort, just like you guys, he's a rookie on Team 7. A cocky, arrogant kid. I have 1 order. Beat the out of him later and feed it to him. The 2 men straightened their bodies and snapped, yes. The gambler turned his head to Shinfei and said, little brat, can we start? Any weapon you want, there's plenty here. Shinfei used the killing intent resonance to feel it, and did not detect that the Red Rose, or the Trigger, had half a bit of killing intent towards him. In fact, there was no need to sense it to know that people couldn't even look at him. It's not gonna work. Without the kill resonance skill, there is no way to determine the location. When the fight breaks out later, there might be an accident. Gotta tune in. Make these 2 kill me. Thinking of this, Shinfei shook his head and uttered, no, not yet. The Grey Wolf laughed. sure is a cocky guy. Trying to find an excuse to shirk? Do you want uncle to help you think of a reason? The corners of the gambler's mouth rose slightly. The same mocking smile sketched out. Red Rose and Trigger didn't speak. Shinfei walked to the Grey Wolf and said, "Lend me the gun." Grey Wolf laughed. "Kid, I've got live rounds in here. You can't be unaware that training requires a specialized laser." Before he could finish his words, he saw Shinfei violently raise his right knee and strike at him. "You seek death." The Grey Wolf frowned, and instead of choosing to dodge Shinfei's attack, he dryly slammed his fist towards a very standard Russian pendulum punch that is all about hard hitting. In the Grey Wolf's view, his body had an absolute advantage, and he was completely able to finish the other party with one punch before Shinfei's attack hit him. Just moments before their attacks were about to make contact, Shinfei retracted his leg at an almost unbelievable speed and dodged sideways. The Grey Wolf was startled. Before he could react, Shinfei's right hand was in the shape of a claw and violently attacked the Grey Wolf's face. The speed was so fast that the Grey Wolf could only subconsciously parry. What he didn't expect was that the previous two moves were all deceptive. Shinfei took advantage of his efforts to wield, sidestepped to his back, and his fingertips lightly snapped the gun belt, and smoothly took the on the Grey Wolf Colt M4A1 carbine, and got it into his own hands. Moment. The room was silent. Although he had the advantage of a sneak attack, no one had expected that Shinfei had such a body. One move to stop the enemy. What a bizarre move. And they could all see that if Shinfei chose not to grab the gun but to attack the back of the Grey Wolf's neck, then one blow would be enough to kill him, or switch to the teasing leg. And it's not uncommon to break off a child or grandchild. Gold Coin exclaimed in amazement. "Suck it, don't list. Razor, is this the legendary Chinese Kung Fu?" Shinfei skillfully opened the safety of carbine and smiled. "The Colt M4A1, it's just military boxing." Grey Wolf said with a grave expression. "I admit that I lost, but how can this be military boxing on your part? The military boxing of that country can be this powerful?" "Shinfei, the Black Dragon 18 hands of the Chinese armed police sequence. The one I just used is called the Green Dragon Tango Claw. Want to learn? 10,000 rubles to teach a trick." The Grey Wolf took a deep breath, his expression grim, and finally nodded heavily, tentatively asking, "Learn all 18 moves, discount or not?" Shinfei instantly felt that the Grey Wolf was much smoother, and smiled. "Talk in detail later." He turned his head to Trigger and Red Rose, noticing that their expressions were much more serious than before. "It just hasn't produced a killing intent yet. So, still have to tune in." Shinfei looked straight at the two men and said in a deep voice, "I don't like to take advantage of people. According to the current mentality of the two of you, you will only be completely crushed by me, and that would be pointless. What was just shown was fighting ability. Now I'll show you what it means to actually shoot." Having said that, Shinfei violently raised his gun and aimed at the sky. Everyone followed and looked up. As it happens, about above the ground 100 meters, a blue tit flew by. Shinfei pulled up a weed and put it in his mouth, measured the wind speed, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gun went off. The blue tits in midair burst apart without warning, leaving behind only a cloud of blood mist. 100 meters. Moving target? Carbine? One shot? Even Bear and Nefutus froze. They knew that Shinfei's shooting level was very impressive and had broken many records, but I've heard as much as I've seen. Two concepts altogether. Shinfei threw the gun to Grey Wolf, turned his head to gaze at the empty-eyed Trigger and Red Rose, and slowly said, "Ignorance and weakness are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. If you are not fighting with the intention of killing me, you do not deserve to be my enemy. You guys, got it?" Trigger and Red Rose looked at each other, and finally looked at Shinfei, with biting killing intent gradually rising in their gazes. "I see. I appreciate the teachings, and I apologize for underestimating you before. Razor, I will treat you like a real enemy." Shinfei checked the killing intent resonance skill again, and the positions of the two men appeared on it. "Tune in. You can start pretending." 31. There are so many people here, it's my fault that. Razor, I want to learn the Black Dragon's 18 hands. The next step is weapon selection. Neither Red Rose nor Trigger changed weapons. One uses a shotgun. The other's primary weapon is a modified short-barreled carbine. Shinfei searched the weapon racks and finally picked up two with added holographic sights and desert-colored paint-canic TP9 tactical-type pistols. The gun's greatest strengths are its short travel and dry reset with light trigger force. It's one of the few mass-produced firearms that can hold its own against high-end competition-grade pistols. Gold Coin frowned and reminded, "Razor, these two are very strong. Are you sure you only want to use two pistols?" Shinfei nodded. "It's because they are strong that I use two pistols. Do you think I have a chance to fire a second shot?" Gold Coin didn't say another word, while the defense is in a dominant position in matchups. CQB. But if both sides are masters, then the fight is really about who will miss. Usually, there is no prolonged fighting, because once the defense is discovered, it's hard to escape, especially in the middle of training. As the numerically superior side, Trigger they had every option to fight for their lives. 1v1 to slow you down, the other one finished you off. Once ready, the gambler began to announce the rules. It's all the most basic common sense, like the defense can't shoot outside of an external room, as well as the offense being invincible within 3 seconds of the break. These are designed to prevent the defense from playing underhanded tricks that are not conducive to training. Training is training. It's all about reaction time and offensive rhythm. When it really comes down to it, it's natural to play a different way. After the pronouncement, Shunfei with his in both hands walked into the building tactical type pistol, Canik TP9. He had 10 minutes to design a trap. It's all in the mind. The regular ones are categorized into structural damage, gas traps, human shields, environmental traps, etc. The strangest trick Shunfei remembered was to disguise himself as a corpse and wait for the enemy to get close enough to check it out or pass by to ignite the explosives hidden on his body. Suicide attacks. It's very much a small country that old Middle Eastern brothers usually use a similar offense when called upon by Allah. Trigger is in the waiting area with Red Rose discussing tactics. The rest of them stood in front of a large screen in the distance, looking at Shunfei in the building. Soon they realized that Shunfei went all the way up to the room at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, without the slightest intention of arranging traps. Grey Wolf couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what exactly is this kid named Razor doing? How come I can't understand his maneuvers?" The gambler shook his head. "I can't see it either. Maybe he hasn't had similar other than being excellent at shooting with fighting CQB training. After all, he's so young. It's rare enough to be able to practice the first two to a legendary level." Although he was not on good terms with the 7 teams, the gambler did not disparage Shunfei at every turn because of it. Besides, newcomer, it's not like you have to join the 7th team, even if you join. And you won't allow people to jump ship? Coyote whispered. "Captain, could you lend me some rubles?" The gambler asked rhetorically. "What do you want?" Coyote looked at the members of the 7 teams not far away and lowered his voice. "Just now there are many people. Actually, I also want to look for Razor and learn that what's his name Black Dragon 18 hands." Gambler. He couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching as he cursed in a low voice. "People might just be joking. 180,000 rubles and you want to learn the secrets of the one and only? It's such a good thing to have. I want to learn." There was a pause. He added, "That. Also go ahead and ask. I'll take care of the money." Coyote nodded happily. Close combat is not really used much on the battlefield. But anyone with a handgun wouldn't choose to stick it to the enemy. But who would mind having a lot of life-preserving undercards? Especially on the streets. One-touch fighting can be so good. Not far. Nefertus frowned and asked, "What does Razor want? Planning an ambush in that room? But there seems not an optimal position for defense." Righteous Eye shook his head and lamented. "Only God knows what he's up to. This guy, he's always got some new trick up his sleeve for us." Bear didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about something. Gold Coin poked him with his arm and asked, "What's on your mind?" Big Bear looked at Shunfei in the screen and said, "I was thinking, an arm. Can you learn Razor's Black Dragon 18 hands?" Being able to see that almost everyone present was interested in the fighting technique that Shunfei had displayed. After all, one move is practical and saves physical energy. Who could not love it? Soon, 10 minutes passed. Trigger exchanged a glance with Red Rose and quickly began to move. Red Rose, shotgun in hand, pulled the trigger on the door lock, and because it was laser sensitive, there was no scene of the lock being chipped away. The gunshot also signaled that the CQB confrontation had officially begun. Everyone was pumped up and staring at the screen, waiting for the final result, and under their watchful eyes, Shunfei had not moved since entering the building and had been waiting in that room. Trigger's movements as the No.1 sharpshooter are very standard. Upon entering the door, stick to the left wall, bend your knees and cut the corner to observe the first floor lobby. Citing no danger, he quickly began the again IED sweep and route clearing, occasionally using hand signals to tell the Red Rose behind him what the next course of action would be. Between the two, it's enough to hang on to almost any the market that uses action movie own as a gimmick. The CQB. The search of the first floor is complete and there are no traps. The two men were back to back in a spiraling formation, with number 1 raising his gun to block off the corner above him and number 2 alert for a low-profile firing view. The burst formation of just 2 men was so tight that no flaws could be found. Even the foul-mouthed Gold Coin couldn't help but nod his head in praise. The search of the second floor is over. The search of the third floor is over. Trigger's eyebrows, along with Red Rose's, furrowed involuntarily. It went so well. It was almost not like a confrontation, but like hanging out in your own home. Their footsteps were quiet. and they barely made half an extra sound as they entered. Moreover, the tactics that the two had discussed earlier were to conduct a silent search and fight, avoiding any communication that might make a sound during the entire process. But those simple gestures couldn't convey the complexity of the two men's hearts. Trigger was the first to hold back and whispered, "Red Rose, what do you think?" Red Rose's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she replied, "Maybe they want us to let our guard down and take us by surprise on the 7th floor. Trigger nodded. "That's a possibility. Either search from the top down? The offense only has 15 minutes. And a timeout is a victory for the defense. And if they search the entire building the way they are advancing now, it will take them nearly 12 minutes. The next 3 minutes will be in the danger zone called the time trap. That is, worrying about timeouts. There is a technical and tactical negligence of movement." Red Rose suggested, "Search first the 4th floor, and if there's still no movement, skip the 5th floor and search the directly 6th and 7th floors. The CQB doesn't worry about letting the enemy off the hook, as long as the other side makes a move. As for getting hit in the back or whatever, it only exists in the game. Because with a double house search, there will always be someone guarding the blind spot in the field of vision behind you. Skipping floor searches is also a common time-saving play for CQBs." With their minds made up, the two men took heavy steps and searched the upstairs a little at a tangential angle. The expressions of the crowd instantly became grave. Standing outside the door, watching through the god's perspective of the big screen CQB, they see that Shen Fei, who was located in the room at the end of the 4th floor corridor, finally moved. The two sides are getting closer and closer together. Next, it's the decisive moment. 32, for crying out loud, he still loves money so much. Trigger in position 1 took the lead and walked down the hallway to the 4th floor. Red Rose followed suit, wary of areas behind her that might be dangerous. Two people back to back strictly follow the principle of adhesive movement. The stairs were in the middle of the hallway, so they now needed to choose a direction to search. There's no trick, either side will do. Trigger pointed a finger to his left, indicating the direction. Red Rose tapped him on the shoulder, signaling that the order had been received. The two moved forward slowly. Day. Just as they were about to search the first room on the left, there was a burst of gunfire from the end of the hallway. The two weren't half as flustered as Red Rose crouched her body, holding her gun and aiming in the direction of the sound. The trigger jerked around and the carbine was similarly aimed at the same spot. Both had the same shooting sight, but there was a height 30 centimeter drop in. This means that the enemy in the shooting boundary is exposed to no more than above and below the muzzle of the gun, regardless of the type of shot used. An area of centimeters 20. One shot and you're hit. The sound of gunfire still echoed at the end of the empty hallway. Red Rose whispered, "It's a sound and light decoy device. Razor's first trap. Always meet a trap." With a feeling of relief, Trigger murmured, "Keep searching, don't let him influence you." Just as the two of them were about to switch from a high-low firing stance to a vertical search formation, Shen Fei suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. Bang! Bang! Two crisp gunshots rang out at the same time. "Receive the enemy!" Trigger subconsciously shouted and pulled the trigger at the same time. The same goes for Red Roses. And when they did exert themselves, they realized that the trigger was locked and they couldn't press it at all. Behind them, too, smoke rose representing elimination. Ha! The two men stood frozen in place as if they had seen a flooding beast, unable to figure out what had gone wrong. Nope, it's not their tactical moves that are wrong. It's a Razor. It's that he's too fast. He perfectly caught the of the two men changing their tactical moves timing and took care of both of them with millisecond-level reaction speed. Everything seems so simple. Rushing from the room, aiming, shooting. Only well-versed those who were combat understood how terrifying the other party's operation just now was. In CQB, the point is, how did he locate the two? Both Trigger and Red Rose were pretty sure that they had made absolutely no noise. Even if there had been an exchange on the 3rd floor, that kind of noise wouldn't have reached the room at the end of the 4th floor hallway. How did you get here? Have a God's eye view? It's not just the two of them. It was these elite mercenaries outside who really did have God's perspective that were the most shocked. Grey Wolf couldn't help but shout, "Cheating! This must be cheating." Razor watched the surveillance. Otherwise how would he know the movements of the two? "Shut up." Coyote glared at him and said in a bad mood, "We were watching him the whole time. Are you still not clear in your heart if people are cheating or not?" Grey Wolf wanted to say something. The shock inside the gambler was no less than the two of them. Because even he couldn't figure out what Shen Fei actually relied on to catch the fleeting so accurately timing? Without going into that, even the two shots that poked their heads out were too fast, right? If it's for suppression of fire and blind hits, so be it. But the key is that the two sides are nearly apart 30 meters, and the others raised their hands and shot the trigger and the Red Rose directly in seconds. That reflexes, Guess the only way to describe it is open and shut. The gambler looked up at the members of Team 7, who were not far away, and realized that there was no look of surprise on their faces. This suggests that it's no coincidence that the operation just now, even in Team 7's mind, that's what Razor should have. That's a bit of a stretch. Gambler frowned. Grey Wolf, pull up Razor's firing data. Grey Wolf began to operate the big screen, and soon a lot of very specialized data appeared on it. Coyote stared at the line of data on it and shouted in shock. He went from aiming to firing in 0.34 seconds. The Grey Wolf and the gambler couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It's not the same as shooting a spring-loaded target machine, because when you hit a target machine, it's an aiming position. You just need to adjust the muzzle and pull the trigger. But just now Razor was out of the room first, then raised his gun to aim and pulled the trigger. Nope. The gambler shook his head and said breathlessly, 0.34 seconds is simply not enough time to aim. That means, without any aiming process at all, Razor accurately used 2 pistols to take out 2 enemies meters away? 30. No need to aim, just raise your hand? Is there really such a person? Goldcoin walked over smugly and smiled. Convinced yet? Everyone on Team 5 didn't say a word. You want me to serve you? Not convinced. Not at all convincing. But the strength gap was there. So what was the use of being unconvinced? Not to mention the 2 newcomers. Even everyone present did not have the confidence to hit those 2 shots from Shinfei. Just then, the 3 walked out of the building. Red Rose came with Trigger to the gambler's side and said with a grim face, "Sorry Captain, we lost." The gambler glanced at Shinfei, who was not far away, and shook his head. "I don't blame you guys, even if it's me, I'm not his opponent." Having said that, the gambler walked toward Shinfei aggressively. Righteous Eye and the others blocked in front of Shinfei, but they knew very well that this captain of the 15 looked civilized and refined. But when he started to go crazy, he was no better than Gold Coin. The gambler stopped about 5 meters away from Shinfei and asked, "I want to ask you 2 questions. Shinfei nodded. "Yes, 10,000 rubles for 1 question. All present." For crying out loud, he still loves money so much. The gambler waved his hand and said, "Get for Razor 30,000 rubles. They all carried cash with them, and Grey Wolf took out the money and handed it to Shinfei. Shinfei began to count the money in earnest as if no one else was around. "Everything else is a lie. The only thing you can't live up to is the ruble." The gambler asked, "Can we start?" Shinfei stretched out a finger and said, "Yes, this is the first question." Gambler, if I hadn't been able to beat you, I would have wanted to kill you. He took a deep breath and asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. By what means did you know where Trigger was with Red Rose and the changes in their tactical maneuvers? Shinfei stretched out another finger and said, "My hearing is very good, so I can hear sounds that seem small to you," followed closely by adding, "As for the change in their movements, I'm guessing." The gambler followed up with, "Guess? So what's with the shooting? You don't have to aim?" Shinfei smiled. "Mr. Captain, the 3 questions have been asked." The gambler's face reddened and he said in a deep voice, "Get Razor another 20,000 rubles. There was no movement behind him. The gambler turned and said in a cold voice, "Did you not hear what I said?" Grey Wolf spread his hands and said, "Captain, no money." Gambler. The crowd of Team 7 really couldn't hold back and all burst out laughing. From its inception until today, Team 5 had never experienced such a stifling moment. The gambler looked down as if he had made some kind of decision and drew his sidearm and said, "This is my own altered pistol. I call him Tactical Ghost. His prototype is a Glock 17 Gen 3 with a custom titanium lightweight slip-on, top-milled Picatinny rails and a Cerakote matte graphite gray coating added, as well as lower rails. It can be integrated with an interface to carry MLOK a Surefire X300 Ultra tactical flashlight with a small laser pointer." Shinfei nodded. "Well, it is indeed a good gun, and if you plan on using it to ask questions, I can keep you company for the rest of the day. Tactical Ghost may not be that expensive, but it can't help that Shinfei really likes it. Tactical Spectre. That's a dominating name, too." The gambler shook his head and said, "I'm not going to do that. I'd like to trade this gun for you to join Team 5. Please don't worry. What Team 7 can give you, Team 5 can give you all of it. After all, you should know that the higher the squad's ranking, the more resources you can get from Wagner. Sucka don't list?" When the gambler finished his sentence, the faces of Righteous Eye, Gold Coin, Big Bear, and Nefutus all went black. The plot isn't going the way they thought it would. Shinfei is the hope for the rise of the 7th team. How many years have we waited for such a good talent? This would be scooped up. They're filled with one thought. It's over. Pretend. Looks like it's been installed. P.S. Today's 10,000 word update begs for some free swag and 5-star reviews. 33. How do I progress without killing? Shinfei roughly did the math in his mind. The black market price for the is around Glock 17 Gen 3 $1,500 to $1,800. Titanium machining technology is expensive, with a single slip-on costing about $800 to $1,000. Cerakote coating plus rail modifications $2,000. Other accessories add up to $2,000. Add in smuggling, middleman draws, and risk costs, and the gun should end up costing $8,000,000,000-$10, equivalent to 280,000 rubles. It's the average person in the Urals Federation at the moment. 10 to 15 years of salary income. Team 5 is indeed generous than the righteous. I won't even reimburse medical expenses. Goldcoin saw that Shinfei did not speak, hurriedly said, Razor, the team ranking is not fixed. Each year will be based on the amount of tasks, as well as the end of the year competition. Righteous Eyes interrupted Goldcoin in a rare moment. There's no need to say anything. Goldcoin frowned. The rest of the group looked at Righteous Eye with confused expressions. Righteous Eye sighed and looked at Shinfei and said, Razor, you are a true legendary mercenary. Whether it's CQB tactics or shooting, the whole of Team 7 looks like a bunch of fresh recruits in front of these crushing statistics. The gambler guy made a rare human comment that a 5-team setup might suit you better. Even the place where you should go in the future may be in existence that the entire Wagner branch, standing on tiptoe, can't even hope to see. Go with the sharpness of your bones. No one has the right to stop it, nor should they. The Team 7 crowd fell silent. The gambler didn't even expect that Righteous Eye, who had been fighting with him for more than a decade, would say something like that. A dark cloud drifted across the sky and the atmosphere became sad. Shinfei reached out and took the gambler's tactical ghost customized pistol. Grey Wolf exclaimed excitedly, Razor, congratulations on making the right. Before he finished his words, he heard Shinfei lament, the gunsmith who built this thing is 80% the same kind as me. The better the shooter, the pickier the weapon. The reasoning is simple and easy to understand. Shinfei rubbed the gun carefully, and after a moment, casually threw the gun to the gambler. The gambler was stunned and subconsciously took the gun. Shinfei laughed. The conditions are indeed tempting, but it's a pity that they still lack some fire. I'm an old-fashioned guy, and I love to get stuck with these old and sick people. As for the rankings, whichever team I'm on, the flag should be at the top of the list. That's a pretty strong statement, but no one in the room refuted it, because Shinfei had the credentials to say that, at least in the Petersburg chapter of Wagner, he was strong enough to crush any veteran mercenary. The last time he uttered the words, the crowd of Team 7 was instantly petrified, old and infirm. But now, hearing Shinfei mention the same 4 words again, the crowd had a blocked feeling in their hearts. Bear wiped his dark face with the back of his hand and said, It's so windy today, it's blowing my eyes out. Goldcoin and Righteous Eye looked at each other, and a flash of relief flashed across their expressions. Nephthys' drooping hair was lifted half an inch by the wind, with more of a gentle afterglow than usual. Shinfei didn't wait for the crowd to speak and asked, How about it? Is the second round of CQB still comparable? Trigger shook his head. No comparison. The difference between us and you is not in skill, but in talent. Your reflexes are so fast that there's no point in comparing them a million times over. Shinfei nodded and said, Okay, see you then, Captain. Aren't you leaving yet? If I stay for a while, I may not be able to withstand the temptation. Righteous Eye smiles broadly and nods. Go. Let's go to the equipment store to finalize our duties. Then we'll go to the best strip club in Petersburg, and I'll pay for it. Bear shouted excitedly. Finally I can go dashing. I didn't expect to see the captain's temperament for once in my lifetime. Goldcoin patted Shinfei's shoulder and said, Razor, I knew you would stay. It's my intuition too. Shinfei looked at the several people and said, Don't be too happy either. The wolves won't wait for their lame companions. Either tear open their wounds to follow the smell of blood, or become the aftermath of the snow. To go the distance, your strengths will have to keep up. The 4 nodded heavily. It was clear that Shinfei was the newcomer, but in a hidden way, he had become the backbone of the 7 teams. Actually, this was another reason why Shinfei would stay with the 7th team. I can be a chicken head. Why do you want to be the tail? Wait a minute. The gambler chased after him and stopped Shinfei, handing over the tactical ghost pistol once again. Since you took it out, there's no reason to take it back. The gun is yours. Shinfei didn't pick it up and asked, What about the conditions? I haven't thought about it yet. The gambler shook his head and said, I'll let you know when I've thought of it, and for the time being, let's just agree that you'll do something for me. Shinfei laughed. You're not afraid that I'll run away? Gambler, I like to gamble and lose as much as I can, and it's okay to lose more than once. And I think that people who are greedy for money to the extent that you are usually don't renege on their word, because you should know better than anyone else that a good reputation can be exchanged for countless riches. Shinfei took the gun and said, "That makes sense. Then I'll take this gun. Anything else?" The gambler waved his hand, signaling meaning I to move away from them. When there were just 2 people left, he said with an embarrassed smile on his face, "When you said earlier that you could learn the 18 hands of the Black Dragon by paying money, was that true or a joke?" Shinfei nodded his head and said in a serious manner, "Of course it's true." The gambler rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Just now there are many people. It is strange to be embarrassed. Brother begged you for something, take me a chant. Don't worry about the money, give as much as you want, and I definitely won't spread the word about what happened today, and when the other few squads come back, I'll still be able to help you on them and make a hard buck. Yo, business coming up?" Shinfei exchanged glances with the gambler, and both of them let out a treacherous and cunning laugh at the same time. At this point in time, just as it was at that moment, the scene where Shinfei is in the bank and locks eyes with the lobby manager. Only a week has passed since then. Shinfei was no longer the timid foreign student who, even the police would be afraid of. He had grown enough to be taken seriously as an elite mercenary. Leaving the CQB town, the jeep drove all the way to the Wagner mercenary base and finally stopped at the entrance of the equipment warehouse. Swipe the card. Verification of identity. After a set of processes, the 5 entered the warehouse and made their way to the door of small warehouse that. 7. The prosthetic eye is again authenticated. Click. The warehouse door slowly opened. The lights inside instantly lit up, and a space of 50 to 60 square meters came into view. 3 walls are stuffed with double-decker alloy shelves. Assault rifles, pistols, submachine guns, and precision rifles were neatly arranged on stands that, with all kinds of gear, almost everything, it was like walking into a man's paradise. The corners of Righteous Eye's mouth rose slightly as he smiled and said, "This is our Team 7's exclusive equipment vault, which contains equipment that all of us have purchased ourselves. Razor, your choices today do strike me as shocking. So be it. There are 6 positions in the team: pointman, breacher, captain, precision shooter, automatic rifleman, and medic. Whatever you pick for that position, the equipment is all yours, again at my expense." Righteous Eyes looked to the remaining 3 and asked, "Do you have an opinion?" The crowd shook their heads and from the bottom of their hearts had no comment. Shinfei thought for a moment and inquired, "Captain, there are only 5 of you, and the leader of the Brotherhood last time said that a young man had died in battle before. I'd like to ask, what is his position?" At the mention of this matter, the expressions of the people flashed with a touch of sadness. Righteous Eye pointed to a certain area and said, "He was the breaker, and here is the equipment he left behind. I was going to sell the gear and get some money together and send it to his family." Shinfei looked towards the equipment area of the breakthrough hand. Primary weapon, Benelli M1014 tactical shotgun. Sidearm is a SIG Sauer P226 pistol. The rest is nothing. It's mostly door breakers plus some M183 flex explosives, and various functioning shotgun shells. Very average outfit. Together, they probably couldn't even compare to that tactical ghost customized pistol on Shinfei's waist. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll be the breacher then. Forget about all this gear. I'm not used to this shotgun. I'll write up an equipment list and help me find a suitable gunsmith. Also, I'd like to ask if there are any suitable assignments lately. Staying at the hospital every day is just too boring. He hasn't killed anyone in days." "No killing. How do you progress?" "To make more money, buy a better gun, playing with more women, fighting someone more powerful." Shinfei, but it's too tempting to progress. 34, prosthetic eye. "You are too much of a stranger to me." Righteous Eye pulled a picture out of his tactical vest and said, "The colonel just gave us a mission. This is our mission objective." The picture was of in a red dress gown, about beautiful woman years old, with blonde hair and dark blue eyes. 20, great body, sinking fruit slightly trembling, slender white tender waist below, is a pair of enough to let any man, are for the heart straight big white legs. Gold coin said in surprise, "Katerina Marinko?" The rest of the 2 had a bit of a surprised look on their faces. 2. This woman, obviously, was no small player. Shinfei didn't recognize her. Righteous Eye nodded. "Yes, it's Katerina, Igor Valentinovich's granddaughter." Igor Valentinovich? Hearing this name, Shinfei understood. One of the 7 oligarchs. The horrific being that runs the Austro media empire. Northern Voice TV, Neva Daily News. Coverage of the advertising agency along the Siberian Railway. The Truth Herald. People were playing with the media matrix in the 90s. Leads the world by at least 15 years. When King Valikan was not in power, the other side used the power of the media to smear him from every angle, causing a lot of trouble for Volodymyr. And then it turned out badly. 2. He was the first of the 7 oligarchs to be killed off. Shinfei recalled his memories of his previous life, and if there wasn't too much deviation, the time of liquidation should be almost here. He didn't think that King Baladin would arrange for such a motley crew of their elite squad to assassinate Katerina. You don't have the strength, do you? The odds are that something else is going on. Righteous Eye pulled out a stack of dossiers and handed one to each man. Katerina is going to the Caucasus to plant black tea. We need to keep her safe. This is mission information. Shinfei opened the file bag and drew out the photos inside and looked at them. The first one is an abandoned tea hill. Under the light of the setting sun, the peaks of the mountain tower up, surrounded by clouds and mist, giving people a sense of majesty and grandeur. It is conceivable that the mountains would be even more beautiful if they were filled with Georgian tea trees. On the back of the photo, a short introductory message is written. Krasnodar 7 Collective Farms. Geographical coordinates, 42 degrees 57 minutes north, 46 degrees 58 minutes east, Western Dagestan. Average altitude, 2,100 meters. Land area, 28 hectares. Hectares are a big concept. Converting the units slightly to equal 280,000 square meters. That's the area of standard soccer fields 386. The second is a description of the local village. Moreskaya village. Population, 142. 43% AWOL. 29% Rus, descendants of exiles. 28% mixed and unidentified. Then there is the information about the accompanying team. Katerina Marinko's team totaled 210 people, of which 50 were technicians and 170 were security personnel. In addition to this basic information, there are some descriptions of the distribution of power in the Caucasus. In this regard, Shinfei had some understanding in his previous life. The greatest danger is surely the country of No, Che, He, Chen, Chien. Aha! A nation of terrorists. There are also the Ansar extremist organizations that have emerged in recent years, as well as indigenous violent groups in the Caucasus. It is one of those chaotic places where the three views don't matter, where a little bit of people can take over the mountain and fight guerrilla with the regular army. It's very unsettling. Of course, if you're traveling and bring enough money, it's still worth having fun over there. What organization? What country? If you're willing to spend the money, you're the daddy. Protecting animals? Feel free to eat. Chick, for 500 rubles. You can take your second brother to a Western dinner once. You can experience a double yolk egg for rubles. 1,200. All of them bring same-day physical test reports and support on-site checking of various types of test strips. A gun? Add money and the tanks can be sent to you. Unlike the north of Maine, where you spend money and get beaten up, there is no courtesy at all. After reading all the information, Shinfei asked in a puzzled manner, why did Ekaterina want to run to the Caucasus to plant black tea when she was not living in a good and rich life? The Georgian tea tree takes at least 3 years from planting to harvesting. I don't know if I can grow it, but Katerina's grandfather, the media oligarch, specified that he couldn't drink it. Masters and grandchildren are filial piety belonging to the Yes. Righteous Eyes explained. The ostensible reason is to restore Caucasian black tea to its glory. And I did some background research, and she sponsored the scholarly publication of the Silk Road and the Tsar's tea cooker some time ago. And for the past 2 years it has been applying to the European Union for the protection of geographical indications. But it didn't work out because of the geography. As for whether they intend to launder money in the transnational tea trade behind their backs, open up smuggling corridors, or plunder the land, it's not something we mercenaries consider. We just need to protect Katerina herself, get her there safely, and bring her back safely. Shinfei was on his first mission. There were a lot of places he didn't understand, and asked again, only protect her alone? I see the information mentioned that there is another team of people? 210. If an ordinary newcomer had asked so many questions, he or she would have faced a vicious reprimand, like what you just need to do your own thing, or, shut your mouth and do what I tell you to do without knowing why or anything like that. But Shinfei is different. He's the all-around big daddy of the 7th team now. You'll have to do better than that. I don't know how many squads there are out there, waiting to rob him. Righteous Eyes explained with a smile on his face. Razor, it's like this. We're an elite squad that usually only protects a single or 3 or 5 important targets. The rest of the people aren't on our radar. Even if they all die, it has nothing to do with us. Looking at Righteous Eye's face, Bear couldn't help but curse in his heart. What happened to saying that a newcomer is worse than a dog? How come I didn't get this kind of treatment back in the day? Prosthetic eyes. You're too much of a stranger to me. Shinfei nodded and basically had no other questions. When the others had finished their comments as well, Righteous Eyes concluded. The protection mission begins in a week, and in the meantime you will train to recover without compromising your injuries. Any other questions? The crowd shook their heads. Righteous Eyes gathered up all the information and casually tossed it into a nearby safe, exclaiming excitedly, good, then to hell with the damn job. Go! Let's celebrate tonight with the addition of Razor Gold. Get the car. In a few moments, a heavily modified Jeep, quickly pulls out of the Wagner base and heads straight for the most exclusive and expensive strip club in the area. Shinfei sat in the co-pilot and looked at the street scene that quickly swept by outside the car window. When he saw a few wandering gang members on the street, he suddenly remembered something. At that time, when I was at the Neva Brotherhood branch, I think I heard that the Brotherhood's godfather told all the top brass to get to the city of Shadowbayan within hours. 48. It seems to have found some new backer. Shinfei took out his cell phone and looked up information on it. The city of Shadowbayan is away from the less than Kibbutz T Mountain 300 kilometers. Krasnodar 7. Both. Would it matter? Shinfei shook his head. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered in his heart. It seems like I've been a bit overcautious. A lot of couples break up and live in the same city and can't even touch each other. I'm away from the destination of those street punks 300 kilometers. If I can even run into, let's just say it was meant to be. 35. Good gambling dad, sick mom, schooling brother, broken Shinfei. Shinfei naively thought that. How upscale can a strip club be? It's just a matter of wearing less when you dance. But that night was a real eye-opener for him. Body painting created on site, jewelry picking ceremony, suspended waterbed floating show, laser strip rhythm game. These are just the most common programs. The ice and fire twin friction show, sensory deprivation of touch, low temperature beeswax totem drawing, the Baramine cliff modulation experiment. It was the advanced play that allowed Shinfei to see what it meant to develop the human body to its limits. BDSM. I've heard of it best. Before S or M, now I realize that. People have specialized power feeders, moral tamers, pain accountants, sensory sculptors. Aha! The townspeople really know how to have fun. According to Gold Coin, many of the top rich people no longer care to play these things and have turned to more advanced spiritual pursuits. It's true what they say. There's no such thing as high class. It's all ing nasty. Spending is high, too. The total cost for 6 people was almost 100,000 rubles. It's a new ruble that's just been revamped. The average person might have to save for years to have 100,000 in savings. Shinfei drank a lot, but didn't really have a substantial relationship. When first exposed to such an explosion of information, the body's first reaction is not excitement, but nausea. Physiologic nausea. Many people who watch a restricted movie for the first time should have had similar feelings, and Shinfei has to let the second brother know that. Who actually owns this body? It's hard or soft. That's up to him. For the first time, gotta find the most satisfying person in the most exciting place to make sense. The next day, after sleeping into the evening, the 7 teams assembled again to begin their recovery training. Most of the guys are banged up, and the intensity isn't great. It's mostly some bonding. For this mission, it was more like a publicly funded vacation. As long as Ekaterina doesn't kill herself, those extremist groups, too, wouldn't choose to go after her. His grandfather is the mouthpiece of the media in the entire Urals Federation. Terrorists, too, are concerned with having a good reputation out there. When reputation stinks, faith is lost. Losing both of those things makes recruiting bad. In addition to training, Shinfei customized 2 guns according to his needs and went to the school for a break. Officially, he's still an ordinary foreign student. Not sure it's of any use, but at least you can spend some time at the school later on when you don't have anywhere to go. Born again. Plus there's more than enough savings on the table. It would be a waste not to go and enjoy some time in college. 1 week later, Shinfei and the others put on all their equipment and rushed to the 58th Group Army's military airport. At the airport, they met the target of the mission, Katerina Marenko. She's even prettier than she looks in her pictures. The top half of the white suit looked like it was about to explode at any moment, and the bottom half of the suit pants of the same color outlined the standard peach shape, especially when set off by the high heels that were 7 or 8 centimeters. Those legs looked even more slender and charming. Palando's eyes went straight and he swallowed quietly. The rest of them were fine. Righteous Eye introduced himself. Hello MS. Katerina. I am the captain of Wagner Petersburg 7. You may call me Righteous Eye. This is my crew. Jin, Bear, Palando, and Nefertus. In order to ensure your absolute safety, Nefertus will be keeping you close, so I hope you understand. Katerina had a knowing smile on her pretty face. Every time she was introduced to someone, she would look over at them and nod slightly. When she saw Shinfei, she was stunned for a moment, but almost instantly, she returned to her original expression. Not surprisingly, nor is it that Shinfei is so domineering that women can't walk when they look at him, simply because he was too young and not as big as Palando and Gold Coin around him, not to mention the big bear who was as strong as a small mountain. It's like a sheep, staying in the middle of a pack of wolves. Katerina ruffled her hair around her ears and said, I'm going to have to trouble you all for the rest of this time. Palando said excitedly, No trouble, It's the greatest honor of my military career to protect a sensual beauty like you. The rest of them didn't say anything. After a few moments, men in captain's uniforms approached and led the crowd to check in their weapons. Although it was a military airport, they flew in a Tu-134 civilian airliner. In total, just 7 people were seated, so there was plenty of room. Katerina was sitting side by side with Nefertis at the front of the room. Shen Fei, on the other hand, they were seated at a position at the back, at a distance of about 7 or 8 meters or so. They're the vanguard. As for the back team with the equipment, it will be transported to Chashan by land by the security team of the people. The plane lifted off without incident. Palando lowered his voice and said, "Did you guys just notice that Katerina looked at you guys for 1 second, but looked at me for 3? What does that say about? It means she likes me." The crowd is speechless. Righteous Eyes took out a magazine and read it, and Gold Coin toyed with his saber, eager to find someone to share his feelings with. Palando nudged Shinfei and said, "Razor, I think she definitely likes me. Do you think I should go over and say hello?" The oligarch's granddaughter. "If you're with her, what's the point of being a mercenary?" Shinfei said helplessly. "Don't laugh at the challenge, then I'll lose." Palando was just about to speak when out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Katerina walking over, and he said excitedly, "I told you so, you guys." People pressed themselves to come over. "Brothers, I'm counting on you for my sexual well-being." Having said that, he absently straightened his training uniform, thought himself handsome as he struck a pose, and turned his head to look out the porthole at the sky. Shinfei and the others froze. "No way. Really? The granddaughter of an oligarch can look at a mercenary?" Though one has to admit, Palando, from France, does have that little something to look at. Just as they were wondering, Katerina smiled and said, "Mr. Razor, may I call you that?" "Aha, ha." Palando was stunned and turned his head with difficulty, his face full of despair. It seems to be completely unable to figure out that people are actually here to find Shinfei. Both Righteous Eye and Gold Coin were also puzzled. Shinfei nodded. "Yes, what's the matter?" Katerina elegantly sat on the chair in front of her left, turned around, looked at Shinfei and asked, "You are Asian? Looking at your age, you should be about the same as me, right?" Shinfei, Chinese, 18 years old. Katerina asked with more curiosity, "So young? How did you become a mercenary? And a mercenary with an exclusive squad? In the words of your profession, I think it's called an elite squad member, right? Oh, come for the story." Shinfei inadvertently glanced at the sparkling diamond ring on Katerina's white finger, as well as the necklace around her neck that was worth a lot of money at a glance, and sighed with a bright idea, saying, "Hey, it's a long story. Ms. Katerina, interested in listening?" Katerina nodded gently. Of course, there was also no signal on the plane, which was actually kinda boring. Shinfei's expression flashed with a touch of sadness as he said, "Things still have to start with my gambling dad, sick mom, and school-going brother." Ha! Hearing Shinfei's words, the surrounding several people were all confused. "Not buddy. Aren't you an orphan?" 36. Those who play tactics have dirty hearts. Have to say, formulaic problem solving is fast. Shinfei took the story he had heard in his previous life by washing his feet and told it with a little artistic processing. "Anyway, it's just how miserable it is." Katerina was silent, her eyes slightly red, tears pooling in them as if they would overflow at any moment. The Team 7 crowd was also silent. Prosthetic Eye even began to wonder that had been injected into Shinfei earlier had if nerve relaxation expired. T9. That tone of voice. That look. This sonorous narration. It doesn't look fake. Just when the crowd was quiet, Shinfei slammed his fist on the backrest in front of him and said with firm eyes, "I'll never forget that day when I shed tears while eating and cried. I must make a name for myself. I came to the Euro Federation, passed through layers of tests, and eventually became a mercenary. The captain looks down on me. Prosthetic Eye. Where the hell am I? Shinfei, the team also thinks I don't deserve to be a mercenary at all. Bear, Palando, and Nefertis. No, man, are you talking about that subplot?" Shinfei's emotions became more and more high-pitched, and he said excitedly, "No matter what, I finally persevered and was recognized by my teammates as an honorable elite squad member. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to fulfill my mother's greatest wish." Katerina wiped the tear tracks from the corners of her eyes and whispered, "What an inspiring story. Mr. Razor, may I ask what your mother's wish was? Is there anything I can do to help?" Shinfei glanced at the diamond ring on Katerina's hand and shook his head. "No, how can I trouble you with my own affairs? Ms. Katerina, I'm a strong person and don't like to take handouts." Katerina nodded and sighed. "Well then, I was trying to help you. I insulted your pride and I apologize. Shinfei, not big sister. You don't respect me. Take your money and humiliate me with your big diamond ring. Righteous Eye and the others probably understood what Shinfei was going to do, and when they saw this scene, they all forced themselves not to laugh out loud. They're professionally trained, but it's getting hard to hold it in. Phew. Shinfei let out a deep breath, adjusted his strategy and said, "Ms. Katerina, can you show me your diamond ring?" "What? Hard robbery?" The crowd of Team 7 looked at Shinfei suspiciously. Katerina nodded and handed over the diamond ring. Shinfei got it in his hand. The corner of his eyes already had tears welling up. Said excitedly, "And which woman does not want a diamond ring? It? Ms. Katerina, how much does this diamond ring cost?" Katerina replied, "Around 700 when converted to new rubles." Shinfei didn't even expect it to be so expensive. The capitalist of all evil. He looked to Righteous Eyes. "Captain, how much do I get paid each month?" Righteous Eye, 20,000 rubles, out of the mission. "But equipment and weapon wear and tear and medical expenses need to be borne by yourself." "That's great," Shinfei said. "I can make a lot of money now, and based on saving a year 100,000 rubles, I in less than LL be able to buy this diamond ring years. 8. I hope my mom still lives that long. Ms. Katerina, this diamond ring is returned to you." Katerina looked at the diamond ring, then at Shinfei, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, "Mr. Razor, would you mind if I take your story and write it in my memoirs?" Shinfei shook his head. "Of course I don't mind." Katerina's smile was as delicate as a blooming rose. "Well then, this diamond ring is yours as a token of appreciation." Shinfei quickly refused. "How can that be? It's too expensive." "What's the word?" But his hand, clutching the diamond ring, didn't half relax. "Katerina, it's not expensive. Your story is worth it." Shinfei didn't push the issue and reluctantly nodded. "Thank you, Ms. Katerina. This comes to hand?" A few people from the 7th team were all confused. Katerina rose and smiled. "No, Mr. Razor, it is I who should thank you for the story." "Ha? Thank you?" Dumbfounded, the 5 men watched Katerina's fading back. The knot in Palando's throat rolled rapidly, and finally he couldn't help but say, "Ms. Katerina, I actually had a miserable childhood." Katerina turned back, smiled, and said politely, "I'll listen next time, Mr. Mercenary. I'm a little tired." It was only then that Palando realized, as an afterthought, that the people didn't even remember his name. Shinfei put the diamond ring close to him, and when he looked up again, he realized that everyone was looking at him. He laughed. "What's the matter? Think I'm shameless?" Palando shook his head. "Don't think so. Those oligarchs came into this world dripping dirty blood from every pore." Gold Coin and Righteous Eye both nodded as well, no one feeling any shame. Those oligarchs could buy the whole country with their combined money. Their money. It's clean? Bear lamented. "Razor, it's a blessing to the world that you came to choose to be a mercenary, because I can't imagine how many people you'd have to harvest if you'd gone as a con man." Shinfei didn't think it was that exaggerated. This is a little routine that any random Chinese would know. Only, not everyone has. I came across the opportunity to chat with the granddaughter of a top oligarch. Alone. After a 7-hour flight, the Tu-134 civilian airliner landed at the Cheysk military airport. The pickup was very crowded. At a glance, there were dozens of people. The leaders were the mayor, Alexei Petrov, and the head of the local police department, Sergei Sidorov. Beyond that, there's a lot of people in the media, too. Under the protection of Shinfei and the others, Katerina was interviewed by her own media. All the questions were about the tea plantations. Katerina fell to telling the press about her future plans and how to restore the glory of Caucasian black tea. The crown is all a spectacle. After the interview, they traveled in a special car to the largest hotel in the area. After all, they were here to invest, and the local officials were so enthusiastic that they could almost be described as knee-jerk. It was the first time that Shinfei had ever cut his teeth and felt that. Turns out, an officer is going to talk nicely. It's just that I wouldn't have talked to him properly before. The whole process isn't that long. In about 2 hours or so, the party was over. On his way out the door, the police chief said, "Miss Katerina, it would truly be an honor for you to come to our Cheysk to invest in the tea mountain. It's just that there are some things that I need to communicate and explain to you in advance." 37. The material slipped half an inch off the shoulders, revealing flat, white collarbones. Katerina nodded slightly. "You talk, I'm listening." The police chief looked at Shinfei and the others standing next to him. "Katerina, they're all people I've hired and trust, so just tell me what's going on." Only then did the police chief say, "Ms. Katerina, the Krasnodar 7 collective farm is definitely a good place to grow black tea, but you may not know that the villagers living nearby are very difficult to deal with. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of tricky people. You will certainly need a lot of people to reclaim the barren mountains, and I'm worried that they will use the opportunity to blackmail you. You can hire the police department to help, and we'll take care of those difficult villagers in Manhwarecap village. Shinfei nodded secretly. Oh, I'm here to knock the water off the edge. No wonder he was so enthusiastic from the moment we met. It made Shinfei really think that he had seen good people in the Urals Federation. Katerina thought for a moment and asked, if you hire the police, how are you going to get the villagers to work willingly? The police chief smiled and said, don't worry about this. Anyway, we guarantee that we can reclaim all the wasteland within 2 months without delaying your planting of tea seedlings. As you know, there are only 2 or 3 months each year that are most suitable for planting saplings. So if you delay, you'll have to wait for another year. That would be too great a loss for you. Land clearing, soil improvement, infrastructure, tea planting, labor wages, and investment in hectares of tea plantations will cost at least 50 to 60 million rubles. 28. A delay in either of these is surely a huge loss. Katerina bit her lip lightly and fell into deep thought for a full minute or two before speaking. Mr. Director, I'd like to check it out before I decide. The police chief nodded heavily. Of course, that's your freedom. If you can communicate with those villagers on your own, we in the police department would be happy to be free. Katerina turned away. Shinfei and the others followed her. When the group left the front door of the hotel, the police chief sketched a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and taunted. When you're in my territory, you want to not pay me? Ha! Those unruly people, just go ahead and talk about it. And you'll be able to talk about one without squeaking. Leaving the hotel, the 7 men split into 2 groups and got into 2 modified M1114 Humvee bulletproof military vehicles. Gold Coin, Righteous Eye, and Big Bear were in the lead. Shinfei was in charge of driving the second military vehicle, with Katerina in the back seat with Nefutis. When everyone was seated, Shinfei asked, Ms. Katerina, where to next? Katerina suddenly asked, Razor, do you think that police chief is trying to make a buck out of me? What's this nonsense? Thinking this in his heart, but Shinfei didn't say it on his mouth, just smiled and said, Ms. Katerina, I'm just a mercenary, responsible for protecting your safety, and don't really know much about doing business in these things. Katerina frowned slightly, the fingertips of her right hand gently resting against her jaw, and as she tilted her head, the material of her shirt slid half an inch off her shoulders, revealing her flat, white collarbone. A simple gesture, but highly seductive. Shinfei couldn't help but look twice more through the rearview mirror. I don't know why. Shinfei always felt that she was a bit deliberate and, before that, on the airplane, it was the same feeling. Shinfei didn't think much of it. Just think of it as you haven't been around really rich people and aren't used to it. After a few moments of contemplation, Katerina spoke up. Instead of going back to the hotel, we'll go straight to Tea Hill. Good. Shinfei pressed the walkie-talkie and said, one destination. They had numbered and encrypted the places they might frequent before they left. It doesn't always work, but it's kind of nice to be prepared. At least it makes the employer feel like they are more professional and pay more painfully. To put it bluntly, mercenaries are just a service industry. It's no different than an end plate hitting a screw. Received from. Gold's voice came over the intercom. Car 1 is up and running. Shinfei with about followed behind width of meters. 10. It's not a big city. They soon entered the unpaved road and the speed dropped with them. Thanks to the military vehicle being well converted, especially at 7 or 8 tons, it's enough to filter out excess road bumps. After about 6 hours or so of driving, a checkpoint appeared quite abruptly at the end of the dirt road. The reason why it's described as abrupt, it was because the people sitting next to the checkpoint were not soldiers, but rather local villagers in very shabby clothing and unarmed. This hole, you don't see a car pass by for half a month. Setting up a roadblock here? Check who? Remembering what the police chief had said earlier, Shinfei secretly nodded. Aha! This village. There's really something to be said for that. Or maybe it was the police chief who leaked the information in order to get Katerina to willingly shell out the money to hire the police. Wherever it is, want to make money. One has to learn to make connections first. Gold's voice came over the intercom again. Pull over and stand by in the safety zone. Shinfei stopped the car and replied. Roger. His car was about from the checkpoint 100 meters and it was an open field. No matter what danger arises, you can turn around and leave at the first opportunity. Gold Coin drove up to engage, and the sound of their conversation could be heard over the intercom. Shinfei guessed right. It costs money. 2,000 rubles. For one car. The fancy name for it is some kind of road maintenance fee. Unpaved roads? Maintenance my ass? Shinfei didn't say anything and looked to Katerina. People have to make up their minds about this kind of thing. Katerina frowned. Give it to them. Shinfei pressed the intercom. Pay up. Gold Coin's voice rang out. They said 8,000 rubles, prepaid with the money coming out. The corners of Shinfei's mouth couldn't even help but twitch. That's pretty greedy. Nefertus glanced at the checkpoint and voiced, "Ms. Katerina, we can subdue all of them, in less than seconds." 30. Katerina shook her head. "Forget it, we're meeting for the first time. There's no need to make the atmosphere too stiff. Pay up." Shinfei told Gold Coin about the decision. After paying the money, the convoy was released. 2 kilometers into the village behind them, Shinfei and the others encountered 4 waves of villagers in the same set. The point is that it's more expensive than it should be at one time. It's really taking the sunk costs and playing with them. And they're eating up the fact that Nefertus isn't going to roll over on them. Because it's very troublesome to try to recruit people anywhere else but this village. The setup wasn't brilliantly designed, but it held Katerina well. After paying almost 30,000 rubles for the road toll and 500 rubles for the guide, they finally met the village headman. The village headman was even more bullish, and said bluntly, 800,000 rubles a hectare, and the land will be cleared in 3 months. For less than that, there's nothing to negotiate. 28 hectares times 800,000 rubles is 22.4 million rubles. The robbery wasn't even that fast. Shinfei and their 7 elite squad members, who had been protecting their employer until he left, probably nearly 3 months, were only 600,000 rubles. Wagner still has to siphon off some of that. Compared to others, mercenaries are a special mother ********. It's so unprofitable. 38. Greed. All greed is good. Katerina had endured the entire journey, and after listening to the village elder, she was finally breaking her defense. Her chest rose and fell in anger. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she said in a cold voice, "Village chief, you're extorting." The village chief, a middle-aged man of about 50, with a greasy haircut and a lewd gleam in his eye, spread his hands and said, "Katerina, that's the price for Caucasian tea mountain work. If you're not happy with it, you can always find someone else." His words were exasperating, but in a sense they were also true. If you don't have that kind of backbone, their entire village can't all be this arrogant. Katerina frowned and didn't say anything. With a disinterested expression, the mayor waved his hand and said, "I'm busy, so if Ms. Katerina can't decide, she can go back and think about it again." A flash of anger flashed under Katerina's eyes, radiating an aura as cold as an iceberg. Shinfei noticed the fleeting expression and frowned slightly. Perhaps because of the killing intent resonance skill, he was extra sensitive to something unseen and untouchable, but real, such as an aura. It's hard to imagine that the same kind of person will have 2 very different auras. Perhaps there is only one explanation for one of these personalities, which is in disguise. Katerina murmured, "Allow me to think about it." "Get out. Get in." Katerina pulled out her cell phone and rummaged for the police chief's number. The cost of over $20 million is unacceptable and the 3-month construction period is too long. She remembers it well. The police chief assured himself that it would be finished in 2 months. Just as she was about to press the dialing button, Shinfei's voice sounded inside the car. "Ms. Katerina, perhaps I can solve your current trouble for you." Nefertus looked at Shinfei in surprise, because the intercom was on. Even Belando and the others in the front car couldn't figure out what Shinfei was going to do. Katerina pursed her sexy red lips. "I thought you said that you don't know how to do business." Shinfei laughed. "It's true that I don't know anything about business, but every Chinese person more or less knows some schemes. If I were to handle the current situation, I could reclaim all the wasteland in about a month and a half." "A month and a half?" Katerina's eyes flashed as she pressed on. "How much does it cost?" Shinfei replied, 10 up to million rubles, and maybe it won't work, but you'll have to pay me in advance a deposit of million rubles. 3. After all, we're working together for the first time. The terms are very tempting. Indeed, if the police chief had said those words, Katerina would have just agreed. But a mercenary, righteous eye's voice, rang out over the intercom. "Ms. Katerina, please trust my team member. I'm willing to vouch for him with the captain's credibility. If there is an accident, our squad is willing to compensate you for all your losses." This time it was Shinfei who froze. He didn't realize that. Righteous eyes, they chose to trust him straight away without knowing anything. This friendship, it was a bit heavy for someone like Shinfei. Katerina knew the gold of an elite Wagnerian squad. That's the credibility they've gotten back for themselves countless times with results and victories. Many mercenaries were even willing to give their lives, rather than let this reputation above add half a stain. Even if someone is undignified, Wagner will also help him to be decent. That's the importance of signage. Katerina subconsciously sat up straight, her hip line floating in 2 crescent-shaped shadows across the surface of the fabric as she leaned forward. She asked, "Can you reveal some of the contents?" Shinfei shook his head. There are some things that are worthless when you say them. I can tell you later, but I want you to transfer money first. 4 eyes. A few moments later, Katarina's lips lifted slightly, and she extended her willow-like left hand with a smile. Mr. Razor, good cooperation. Shinfei gently held her hand and replied, believe me, it will be more pleasant than you think. The next step is the process of transferring money. If it was in the past, Shinfei would definitely choose cash, or an equivalent exchange item, because he can't trust anyone. But just now, prosthetic eye gained Shinfei's trust. People who choose to trust you straight away without knowing what you're up to may never meet in their lives. Shinfei knew that Righteous Eye was betting on pleasing him. So what? Who's really pure as a white lotus flower? Everyone has their own agenda. On signs regardless of mind. 3 million rubles transferred to Team 7's overseas public account. It's safe and gets around regulation. After about 10 minutes, Righteous Eye's voice rang out. Razor, the money's in. At this time, Shinfei had taken off his bulky combat uniform and replaced it with a suit that wasn't particularly expensive. Katarina sized him up and said, Razor, you're actually more suited to this outfit than a combat uniform. Shinfei laughed. I still prefer the feeling of ripping off my tie and being a rogue. Having said that, he opened the car door and stepped out. Katarina looked at his back through the car window and asked, now isn't it time to tell me what he's really up to? Nefertis shook her head. I don't know, and I don't think the captain and the others do either. Katarina was stunned for a moment, and soon a bright smile bloomed on her pretty face as she exclaimed, it's really an enviable brotherhood. It seems I made a very good choice in hiring you guys. Indeed. Seeing Shinfei who had gone and returned, the village chief recognized him as the mercenary just now, and his hand holding the teacup froze in midair. You can tell he's still scared, but the thought of that much benefit in front of them didn't scare me so much. The village chief frowned slightly and boldly said, are you the mercenary from earlier? Don't think that I won't recognize you just because you've changed your clothes. What did you come back for? Trying to kill me? I told you. Swish. Before he finished his words, he suddenly felt a coldness in his neck, and looked down slightly to see that there was a military dagger glittering with cold light against his neck. A trickle of blood ran down the tiny wound in his neck and toward his chest. Shinfei looked at him expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, don't talk nonsense. There's no need to go through so much trouble to kill you. Our boss doesn't have the time to gather men elsewhere. So, your price will remain the same, but the work period will be shortened by a month. The mayor didn't expect it to go so well. His base price was 17 million rubles in 2 months to complete all the reclamation work coming up. How can one not be excited to hear such good news? Shinfei's mouth was tinged with an icy smile as he continued, but we're going to try 3 days of labor, and the daily price will be given to you according to double the original. If you're satisfied after 3 days, officially sign the contract. May I? It's supposed to be normal to try out for a job. 3 days is not excessive. The village chief swallowed a mouthful of water and slowly nodded his head. Alright, I'll go gather the men today, so we can start work tomorrow. Shinfei retrieved the dagger, no longer paying attention to the surprised and delighted village chief, and turned around to walk out. As he saw the greedy villagers in the village casting their eyes on him from time to time, he murmured in his heart, greed, all the better for it. Next let you experience. What is called the first poisonous plan of Huaxia obscene dream play monkey? 39. Is this a poisonous plan that a human being can come up with? Your old man interview, or put away Shinfei returned to the modified military vehicle and sat in the driver's seat. Katarina frowned. So soon? Shinfei was stunned, and always felt how the words were a bit awkward. He started the military vehicle, made a U-turn, and smiled. Katarina, there are some things that aren't as slow as they could be. Thinking of Shinfei's performance in the strip club, the corner of Nefertis' mouth sketched out a smile of an old driver. 2 military vehicles headed out of the village. Katarina looked out at the villagers and asked, now, can you tell me what you're going to do? She was really curious that, what is the best way to get things done over time with half the cost savings? It's not just him. Righteous Eyes and the others in the front car were puzzled as to what he was going to do. They had put their lives and families on Shinfei's body. Shinfei, of course. Just now I made an agreement with the village chief to let them try out the work for 3 days, and the price is to be given to them at twice the market rate. Katarina's expression became more puzzled. And then what? Shinfei laughed. Driven by heavy profits. They will work very hard. Katarina, what do you think they will do if they find gold or while working? Katarina didn't quite catch Shinfei's meaning. The rest of the group was in a daze. Shinfei drove while explaining. If I remember correctly, the year before last, a Turkish company discovered worth more than in the Azar Valley gold mines $1 billion. And to this day, the Georgian government, along with the North Caucasus Freedom Army, are still fighting for ownership. 80. The Azar Valley is less than from us 100 kilometers, so it's not a surprise to find gold ore in this area. I'll tell you what happens next. Those who pick up the gold ore, instead of returning it to you, will even frantically scramble for it among themselves, or they may also secretly hide it. But either way, the news that there is gold ore on Tea Hill will go viral. When the time comes, all you have to do is fire everyone and intentionally get some cops to guard the Tea Hill. 28 hectares. How can the police see with that few people? The villagers must sneak in looking for gold ore in ways you wouldn't expect. That way, you don't even have to spend any money to get a piece of cleared land. Silence. Everyone was silent. At most, they wanted to think about using violence to force the villagers to lower their prices. But they never dreamed that they could still play like this? Driven by greed, the target is motivated to act spontaneously through fake benefits, without coercive forcing, reducing layout costs. Simply a genius plan. Katerina's vermilion lips moved slightly, and just as she wanted to speak, she was interrupted by Shinfei. Miss Katerina, I haven't finished my plan. In fact, the most exciting part of this inning has just begun here. What? Katerina looked at Shinfei with a surprised face, her eyes fluttering as if she was thinking about something. The road became bumpy as the military vehicles drove out of the village, but far away along the car windows are the great rolling peaks of the Caucasus. Shinfei glanced at the beautiful scenery, and through the rearview mirror, glanced at Katerina's surprised little look, and said, when the reclamation is finished, you can go to the police chief, or the mayor, and ask them to bring someone to retrieve your lost gold ores from the villagers. They must have refused to give it to you, but you can tell all the villagers that if they report the person who picked up the gold ore, they will get a handsome reward. I've read about the village. 43% of ours, 29% descendants of exiles, 28% mixed and unidentified. With such a complex composition, do you think they'll be ironclad? Katerina shook her head. The rest of the group listened very intently. Shinfei, yeah, the heart of those who didn't pick up the gold ore is bound to be unbalanced, and the probability is that they will report those villagers who profited. It doesn't matter if no one sues in the beginning. Promise heavy benefits and there will always be those who can't carry it off. Then the next thing is simple. You get both the gold ore back in the reclaimed moorland. And there is a third option. Katerina gazed at Shinfei, no longer knowing what expression to use in response to the scene at hand. Such a scheme is indeed ruthless enough. It's poisonous, too. The key thing is that he perfectly exploits the weaknesses of human nature, and the possibility of failure is almost non-existent. It's just that she can't figure it out. What is this third option? Again? The rest of us are equally curious. And only Bear leaned back in his seat, drowsy. He couldn't quite understand what Shinfei was saying and found it too much of a brain dump. Not for him. He just likes to give precise and clear orders and get cracking. Shinfei said, let's go back to the original plan. The villagers found gold ore in the wasteland. What if what they picked up was just copper plated with a thin layer of gold? What would have happened? MS. Katerina. What you threw. But it's real gold ore. At that time, you will hold the absolute power of speech. And you can either be kind enough to spare the villagers, or you can use the police to put pressure on them to sign a low-cost labor payment for the value of the gold. As for those in office, you can pay to buy them off. But I'd rather suggest that your media mogul grandfather step in and let those officials choose whether they want a good name or a bad reputation. The power of a media frenzy is the thing those in office fear most. Katerina's thoughts came to a complete standstill at that moment, as if frozen by a huge block of ice. Exploiting human weaknesses, creating legal loopholes. The cycle of exploitation, poisonous schemes. This was definitely the most poisonous ploy she had ever heard of since she grew up. It's a killer. As for Righteous Eye, they had already sworn in their hearts, never offend Shinfei in the future. That's pretty tough. Sentiment. Your old man is still putting it away during the interview. Ha! It was more than 2 minutes before Katerina spoke slowly. So the you asked for 3 million rubles was not a cost at all. It was all your profit? Shinfei laughed. Don't care about these details. Katerina suddenly leaned forward. Her fox eyes narrowed as she surveyed Shinfei at close range, and softly said, Razor, you're very special. More outstanding than all the mercenaries I've ever met. Any interest in me? Shinfei felt the sudden fragrance and oppressive feeling. Stunned for a moment, almost stepped on the gas as if it were the brake. Thinking about it, he just reacted that Katerina's sentence just now should be translated as, do this to me. The conversion to the Chinese context is for Shinfei to jump ship and work after her. It wasn't clear whether Shinfei had thought wrongly, or whether Katerina had deliberately found a term that was ambiguous in itself. Shinfei, of course, chose to refuse. Sorry, I like my current job very much. Why would you refuse? Stop it. Her grandfather was about to be liquidated by the king. Without Grandpa Oligarch, she's got nothing but big thunder. 36D. Slender waist, Beyond the firm peach. What else does she have? She's still a what? Shenfei could see it, too. The apparently gentle, kind and compassionate Katarina's first reaction on hearing his plan was not one of cruelty, but of vague excitement. Oh, all the details are enough to show that. It's not a good cake either. 40. It's enough to break into your city hall, not to mention killing everyone here. With a flash of regret in her eyes, Katarina stretched and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said this in front of your teammates. I'm tired. Take me back to the hotel and I'll leave the rest to you. If you change your mind, you can always let me know. Mr. Razor. Shenfei nodded and stopped talking. Jumping ship is the same as recognizing your godfather. It's okay to have a new godfather, but at least get one that gets hard. Their family's halfway to the grave. Going to the funeral? After sending Katarina back to the hotel, Shenfei led the 7 teams and started to get busy. The process is tedious, but not complicated. Originally, I thought that making fake gold ore would be the most delayed. What Shenfei did not expect was that 100 kilometers away was a scenic area where there was a special gold or souvenir store. When they inquired about the factory, they realized that the producer of these souvenirs turned out to be the Free Army of the North Caucasus. Aha! These days, anyone who wants to be a terrorist has to learn to do business first. Market economy. Hate has become a brand. Bullets are clearly marked. Hell, if it really exists, it must have a big sale too. That night, Team 7 began planting gold ore in the barren mountains. You don't need to put too much in, but it's got to be hidden enough, and it's got to be designed to feel like an unexpected surprise. Late night, in a hotel suite, Katarina sat at her desk with one hand on her jaw, looking over the papers on it. The moonlight fell on the petite body wrapped in a black silk robe. The knotted buckle of the robe's waistband hung loosely over his hip bone, and just a half-inch further down he could have glimpsed the pair of startlingly large thunders. Buzz, buzz. The phone sounded. Katarina's jade hand lifted lightly, her fingertips running across the screen as she picked up the phone and put it to her ear. Hello, Grandpa. An old but thick voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, how are things being handled? I heard that the villagers over there are hard to handle. Do you want Grandpa to step in? Katarina told the story of what had happened today, focusing of course on Shenfei's genius-like poisonous plan. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and only after a full many minutes did a sigh come out. AI. What a hero. I didn't expect a Wagner branch to harbor such an expert in playing with people's hearts. It looks like Grandpa me. I'm really going to get slapped on the beach. Did you invite him? Katarina thought of Shenfei's unflinching refusal during the day, and her expression flashed with a flash of frustration. He refused. Oh, Igor was taken aback and asked, doesn't he know that you are Igor's granddaughter? Katarina, he knew it, but he refused anyway, not as if he was making a show of it, but from the bottom of his heart. Igor sighed. Pity. Katarina gazed out the window at the moonlight and murmured, yes, it's a shame. The next day, the village headman rushed to Tea Hill with a party of 200 or 300 people, as required. Shenfei paid in advance and the villagers began to work. Although they are greedy, but not to mention, they work harder than each other. Shenfei didn't know what the progress of the other Tea Mountains was, but at least in his opinion, there was really no one who was lazy. Aha! It may be that the villagers feel that there are not many opportunities to rip off the oligarchs, and that is why they are asking for exorbitant prices. Shenfei suddenly felt that himself and the villagers are, by nature, one of a kind. No one's a good person. It's just that he's a little smarter and has the system on his side. The first day went without incident. Maybe someone found gold ore, but didn't make a sound about it. Or maybe no one has found it yet. After all, the Tea Mountain was too big, and Shenfei's location where they placed the gold ore was underground, so it was normal that they didn't find it. Sooner or later anyway. The second day was exactly the same process as the first. Even Shenfei had begun to think about whether he had to increase the placement of some gold ores. Good thing. Day 3. Here comes the hustle. 2 villagers find gold ore at the same time and a fight ensues. Even though they're from the same village, there's a difference between near and far. Each calls for a friend, and a single fight becomes a group fight. In fact, using the pinnacle of poisonous schemes against the Chinese against them all seems wasteful, because after 2 days of contact, Shenfei realized that this group of people were generally so. It's hard to describe. Definitely not a cutie. I'm sure it's not a cutie. And also the unique wisdom of the working people. Aha. There's a word that's accurate. Superhero. To put it nicely, it's called a tough folk. Bang. Shenfei pulled the trigger at the sky, and the loud sound of the gunshot echoed on the Tea Mountain. Righteous Eyes and the others followed, aiming for the sky and pulling the triggers at the same time. A series of gunshots finally brought the villagers back to a bit of sanity. Shenfei cocked his head and looked at the 2 people who were initially fighting and asked in a cold voice, what's going on? What's hidden in your arms? Bring it to me. The villagers looked left and right, and finally gritted their teeth and ran. So I can spoil you? I had a hard time coming up with a poisonous plan. Shinfei aimed at his calf and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. The villager was shot in the calf and his body stumbled to the ground. The villagers on the tea hill were instantly in disarray. Bang! Shinfei pulled the trigger again and bellowed. Don't ing talk. Whoever talks again, send him to Allah. An unconvinced villager roared. Who are you bluffing? There are so many of us here. How many bullets do you have in your gun? How many people can you kill? The others followed and began to clamor. The scene was at risk of getting out of hand. The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose slightly as he aimed at the man's head and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. Brain splatter. The villagers didn't expect Shinfei to really dare to shoot and kill, and they were all confused at once. Shinfei walked up to the corpse, looked down at him and said, You asked me how many bullets I have? I've got 7 magazines on me, 2 base stocks of ammo, and pistol rounds with 5.56 C4 explosives. I have 5 other teammates, one with more ammo on them than the other. It's enough to fight your way into your city hall, not to mention killing everyone here. Before pretending in your next life, look at what the other person is. The whole place was silent. Even the most savage villagers had no more resistance when they heard such words. Actually, it's Shinfei's fault for being too gentle 2 days ago. Let the guys forget that the gun in his hand is capable of killing. Shinfei looked angrily at the 200 to 300 villagers present and pointed at the high ground to the northeast. Dog days, all look at me clearly. That man is carrying on his shoulder FN Minimi Mk3 light machine gun. Wrapped around the body is a 100-round chain pack of soft ammunition retrofitted with an external quick-release design. There are 7 other bullet packs like that in the car. Let me ask you, can you stand up to a round of strafing? Asterisk. Really think I'm a waiter? I'm a mercenary not protected by the Geneva Convention. Now, it's true that no one dares to speak up. All the villagers kept their heads down, not even daring to look at Shinfei, who looked like a god of death. As for revenge? More than that, the thought didn't even cross my mind. The difference in strength is too great. Shinfei ignored the crowd present, walked over to the villager who had just been struck in the calf, and said in a deep voice, I'll only give you 3 seconds to bring me what you've hidden. The villagers' faces were thick with pain and reluctance, but they didn't dare disobey. In the end, he could only be reluctant, and took out an ore that was the size of an egg in diameter and emitted a golden luster. Shinfei's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, and his gaze greedily looked at the gold ore. 300 meters away, Katerina saw Shinfei's expression through the binoculars, and her red lips curled up slightly, sketching out a smile that drew people's imagination as she murmured, Mr. Razor, Oscar, oh you a little gold. 41, don't come to me alone next time. I'm afraid my teammates will misunderstand. Shinfei snatched the gold ore as if he was afraid of being seen by others and stuffed it into his combat suit. He turned his head, found the village chief in the crowd, and said in a deep voice, Take your men and get out. You don't have to come tomorrow. As for the one who just died, I'll give him a pension. The mayor wanted to say something. In fact, someone had already picked up gold ore on the first day, only they didn't vocalize it. I thought it was a chance to make a fortune, but I didn't expect it to be spoiled by 2 assholes on only the 3rd day. Gold ore? Ha! Pick up 1 for 10 years and you won't have to worry. Pick up 10 and you'll have enough for this lifetime. But, what would he dare say in the face of a ruthless mercenary? There are laws in the Caucasus, but the interpretation of the law is in the hands of the rich. Unfortunately, they are poor people, and it is the final interpretation of justice that stands behind this group of mercenaries. Standing beside the village chief, the man who was known as the village's crouching dragon and phoenix all in one whispered, Village chief, go first. You can't get tough with them. Even if he kills all of us, he can push it to a nearby extremist group. The village chief gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, But, the man frowned, Don't be butthurt. If we can't dig in the open, can't we dig in secret? How many people would they have to be to watch a place this big? That makes sense. The village chief's heart felt a surge of pleasure, and he looked at Shinfei and said, Mr. Mercenary, it's us who have caused you trouble. I'm sorry, we're on our way. Shinfei didn't even pay attention to him. The village headman took 200 or 300 villagers, carrying the injured and a dead man, and left the tea mountain as if fleeing. Later that afternoon, sparse police were dispatched to cordon off Tea Hill. Human greed is always beyond imagination. Shinfei had thought that under the fear of death, the villagers would be able to endure for at least 2 days. Unexpectedly that night, there were dozens of people quietly through the police blockade, quietly panning for gold in the tea mountain. Hey, worked harder than even during the day. Goldcoin saw the scene through his night vision and lamented, Razor, it's all right by you. You're such a devil. Shenfei laughed. Drive them away after 3 hours to create a feeling of being heavily guarded. Goldcoin nodded and led the rest of the group to start getting ready. The villagers were driven out the first night, but they were surprised to find that if they ran fast enough, they could stay with the gold or they picked up. So what are we waiting for? More and more villagers are beginning to flock to the tea hills. In the beginning, it was men, and then the women. Eventually even children as young as 7 or 8 years old came in groups to try their luck in the tea mountains. The original number of persons employed was 200 or 300. Now look. Hey, every night it was at least 1,000 people. In less than a month, the originally deserted tea hill was plowed clean. Not a single weed. When a cow or a horse comes along, they have to sigh. You guys are the real cow horses. During this time, teams with large equipment and technicians are also arriving one after another. Large machines began to operate, requiring less and less labor. Lustful Dreams playing Monkey Bureau follow-up plan. Are by Katarina to complete? Shenfei also lazy to ask more. It's not like there's an extra charge. They had no special assignment for the 7th team. They were training every day. Only that they would send 2 people to keep watch at night. Only Nefertis, who is also a woman, stays close to Katarina hours a day, providing all-around protection. 24. Late night. Shenfei, who was heavily armed, sat on a hidden high ground in Tea Mountain, enjoying the night view of the Caucasus Mountains. The stars exploded into shattered silver in the inky blue vault of the sky, the snowy peaks silhouetted like undried splashes of ink. It's beautiful. It reminded Shenfei of the evening sun on General Mountain. The sound of footsteps in the snow. Shenfei looked up. It's Katarina. The snow crunched under her feet, and her tall figure was wrapped in a silver and gray down jacket, the belt pinching out the sharp curves of her waist and hips. Even if you're wearing something thick, couldn't even cover her siren-like seductive body. The heartbeat is gradually on the same frequency as the feet. With every step she takes, all of them seem to be stepping precisely on the man's heart, causing his breath to catch. Katarina walked over to Shenfei's side, ignoring the clean and tidy clothes on her body, casually sat next to her and smiled. Didn't sleep? Shenfei, I'll keep watch. Katarina laughed. I couldn't sleep either. Looking for you to talk to. Shenfei, I'm quite sleepy. Why don't you keep watch and I'll go to bed? Katarina's face bloomed into a bright smile. Her appearance was exceptionally charming. You're quite a joker. You must have talked to a lot of girlfriends, right? Shenfei, if you can't talk, you shut up. Looking for a girlfriend now. Is it to see if you can joke? Risky guy, Katarina said with a wink of her eyes. What? Talking about your unforgettable past? Shenfei shook his head. Katarina, I suggest you stay in your room if you're fine. It's not as safe here as you think. Katarina laughed. That wasn't with you? You've earned me an extra 3 million rubles, plus a diamond ring. Shenfei did not say anything. She knew that this woman would never come to herself for no reason. As for what top rich white girl is in love with me? Unless it's drugging. Otherwise, Shenfei felt that that kind of thing wouldn't happen to him for a while. The status gap is too big. Seeing that Shenfei was soft and hard, Katarina simply threw out the main topic. Actually, our family, we have a specialized security team. I think the paycheck will be higher where it suits you better. Shenfei once again refused dryly. Katarina, this is something you've said before. Katarina, but I want to try again. Maybe you'll agree. Shenfei spread his hands and said helplessly. Then I can't do anything if you must think so. Just then, Bear's figure appeared a short distance away and called out. Razor, it's time for your shift. Shenfei nodded and said. Katarina, I have to go to bed. Katarina pointed to herself and said. Can't you give a little face when a beautiful woman of this magnitude invites you to talk a little longer? Shenfei simply shook his head and got up. I'm sorry, but Wagner and I are the real deal. We're only good as friends. By the way, next time don't come to me alone. I'm afraid my teammates will misunderstand. Katarina, this guy must have been a green tea tree in a previous life. The flavor is too strong. Good night. Shenfei didn't talk any more nonsense and walked straight to the dormitory. He really didn't want to get involved with the oligarchs in any way. That old boy, King Volodymyr, is ruthless, inhuman. Katarina gazed at the direction Shenfei disappeared in, her knuckles unconsciously rubbing the handle of her gun as she murmured, it's a good talent. Pity. The next day, early morning, Katarina's aide knocked on the door of Righteous Eye's room. The door to the room opened. Righteous Eye asked, something wrong? The aide said, Captain Righteous Eye, MS. Katarina recently gathered a load of wild tea and would like you to deliver it to Grozia. Righteous Eye frowned. Delivery? Not with a professional driver? Aide, the destination is through a war zone between the Georgian government and the Free Army of the North Caucasus. The driver is afraid to go. Katarina would like you to take the squad with you for a little escort. For expenses, she will bill you separately. Righteous Eye asked, all of them? The aide shook her head. Except for Nefertus. She's going to stick close to MS. Katerina. It's a bit of a rush, so I'd like you to leave as soon as possible. And the car is parked in the clearing at the west gate entrance to T Hill. Righteous I didn't think much of it and nodded. Got it. Sending his assistant away. Righteous I pressed the intercom and gave the order. Everyone except Nefertus. Gather at the west gate entrance with all your gear. There's action. Roger that. Copy that. Roger that. Come on. I just finished my night shift. 10 minutes later. All 5 of them arrived at the western gate of T Mountain. Polando yawned and asked, "What's the hurry, Captain?" Righteous I put the situation into perspective. The destination is indeed close to the war zone. They had no problem going to deliver a load of wild black tea. The group got into the van. Lots of space. There was more than enough room for all 5 of them. Shinfei didn't know how to drive this kind of car, so the 2 of them, Gold Coin and Righteous I, swapped driving. Boom! The van's engine roared to life. The warm-up in place was over, and Gold Coin was in gear and ready to go. Just then, Nefertus came over and dropped a black duffel bag into the compartment and said, "It's filled with food, so you guys be safe." Several people nodded in turn. Moments. The big truck started up and drove out of the T Mountains, fading into the dense Caucasus Mountains. From a nearby high-rise, Katerina watched the van disappear from view, picked up the satellite phone, and said in a cold voice, "The car is off. Keep your hands clean and don't let me down." 42. Scarlet Rampage. A deadly trap laid by a cold queen. The roads in the mountains are rough and the trucks are not fully loaded, but they still have a hard time traveling. After a violent lurch, Polando bared his teeth and pulled the out of his back gear pouch M40 gas mask and spat. "Captain, I really don't understand why you even have to carry this on every operation. It's not like we're going to Chernobyl." Righteous I lit a cigarette and said, "Bear with me, you'll thank me when you use it." Polando bristled. "I'm sure there's no such thing as that day." Righteous I shrugged and didn't say anything. Shinfei looked out the car window at the snow-covered forest and always felt that something was not solid. He had checked a lot of news in the past 2 days, and there were a total of 2 that concerned him the most. Karelia, the Federation of Montevideo, the Kingdom of Lunaria. A few days ago, these 3 countries announced, almost simultaneously, that they were joining the Northland Iron Shield Alliance. Karelia was even the first to join the Northland Iron Shield Alliance, a former Red Star Alliance nation that seeks military protection and economic integration. The strategic buffer zone is getting closer and closer. This was the absolute worst of bad news for King Balakan. He's got a new move. 2. A conference was held 2 days ago with all 7 oligarchs in attendance, but what exactly was talked about is unknown to outsiders. It's still the same thing as Chang Kung. Hustle foreigners first. Shen Fei, based on the memories in his mind, could probably tell that the negotiation should be very uneventful. The greater the external pressure, the more the king had to rely on the 7 oligarchs. This is the perfect opportunity for them to Leonize it. Unfortunately, they were wrong about King Valakan. That old boy was much more ruthless than they thought. At this critical juncture, the granddaughter of a media oligarch comes to the Caucasus to grow black tea? If Katerina, who's a real sweetie pie, is a real sweetie pie, so be it. But through this period of contact, he understood that the other party had a deep heart. The more Shinfei thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Something's up. But it's all a big deal. It's got nothing to do with a little person like me. Shinfei stretched his back and slowly closed his eyes, intending to have a good sleep first. The van moved slowly. It took until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening to finally get close to the final destination. Righteous I woke everyone up. Shinfei opened his eyes and looked out of the car window, realizing that on both sides of the road, passing soldiers could be seen from time to time. Judging by the clothes and equipment, it's the Caucasian Free Army. He frowned and asked, "Captain, where to this?" Righteous Eyes renewed a cigarette and replied, "Just past the engagement zone. This is the area controlled by the Caucasian FSA. Our destination is almost here. Spirits, everyone. Though it's unlikely that there will be a conflict with the Caucasus Freedom Army, it's also important to prevent them from stealing anything. War circles have their own chain of contempt. The noblest of them all are Air Force pilots. At the lowest level are terrorists who are entrenched and will do anything. As for the mercenaries, just that much higher than the terrorists." After traveling for about 10 more minutes, Righteous Eyes looked at the SAT-NAV and said, "After the intersection ahead, we're at the place. How do you trade a black tea and go deep into the mountains?" "Gold. You make a satellite call to the shipper and ask them where they are." Gold Coin took out his cell phone and started dialing. They are now located at an altitude of above sea level on 200 meters a mountain road, flanked by frozen cliffs and coniferous forests that form a death trap, with a road width of only 2 cars intersecting. After the turn, the trail became much more spacious and the surrounding hillsides were not as steep. At about 100 meters, there were about 7 or 8 people standing. Shenfei's eyesight was enhanced, and he could see farther than others even at night. He was shocked to find one of the men receiving the shipment was Ash, the second in command of the Neva Brotherhood. Ash happened to pick up the phone and his voice carried into the compartment. "Hey Devaris, we've got you in sight. Just look ahead." It all happened so suddenly. Shenfei's heartbeat accelerated, and the cold sweat on his body instantly turned upside down. He immediately gripped the steering wheel, turned his head toward Gold, and said in a voice that could be heard by everyone in the compartment, "Captain, slow down." Goldcoin sensed something was wrong and frowned. "I see you. Damn, this tie road." He hung up. Righteous Eye whispered, "What's wrong?" Shenfei pointed to the crowd in front of him and said, "It's Ash, the second in command of the Neva Brotherhood." "What?" Upon hearing this news, the rest of the people all froze as well. What are they doing here? Shenfei was also thinking about this, but couldn't come up with anything at all. The simplest logic is that the Neva Brotherhood is teaming up with Katarina to try to get him killed. But that's impossible. The Brotherhood of Neva doesn't have that kind of power. Shenfei doesn't deserve someone else's oligarch's own granddaughter as a bureau, either. Oh, as long as people's grandfather gave some benefits, without anyone else, Wagner's elite squad members, I'm afraid, would all come after Shenfei. The 7 oligarchs have more power than any of the ancient vassal kings. There was little difference between crushing him and crushing an ant. Neva Brotherhood to really be able to kneel down people. Shenfei's side just rushed into the building. Over their 58 group army is afraid that even 2 160 bombers are ready. Not to mention, if it's a setup, why would Ash show up at this point? When they get out of the car, a pike won't do the trick. Too many questions to figure out. The van couldn't be delayed much longer, even though it had slowed down. Even the crowd in the carriage had seen Ash's face. Polando pointed to the man next to Ash and said, "It's him, the godfather of the Brotherhood." The atmosphere in the carriage coalesced to the extreme, and everyone's breathing became ragged. The surrounding terrain is bad and the number of enemies is unknown. It's almost a dead end, but even so, no one panicked, their eyes looking towards Shenfei, waiting for his decision. Shenfei took a deep breath, gripped the in his hand tightly M4A1 assault rifle, and whispered, "Even if it's not aimed at us, this shipment isn't that simple. Captain, speed up and run them over. The rest of you, prepare to receive the enemy." With a command, it was as if the crowd had found their backbone. Click, click, the sound of a gun being loaded resounded through the silent compartment. Boom! Righteous Eye put on the low gear and slammed the gas. The speed of the truck became faster and faster. Shenfei could clearly see the expression on the faces of Ash and the Godfather, which changed from doubt to surprise, and then changed to incomparable shock after seeing him. He wasn't wrong about one thing. Ash and the others didn't realize that it was them who had come to make the delivery. Boom! The speed of the van was getting faster and faster, and when the Godfather and the others reacted, the first thing they tried to do was to look for a place to hide. More than half of them dodged the front end of the car. The other 3 or 4 didn't look in the right direction and could only look in despair at the rapidly approaching front of the car. "Sucka don't list, asshole. How do you drive? Fake." Their desperate cries could be heard through the windows of the car with the roar of the engine. Ka! There was a violent crash. The front windshield shattered, and the cabin shook violently, followed by the vibration of tires crushing a foreign object came through, and in a trance it was as if you could hear screams coming from the rear. Shenfei looked through the rearview mirror. On the ground lay bodies that had been crushed and were motionless. Blood flowed down all the hollows in their bodies, quickly pooling into bloody puddles in the dirt. Suka doesn't list. Shenfei. It's him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why would he be the one to deliver the weapons? Finish him. The few survivors subconsciously ducked behind cover and raised their guns to pull the triggers. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. A series of bullets hit the wagon with a harsh, creepy sound. The trucks are going faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it had already left those few people far behind. Righteous Eye shouted excitedly, "Ha ha! Suka Buell, how's your captain's driving skills? Tell you what, think about it." Right at this moment, a threat of approaching death instantly enveloped Shenfei. He quickly looked in the direction of the killing intent resonance skill prompt, followed by shouting, 4 o'clock, RPG. Shenfei had just made a sound when he saw rockets with deadly trailing flames in the dense forest next to him, flying towards the windshield. Everyone knew very well that if it exploded, then they'll all be in one piece, spread over the entire carriage. The moment of truth. Righteous Eye jerked the steering wheel to the right, and the van threw a 90-degree drift across the gravel road, stalling the car sideways on the mountain road. The spiraling trails of flame tore through the sky as the metal projectile traced a charred parabola. Boom! The rocket hit the front of the car where it was linked to the carriages. and the huge sound of the explosion and the shockwave instantly shattered all the glass. The smoke rose together with the smell of tar. Receive the enemy. 4 o'clock. Unknown number. Suppressive fire. Establish sector defense. Almost at the same time, Shenfei and Goldcoin fiercely kicked the car door open and jumped down from it in one leap. The people in the back jumped out of the car with them. Only Bear, holding his in one hand FN Minimi Mk3 light machine gun, pointed it at the area where the enemy was and pulled the trigger. Fire suppression does not require accuracy. It was also this 10 seconds or so of time he had fought for that smoothly allowed Shenfei and the others to get out of the carriage and dodge to the position at the rear of the car. After finding cover, they simultaneously launched fire suppression. This in turn gave Bear time to escape. Although they were a mishmash of elites, they still in less than completed the after picking up the enemy seconds ODA cycle. 10. Soon, Goldcoin and Bear used their respective weapons to form a two-man crossfire network within a range value of meters. 80. In a nutshell, it's Bear using machine guns for point-blank suppression and Gold for precision shooting. Shenfei, on the other hand, acted as the captain, checking for flaws while looking for an escape route. Tada. Da day. Da da da. The enemy was outnumbered, and those who couldn't be bothered to fire their firing sights fired bullets that hit the tops of the bunkers around them like they didn't need money. Run. Got to run. Neither the numbers nor the terrain were advantageous. Staying any longer was undoubtedly looking for death. Shenfei glanced at the slope behind the road and, it's too steep. I can get down. But they might get halfway down before the enemy caught up with them and named them one by one. What to do? Shenfei, who was participating in the war for the first time in a real sense, really panicked. Even if the other side may not be an elite force, but compared to the triads, there is a fundamental difference. The feeling of powerlessness spread wildly in Shenfei's heart. Just then, Polando's voice rang out. Gold, Razor, Bear, Captain's Eye. The Captain's Eye. Shenfei was stunned, and his entire body froze. Time was too short just now. He only now reacted to the fact that the prosthetic eye for nearly hadn't made a sound seconds. 30. Suppressive fire. Goldcoin yelled out. Bear hissed. Don't worry. Leave it to me. He switched to a new chain of bullets from his backpack, couldn't care less about the already reddened barrel, and fired wildly at the enemy's position. No one knows how hot his gun is right now, but they could all smell the burning odor coming from what was left of Bear's arm. Shenfei emptied his magazines with a round of point-blank fire and looked back at the situation of the prosthetic eye. At this point, Righteous Eye was lying on the ground, and the blood coming out of his head had spread over his entire face. A lom was stuck in his only eye's heart of glass, about centimeters and irregular. 5. Blood filaments climbed along the spiral pattern of the shards, congealing into fine beads at the edges of the glass. It was the eye that saved everyone. It was also because he hadn't ducked that his eye had been stabbed by the glass that the shockwave had shattered. Shenfei's body trembled slightly and anger gradually eroded what little sanity he had. Prosthetic eyes. This first man he trusted since crossing over. Blind. Shenfei's breathing became rapid, and almost subconsciously, he gave the carbine in his hand, a brand new magazine. Goldcoin grabbed his hand with a low growl. I know what you're thinking, but you can't do this. Impulsiveness won't just get you killed, it'll get us all killed. Razor, this is war. At this point, after Bear shot yet another pack of bullets, the barrel burst into flames and was no longer functional. Polando, who had been acting as a doctor, took over his fire and continued to suppress the enemy. But an assault rifle is not even in the same league as a light machine gun in terms of suppression. Those enemies hidden in the jungle were like ghosts, slowly approaching them a little bit, ready and waiting to eat them up. As Shenfei returned fire, his gaze unconsciously swept over the bodies of his comrades around him. Bear, gold coins, Polando, prosthetic eyes. Either one is certainly not as good technically or tactically. But, when he truly stepped onto the battlefield, Shenfei thought to himself that his performance within these 2 minutes, I don't even deserve to be in his shoes. That's what experience and mindset make a huge difference. Goldcoin sensed Shenfei's change of heart. The fact that the first time on the battlefield can be like Shenfei has been very rare. It's only common for recruits to be scared less. As Gold fired back, he hissed and growled, Razor, don't be so quick to deny yourself. Those stunts of yours, we can hardly reach them even after a lifetime. But that's the kind of lookout we have, and you'll be able to figure it out in 2 missions. The captain says you're like one of those top players on the green field, always attacking the goal with unbelievable angles. Think with the same instincts you use every time you flip a desperate situation, and then lead us. Live. 43. Listen carefully. I need someone to die now. Shenfei gasped violently. The crimson in his eyes gradually dissipated, and roared lowly in his heart. System, give me a smoke. Smack hard. Keep quiet and don't let me hear you. Although it was a mess just now, but Shenfei with the shooting instinct engraved in his soul, took out a few enemies and gained a few chances to draw. The system cooperated by not making a sound. Just a few words popped up on the interface. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning agility +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the physical +1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for drawing the master climbing skill. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining adrenaline potion X4. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning intelligence X1. Lucky draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill draw annihilation grade demolition technique. Moment. Countless techniques about climbing related to explosions madly flooded into Shinfei's mind and were simultaneously transforming his body. The feeling of getting an all-around boost in strength is as awesome as ever. Shinfei skillfully pressed the magazine release button, only to hear the click sound. The empty magazine off. He then pulled out a new magazine loaded with bullets from the tactical undershirt. Eyes focused. The action in one fell swoop. He checked the killing intent resonance skill and found that there were 7 locations within meters that flashed with a red shimmer. 30. This is a pretty good squad. They didn't rush to fire, but with the help of their teammates' gunfire, they adopted an arrow formation and approached a little bit forward, trying to find a suitable firing line of sight to take a roll call on the 7 teams one by one. There are too many enemies, even Gold Coin and the others, who just knew someone was approaching, couldn't do anything about it. There is no shooting boundary, and as soon as they gave up their fire suppression, the enemy would pounce on them like mad dogs and tear them apart viciously, without the sniper's medium and long-range precision strikes. In this case, the breakout hand becomes very important. Sorry guys, I worried you earlier. Help me cover fire. Shinfei dropped his gun and took out 2 from his combat backpack F1 attack grenades, pulling the pull ring on the left and the right, and threw them out directly without even looking at them. Boom! Boom! 2 grenades exploded 3 meters above the ground, creating a 360-degree kill zone, and the bodies of 4 enemies hiding behind a tree were torn apart and tumbled down the hillside. They are until the second before they die. Neither understood how they were discovered. The sudden explosion halted the enemy's attack for a few seconds, a rare window of opportunity to fire. The perfect timing is right in front of us. How could you miss it? Shinfei half-kneeled on the ground, relying on the tailgate of the truck car as a cover, and quickly took a roll call of the enemies that were exposed to his field of vision. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Shots were fired and the enemy fell to the ground, almost in the blink of an eye. The raiding squad was all but scrapped. ******ing beautiful. Change ammo. Razor, I knew you wouldn't be crushed. Take the left flank. Damn it bear, get the captain's gun. A family, you should keep them neat and tidy. 7 o'clock, take him out. Sweeping away the gloom of the previous raid, Team 7 exploded into the Caucasus Mountains in the dead of night with the fighting power they deserved. The enemy is no soft touch, either. After they knew that there was a marksman in their camp, they immediately drew a dozen or so people to suppress fire on the area where Shinfei was. Da! Da da! Da da da! Bullets whizzed by Shinfei's side, splashing sparks so densely that it was like a show of ironsmithing. He doesn't have a counter for now, but, because a precision shooter of legendary level had appeared on the battlefield, the enemy didn't dare to charge as desperately as before. They quickly changed tactics, holding Team 7 at bay while splitting their forces to prepare for a joint encirclement from the other side. Because of the relationship between the truck and the shoulder of the road, Shinfei and the others only needed to consider the frontal enemy. Once the encirclement is formed, they will surely die. Shinfei switched to a new magazine and tried to gather information from the battlefield. This is crucial. Although the gold coins they didn't say, it's clear to anyone that if Righteous Eye hadn't been injured, they wouldn't have been in such a mess even without the sniper. Shinfei, who had calmed down, quickly realized that many things were wrong. At the very beginning, they suffered an RPG attack before the truck had to stop. So, there's only one rocket in the bunch? It can't be, can it? If Shinfei was allowed to act as the enemy's commander, he would definitely choose an artillery wash. A few rounds of RPGs thrown at them, and Shinfei and the others would have to risk fleeing down the hillside near the cliff on the left side of the road. But the enemy didn't. Even the initial shot of the RPG was aimed at their cockpit, rather than just a few rounds in unison, attacking the weakest point like the tires. Why? Evil to the house must have a ghost. Shinfei frowned and yelled lowly, "You guys cover fire? I'm going to go to the carriage to see what the hell we're pulling." "Roger that. Roger that. Go on. We're here." After getting an answer from his teammates, Shinfei shot and crumbled the lock on the tailgate, quickly pulled open the door and jumped in. At eye level, it's all wild black tea, and it doesn't look any stranger. But Shinfei noticed that there was surprisingly not a single bullet hole in the carriage. Is that right? It's very wrong. Often, the carriages are just a few millimeters of sheet iron, which bullets can penetrate with no effort at all. The density of the gunfire outside was diminishing. It's not good that. It means that the enemy is moving fast and will soon have them completely surrounded. Shin Fei touched the partition of the compartment. Surprisingly, it was a composite panel of lead glass partition and tungsten alloy plate. His face changed dramatically, and he hastily took out from his combat protection and the DP5V radiation meter turned it on. The pointer is jumping wildly and finally rests at 3, 5, asterisk 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 and 3, 5 Roentgens? What the hell is that forced-raised woman making us transport? Shin Fei could no longer care about the danger outside and quickly threw out all the black tea. And finally, among the piles of tea leaves, he saw a scene that was enough to make him remember his whole life. Under the dark green tarpaulin, light yellow crystals were piled up like some kind of alienated salt grains into mounds half a man high. The angular grains refracted a cold sheen under the light, and the edges were vaguely marked with traces of the factory's mechanical press fit. This ING is it CL-20 explosives? In Shin Fei's mind, data related to it immediately surfaced. At the same time, he finally understood why the enemy didn't target the trucks with firebombing, but wanted to surround and annihilate them. Shin Fei still can't figure it out. The whole thing's coming together, but he could probably guess that the enemy should be preparing to take them out during the handover of the goods. Only the goddess of fortune favored Shin Fei, allowing him to see his former enemy. Nope. Shin Fei realized that he had overlooked a problem. CL-20 explosives are non-radioactive. So, something that can make a DP5V radiometer jump to 3, 5. What was it again? Shin Fei continued to lift the dark green tarpaulin, and soon found 3 lead gray cylindrical canisters lying horizontally next to the pile of crystals, which were written on them in rough Russian. CS-137 oxide. Total weight, 542 grams. See this thing? Shin Fei didn't even think about it, even couldn't care about the stray bullets outside, quickly covered the tarpaulin and jumped out of the carriage in one leap, backhandedly closing the box door. It's so exciting. Who would have dared to think that on their first mission? Just play so big? Shin Fei's face turned pale as he looked toward the several teammates lying on the shoulder of the road and roared. I don't have time to say any nonsense. Polando, go to the cockpit and get the gas masks out. Gold, go check the van for damage. Bear, I want you to hold off the enemy alone. I need at least 2 minutes. And, I need someone to die now. Otherwise, all of us must die. 44, the old man has to live for the dead. No one knows exactly what Shin Fei saw, and there's no need to know. Although everyone's expressions appeared stunned for a moment when they heard that they were going to let a person die, they were still the first to carry out Shin Fei's order. The importance of the captain. It's on display in this moment. The enemy is drawing up a long line of battle, and the firing is not very frequent. Bear loaded the grenade launcher of the assault rifle at his side with M433 armor-breaking rounds, and then used the other gun at close to fire point-blank enemies the 50-meter absolute danger zone. It's almost like a positional play already. Very dangerous. But there's no way around it. To prolong the block, you have to selectively spare the enemy at a distance and focus on the battle at hand. Shoo! There was a cracking sound in Bear's ear, and a hot tungsten core suddenly poured into his left ear canal, the shrill whine of metal rubbing against his periosteum like an electric drill stabbing through his skull. He even heard it, the muffled sound of a pulse bursting similar to tearing through wet cotton cloth. No pain. There was only semi-coagulated plasma running down the cervical spine. Bear knows he's been hit in the ear. He was glad it was only his ear that was hit, because he had a mission to fulfill. Without looking at the wound, no bandages, there wasn't even any change in expression. Bear dropped the assault rifle in his hand and replaced it with the grenade launcher equipped at his side M4 carbine. Aiming. Pull the trigger. Shoo! The grenade's muzzle blossomed into an orange petal fireball, and 40mm fragmentation rounds flew at breakneck speed towards the location where the shots had just been fired. An explosion went off. The shockwave precedes the sound and lifts the body into a bloody sieve. Like a sophisticated war machine, Bear changed his gun again without any expression and suppressed fire on the enemy. No pain. Not feeling it. Not to any scene that creates even half a ripple. Like his idol Martin Luther King, Jr. When he stood at the lectern with that grace and confidence. The rest of us haven't been idle, either. Polando brought in what he thought was a gas mask he'd never use in his life. Goldcoin finished checking the van. The RPG buster cut off the front axle air pressure line to the van. But it's still drivable if you can grab a gear. What do you want me to do? I'll go. Shin Fei was busy connecting the detonator in his hand to the cockpit, and was just about to speak when he heard a weak voice ring out. Razor, I'll go. Shin Fei raised his head and realized that the one who spoke was Righteous Eye. No one knows if the tough guy passed out or stayed conscious after losing his eye. because he hadn't made a sound from the beginning to the end. Not dragging his teammates down after losing the ability to fight is the last professionalism the captain, shows. Shinfei looked at this and, the first man he had trusted since he crossed over flashed a flash of intolerance in his expression, but it quickly returned to normal. The situation is here. If you can't do it in 2 minutes, everyone is dead, Shinfei said in a deep voice. The compartment is loaded with at least 3 tons of CL-20 explosives and several hundred grams of CS-137 oxide. The radiation value is now 3.5 Roentgens. I need someone to drive and go with the enemy in front of me to buy time for my teammates to retreat backward. The prosthetic eyes, which had just been blinded, were not yet accustomed to the darkness. He struggled to get up, but the pain in his body made him nearly fall. But in the end, the hardened captain, nonetheless, stood up, although he was bent over. Righteous Eye murmured, "Gold coin, take me to the cockpit." His tone was weak, old, and determined. Gold coin wanted to say something. They have spent more time with each other and have a deeper bond. Shinfei yelled lowly, "Go!" Gold coin's expression became even crazier than Shinfei's before. The corners of his mouth twitched crazily and his fingers trembled slightly, which was a symptom of an attack. PTSD. Shinfei's voice, icy cold as if it came from hell. "Gold coin, if you dare to have an attack here, I'll shoot you right away." Without hesitation, the old man has to live, and live for the dead. Gold coin's breathing became ragged, and without a word, he assisted Righteous Eye and slowly moved towards the cockpit. Shinfei turned his head violently, without any aiming process at all, and pulled the trigger at the dense jungle not far away. Bang! Bang! A burst of point-blank shooting ended with 2 or 3 bodies rolling off. If the enemy was not worried about the truck CS-137 oxide explosion on Shinfei, and they would not have lasted until now. But I'm sorry, Shinfei is one of those. The more you're afraid of something, the more I'm going to give you something, man. Escorting Righteous Eye into the cockpit, Shinfei handed him the modified old-fashioned cigarette lighter and said in a deep voice, "Just drive forward. I'll direct you in the right direction, and when I tell you to detonate, you'll with the detonator attached insert the cigarette lighter." According to my calculations, in the compartment 137 powder with CL-20 explosives exploded at a range of 150 meters, and the radioactive fallout spread to 1 kilometer. If it explodes early, we won't be able to run. Your death will have no meaning. Sitting in the driver's seat, Righteous Eyes took the cigarette lighter, a bitter smile sketching the corners of his mouth. "And to think that not being scared silly is already your limit. You know what? We were actually talking privately, especially looking forward to seeing you scared on the battlefield." Shinfei's eyes gradually turned red, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't talk about this. Any last words?" Polando, Gold, and Big Bear, each of the 3 was responsible for a different firing site on the enemy. They've forgotten about munitions management. Just want to give the prosthetic eye fighting for the last time. Righteous Eyes gently shook his head. His face, already stained with blood, looked a bit grim. "There's nothing I want to say. Light me a cigarette." Shinfei took out 2 creased cigarettes from Righteous Eye's blood-stained pants leg. "Ignite. 1 for each." Righteous Eyes inhaled deeply. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, drawing out a miserable smile. "This is probably the best cigarette I've ever had in my entire life. Razor, remember, we're mercenaries. We don't take revenge. I'll go to hell. And there, too, I'll be the best mercenary." Shinfei didn't say anything, his eyes choking on his cigarette. Boom! The van started. Shinfei hid behind a tree, pressed the Motorola Sabre 3 intercom, and commanded the blinded prosthetic eye to adjust the angle of the van. They didn't have throat mics in this day and age, but bone conduction headphones are already very advanced. After the enemy heard the sound of the truck starting, they quickly understood what Shinfei and the others wanted to do. Dozens of men emerged from the jungle and began strafing the front of the van. They don't dare shoot the wagons, for all of them knew just how terrifying a presence the compartment contained. "Sons of ES, your righteous grandpa is here." Righteous Eye slammed the gas pedal to the floor and let out a roar, his expression becoming incomparably hideous and terrifying at this moment. "Ula!" He cried out and made a brazen charge in a direction that was nowhere to be seen. Shinfei and the others took this opportunity to quickly put on their gas masks. When everything was ready, Shinfei shouted, "Human exposure to unprotected 5 Roentgens has a mortality rate 99%. 200 within meters is an instant kill zone, and all within kilometer is an absolute danger zone. 1. 3-meter deep snow water attenuates 76% of gamma radiation, and gas masks absorb residual radiation. We'll just have to run down and take advantage of the air altitude drop, and the favorable headwinds, as best we can. The farther the better." The crowd retreated to the steep descent beyond the shoulder of the road, donning gas masks, and no one said a word. At this point, The lorry had already traveled nearly a distance of meters and was ablaze with black smoke. 100. Shinfei's expression was bleak as he softly said, "Right now. Brake. Detonate. The prosthetic eye. Have a good trip." No sound came back. All they could see was the van slamming to a halt in the middle of the road. The roaring flames were reflected in the jungle, on the expression of an enemy fleeing for his life in a hurry. No one is not afraid. People don't want to die. After a few seconds, explosions loud enough to shake the heavens and the earth rang out. Mountains within meters were torn to powder. Pine forests carbonized into vertically erected black spines within a thousandth of a second. And a shower of glass formed by the vaporization of rocks backfired into the sky like an inverted meteorite belt. 150 in diameter. Dozens of kilometers away, the fire from the explosion could be seen, as well as the sound of the explosion. The countless frightened animals run wild through the jungle, throughout the Caucasus, as if doomsday is upon us. A second before death came, Righteous Eye calmly smoked the last puff of his life. He had envisioned his death countless times, but never thought it would come so suddenly. What he didn't expect was that it wasn't his family, it wasn't his comrades, it wasn't Wagner who surfaced in his mind as his consciousness was about to dissipate, much less any moment in life worth his bragging rights. He remembered. It was some fine afternoon, recently discharged from the military. He sat on the street, half a bottle of Firefly Pale Ale in his hand, contemplating a lost future. He's been to Chernobyl. He has also served this country, and done countless feats of service, but when discharged from the army, not only did all the honors go up in smoke, but even the country to which he had sworn allegiance was swept into the dustbin of history. Prosthetic Eye is desperate. He didn't know what the future held for a loser like himself. He tilted his head back and finished the beer in his hand, and just as he was about to get up and try again in the labor market, a little girl in a plaid skirt with a white blouse walked up to him. She's adorable. Her two pigtails bounce around and she's very playful, just like a little elf. The little girl looked at the book in her hand, looked up at him again, pointed to the map in her history book, and asked, puzzled, "Hi, Devaris, do you know where Stalingrad is? I'm on the map and can't find it." 45. A woman who reads a lot of books still has to live by her womb. Late night, Caucasus, Tea Mountain. Katerina stood at the edge of the bluff in a tweed coat with a silver fox fur collar, the chilly Caucasian wind curling the hemline to reveal chrome-tan leather pants that were open right up to the base of her thighs. By the light of the moon, she was noble like a goddess in anime, sexy, flirty and evocative. Katerina looked out to the northwest and spoke slowly. "Nefertus, you're from the Middle East, aren't you? Why did you choose to become a mercenary? Can you tell me your story?" Wrapped in an off-white snow camouflage ballistic fiber jumpsuit, Nefertus stood fully armed behind her, like a shadow, hidden in the darkness. Upon hearing the question, Nefertus was deep in thought, and after a few moments answered, "My father is a freight driver, and my mother peels saffron at the spice market, and I came home from school that day to find the house piled high with dowry. You know, in the Middle East, women are money losers, and if they want to marry, they have to give the man a sufficient dowry. And the person they picked for me was my cousin who was a compulsive gambler. They told me that it's useless for a woman to read more books. She still has to live from her womb and have more children." Katerina lamented. "What a sad story. And then what? You ran away and became a mercenary?" Nefertus shook her head and said in a quiet tone, "I gave myself a cut in the small of my back." Katerina's expression faltered as she looked back at the small of Neptune's back and asked in surprise, "You cut out your uterus?" Nefertus shook her head again. "No. I was too young to realize that the uterus is located deep in the pelvis, and I cut my bowels and stabbed my bladder, and then they left me at the hospital. When I was about to die, I met a soldier who had escaped from the Emirate of Kashmir, and he saved me. I followed him back to Port Zubair and onto the battlefield." Katerina knew that she was talking about the period when the Republic of Salam invaded the Emirate of Kashmir. It wasn't long there. The Republic of Salam has been subjected to a multinational crusade. History calls that war the Gulf War. Katerina's frosty eyelashes fluttered twice as she sighed. "He's such a nice guy. Is he on your team? But you seem to be the only Middle Easterner in your squad." "He's dead," Nefertus murmured as she looked up at the starry sky. "I killed him with my own hands." The atmosphere has fallen into silence. The only sound left was the rustling of the cold wind blowing through the jungle. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the vibration of a cell phone sounded. Katerina picked up the phone. The sound is very small. Nefertus couldn't hear what was being said on the phone, but she could feel that almost instantly, Katerina's aura became unusually cold. It was as if it was a saber with an open blade, inexplicably giving her a feeling of deadly danger. Nephthys' pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a half step backward, his scarred and calloused hand resting inadvertently on his Glock 19 pistol. She doesn't know what she's so nervous about. but as a battle-hardened mercenary, she knew exactly what it meant every time that feeling came. War is the greatest exercise of all. She remembered the man's last words to himself before he died. In the refinery fire at Port Zubair, the only ones who survived were monsters who lost semen when they smelled jet fuel. You're alert, that's good. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in Nefertis's ears, followed by a pungent scent. She doesn't know what's going on, but if she didn't do something now, there was a good chance that she herself would die. Nefertis quickly pulled back, body ahead of consciousness from among the quick-draw holsters, drew Glock his pistol, and in 19 completed the second sheathing and safety cocking process. 8. No hesitation. Not thinking about anything. Dry fire. Bang! Loud gunshots rang out. Too slow. Katerina dodged to the side before she could fire, and came charging up just as she took aim. Immediately following, the jade leg was lightly lifted. The chrome-tan leather pants tensed up at breakneck speed and slammed with tremendous force into the small of Nefertis' back. The pain was so fierce that it even gave Nefertis the illusion of being hit by a car. Vertigo strikes. Nephthys was too late for a second shot, and could only attempt to slam the hilt of his gun. Katerina preempted her prediction, birding Nefertis's white bowl with one hand, and in the other, at some point, gripping a chilly glowing dagger. This is a very special dagger. It was longer than any normal saber, but slim, even like an elongated hairpin. Nefertis felt a stabbing pain in her abdomen. One didn't have to look down to know that that particular dagger was aimed right at the small of her back. Katerina had an elegant smile on her face, as if her serpentine voice rang out. It's a shame I didn't know you in the first place, or I would have told you. You should stab diagonally upward from here and you can avoid the ribs and go straight to the diaphragm and give up on motherhood forever. MS. Nefertis, do as you're told and drop your weapon. Nefertis flicked his wrist and dropped the Glock 19. Because of the camp, she didn't bring the rest of her equipment except for a pistol and a saber. Smart choice. Katerina released her, not caring in the slightest if Nefertis would fight back, only to ask, suddenly and without warning, Miss Nefertis, do you think your little gang will come to your rescue? Help must be saved. I can tolerate sacrifice if necessary, and I can even accept that that sacrifice will be me. But there was absolutely no way I was going to give up on saving the lives of my teammates who could have survived. The cave. Polando, who had stripped down to a speedo, said so as he treated Bear's wounds. The firelight wavered, reflecting the trio's enlarged and distorted figures on the cold walls. They were soaked to the skin after their difficult escape and could not have crossed the frigid Caucasus Mountains in these conditions. Plus, their teammates are injured and have physical exhaustion issues, so they have no choice but to find a place to hide first. Bear took out a pack of compressed cookies from the duffel bag that Nefertis had given them and threw it to Shinfei, saying, Polando, take it easy for a moment. It's not like Razor said he wouldn't save anyone. Shinfei took the cookies and pressed the intercom to inquire. Gold coin. What's the situation? Safe. Gold coin's voice rang out. Those mother ********** ing Caucasian Freedom Army, already scared out of their wits by your dirty bombs, didn't realize anyone was coming after them. Also, I agree with Polando, but I will abide by the orders given by the captain. Oh, provided it's during a period when I'm not having an attack. Roger. Shinfei turned off the walkie-talkie and raised his head before realizing that the two people, Polando and Big Bear, were both watching him. It's a little weird. Shinfei spread his hands and said helplessly, No, brothers, am I the kind of asshole in your minds who only recognizes money, who tries to greed even the pension, and who has no regard for the lives of his teammates? The two didn't speak. The atmosphere in the cave became extremely awkward. Silence. It's tonight in Cambridge. 46. So how much is the captain's pension? Seeing that the two had strange expressions and didn't speak, Shinfei asked curiously, So, how much is the pension for the prosthetic eye? Bear. Polando. Gold coins alerted meters away. 100. Just start thinking about the pension? And you say you're not greedy for money? Ahem. Shinfei coughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere, and then said seriously, Saving or not saving people is not a hot-headed decision. We need to figure out what the hell is going on first. What do you have in mind? Polando didn't say a word. Bear didn't say anything, either. Even the noise from the intercom seemed to be less. People are not good at thinking. That's the biggest problem with the 7 teams. The only one of them in charge of decision-making is probably in hell, picking through the metals of the Sioux Grand Metal Wholesalers, enough to open a couple of hardware stores. You're dropping smoke on my vinegar. Hoonjang. The bowl is broken. Okay. Shinfei helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, You guys rest for a while, and when it's time, go switch shifts with Gold Coin to give me a little space to think alone. The two men nodded and, clutching their respective assault rifles, lay down next to the fire and quickly fell asleep. Shinfei couldn't help but lament that, It's true that people who are heartless sleep well. Of course it's a result of training. On the battlefield where crisis is everywhere, cherishing every second of rest is supposed to be a must for soldiers. Snoring sounds were heard. Shinfei was so noisy that he couldn't think at ease, so he had to put on a combat suit and walk out of the warm cave. A cold wind is blowing. Not far away is a flock of Caucasian black chinchillas. They weren't afraid of Shinfei either. Sizing him up from afar, Shinfei took out a creased cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, but did not light it. In his hand, he was also holding an army green lacquered Zippo, a relic left behind by the prosthetic eye. He toyed with the lighter and found the system interface in his mind, trying to see if there was anything he could use. When he was ambushed earlier, he had been drawing, only he hadn't paid attention to what all he had drawn. There was a lot of clutter in the storage bar, none of it of much use to the situation at hand. Only one red item that caught Shinfei's attention. Intelligence USB flash drive. He vaguely remembers that. It seems like the raffle has drawn intelligence. The system had given hints of intelligence before, but it was just a sentence and nothing physical. What would be the intelligence? Shinfei manipulated the system interface and found that it had the option of whether to play or not. This meant that he could view without the aid of a device the contents of the flash drive. Items from the system only. Playing. With Shinfei's choice, the system interface flashed for a moment, followed closely by the start of the video. In the background is an upscale, opulently decorated study. The main image is of two people who are talking to each other. Coincidence. Two people Shinfei knows. One is Igor, one of the 7 oligarchs Valentinovich. The other is Katerina. Katerina, grandfather. If we do that, we'll be at war with the king for good. Igor, a 48-year-old brat who doesn't even leave us alive. And we're afraid to go to war with him? Granddaughter. There's nothing to be afraid of. What big storms haven't Grandpa seen in all these years? There's plenty of support for us on the military side. And the only thing that Brat has to fall back on is Wagner's bunch of losers. As long as we stigmatize their reputation, our family will survive this. As for the public, it's nothing more than a bunch of dumb pigs who just chase hot buttons and believe whatever I feed them. Katerina nodded softly. I know what to do, Grandpa. The video is short, playing in about 10 seconds. Shinfei combined the information he had previously obtained and finally understood what this mission was all about. In a nutshell, the king is going after the oligarchs. The oligarchs smelled a crisis and decided to use underhanded tactics to throw some dirt on the king's close guard. For example, the NEOs hid from the king and gave absolutely restricted biological and chemical weapons to extremist organizations. When the time comes, it will then use its media empire to build momentum and force the king to make a choice. Is to give up his biggest card, or shaking hands with their family. So it is. As for our squad, it's nothing more than the dust and ashes that the big man casually brushes off when he lands his layout. It's really thanks to the Neva Brotherhood. Otherwise, this trip across the country should have come to an end for me as well. Click. Shinfei scratched open his Zippo lighter, lit the blood-stained pleated cigarette, and muttered, You big shots seem to have forgotten that in the boot prints of the soldiers lie the cracks of the empire tipping over. Even a small man can change his fate against the heavens. Phew. Taking a deep drag on the cigarette, the pungent smell choked Shinfei so much that he wanted to vomit in disgust. Asterisk. I was so focused on pretending, I forgot I didn't know how to smoke. Shinfei pressed the intercom button and said in a deep voice, Gold coin. Catch me a Caucasian black violin chicken. An uninjured one. I want to use it. Having said that, he walked straight into the cave, found the already disassembled satellite phone from his backpack, and put it back together. After all this, Goldcoin walked in carrying a live Caucasian black chinchilla and asked in wonder, Razor, what do you need this for? Rescue. Shinfei found Nefertiti's number on the satellite phone and dialed it. Da. After a short wait tone, the call was connected. Katerina's lazy voice rang out. Let me guess, you're supposed to be Razor? Shinfei smiled. MS. Katerina, you and your grandfather, you are really sophisticated. There was instant silence on the other end of the line, even without any movement. Shinfei could guess how surprised Katerina was right now. After all, the subtext of Shinfei's words was tantamount to knowing their family's plan. But, how is that possible? Katerina's tone became serious and she said coldly, Mr. Razor, I don't know what you're talking about. And the initiative, right now, is in my hands. Shinfei laughed, laughing very hard. A full 10 seconds passed before he suddenly spoke. Yes, of course it's in your hands. Like your grandfather said, we, the public, are just a bunch of dumb pigs chasing hot buttons. We'll believe whatever you put in our heads. Once again, there was silence on the other end of the line. Shinfei could clearly hear that Katerina's breathing gradually became ragged. She couldn't figure out how Shinfei could possibly know the conversation between her and her grandfather no matter what. Scare her? Oh, So it turns out that you big shots, you also feel fear. The corners of Shin Fei's mouth rose, and he said in a frivolous tone, "That's good. If not for that, I would have thought that you had evolved into another kind of creature." Listen up. Shin Fei chose to play the video in the system and chose to have the phone pick up the sound. There are a lot of people supporting us on the military side, and the only thing that Brat can rely on is just Wagner's bunch of losers. Igor Valentinovich's condescending voice exploded in Katerina's ears. She snapped to her feet. Furious, "Why do you have this thing? You spying on my grandfather? Whose people are you really? You, what the hell are you doing?" Of course Shin Fei wouldn't answer her question. He just calmly replied, "I will give you a coordinate, and after 3 days, go to the place I specified and trade my team members. Listen to me very carefully. In these 3 days, any of my team members who are injured even a little bit, even if it's just a hair that falls out, I will also do everything I can to make your family, chicken and dog, do." Shin Fei hung up the call, casually tossed the satellite phone to Gold Coin, and pointed at the Caucasian black jean chicken in his hand. Katerina's face flushed red, her chest heaving violently as she stared in annoyance at the tech next to her and asked, "Answer me, have you located them yet?" The technician stared warily at the computer in front of him, and his voice was tinged with a sob as he replied, report, positioned, located, they, flying in the sky, 47, what the do you call this, the weakest squad? You're fired, boss, I'm not lying to you, look for yourself, they're just in the sky, roll." 2 security officers dragged the technician and left the room. Katerina pondered Shin Fei's identity. Having the strength to spy on my grandfather. There aren't many people like that in the entire world. KGB? If Razor was one of the king's men and had the video of the conspiracy to discredit Wagner in his hands, he would have gone after our family long ago. It won't be the KGB. Wachovia Special Branch? Our country has occupied Dongda since 1945 until now. 1.5 million square kilometers of territory and territorial waters of Kai Island, Kazakhstan, Bangbut, Kuril Islands, Tangnuliang Sea. They didn't have the power before, and the Red Alliance was too powerful. Now this is a good thing. They're getting stronger and stronger, and the Uralic Federation is again in a state of flux. It may not be unmoved. After thinking about it, Katerina felt wrong again. If it's someone from the Huaxia Special Branch, there's no reason for him to expose himself. It's impossible to get an answer to that question for the moment. The priority is what to do next. Katerina didn't believe, at all, Shin Fei's words about a deal in 3 days. She's 100% sure. Razor, who could come up with the kinky dreams play monkey game, would not be sitting on his hands. She just couldn't figure it out. What exactly the other party wanted. How did a Razor come out halfway through when everything was going so well? Wasn't the investigation clear? Team 7 is the weakest of all of Wagner's elite squads? Assholes. You guys call a squad that can't even be killed like this the weakest squad? Goldcoin curiously surveyed Shin Fei and asked, Razor, what exactly did you say to her that could scare the granddaughter of an oligarch? Like this? He had just heard clearly that the woman was already furious. Even his voice was shaking. Shin Fei thought for a moment and said, call everyone up and have a meeting. The gold coins nodded. After the crowd woke up, Bear was in charge of the perimeter guard. Shin Fei recounted what had happened. Originally, upon hearing that he even had such a video in his hands, Gold exclaimed, Razor, that's so cool, how did you do that? You're from the Wachovia Special Branch? Wachatsko? Shin Fei heard this name for the first time. It's normal to think about it. Other countries have them, and it's strange that China doesn't have them. Shin Fei shook his head. I'm not. I'm just an ordinary person. The only reason I'm throwing out this video is to ensure the absolute safety of Nefertis. But all the same, once the Marinkas knew we had the video, as far as they were concerned, we had to die. Can understand that, can't you? Gold Coin nodded. Polando shook his head and asked, why? They could totally buy us off with money. Shin Fei sighed and said, Polando, you're overthinking the problem. There comes a time when the money runs out, and only the dead shut up forever. As long as you live, you will always be the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the Molinki family. Polando lamented. The world of you smart people is too complicated. Razor, you make the decisions and we obey unconditionally. Gold offered. Can't we give the video to someone else? Like the colonel of our Wagner branch? Shin Fei shook his head dryly. No, I can't trust anyone, and the fact that the video is now being spread means that they will kill Nefertis. Gold frowned. So what do we do? They have more men and more guns, and we're no match for them in a hard fight. If they put out a bounty, maybe all the terrorist organizations in the entire Caucasus will come after us. Shin Fei, looking for a friend. Polando, you have friends in the Caucasus? Shinfei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, "The enemy of our enemy is our friend." He realized that the men were all strong enough, but none of them were too smart. Also, who's smart enough to be a mercenary? The business is generally characterized by being able to fight, kill, and have excellent technical and tactical skills, but not enough brains. Goldcoin took out a map of the Caucasus region from his backpack and pointed to an area. If there's an enemy of the Caucasus Freedom Army, it's the Mountain Eagle Jihad Alliance. I heard a saying when I first got into the business that every feather in a mountain hawk's cap is tainted with the blood of the FSA. There's no better place to find them. But, why should people help us? Shinfei smiled. In our China, the best way to ask for help is to give gifts. And as soon as we get Nefertus out, we can spread the video. And then the Malincos will be dead. The Caucasian Freedom Army, which is allied with them, will definitely be focused on by the king. Mountain Hawk would have loved to see that. Goldcoin looked at the equipment on the ground and asked, "We don't have any valuable gifts to give to people, do we?" Shinfei slowly got up, stretched his back, and said with a cold face, "When you see a cockroach, it means that the shadows can no longer be squeezed. I just can't believe that it's the first time that the Marincos have traded with the Caucasian Sax 137 oxide. The FSA must still have stocks. This is the best radioactive isotope for making dirty bombs. It's perfect for selling to the Mountain Hawk Jihad League." The pupils of the two men contracted slightly, and the knots of their throats rolled up and down as they let out sounds of cold air being sucked backwards. Polando exclaimed, "That's bold. Razor, I'd love to peel back your head and see how it really grows inside." Gold followed suit. "Damn. I love crazy. Razor, I love you." The corners of Shinfei's mouth rose slightly, outlining a cruel smile. "It's now, M12:00P. Let's take turns resting, and in 3 hours, go out and capture the Caucasian Freedom Army's tongue." Inquiring about they are hiding the location where the CS-137 oxide, or the location of their base, this is half the battle. Since they say we sell dirty bombs, we can't let them down by taking this false name in vain. Big man. Ha, I'd like to see who will have the last laugh. 48, Triple Blind Trial, Razor's Devil's Maneuver. Late night, cold winds, wrapped in the sweet, metallic stench of the CS-137 oxide explosion, wandered through the snow-covered, dense forests of the Caucasus. 6 columns of light from the tactical flashlights traveled back and forth. The squad leader wiped his gas mask and couldn't help but curse. Where the hell have those bastards been hiding? If I catch them, I'll make sure they get a good taste of FSA torture. The few remaining squad members, too, couldn't help but start complaining. For s sake, those guys during the day were losers. They couldn't even handle a squad of 6, and they let them get away? Oh, those losers do. To say that people are also a bit strong. I heard that there was a sharpshooter who directly reimbursed the entire with 2 grenades plus a point-blank shot of more than 5 seconds. C-team. That C-team trash. Try letting them run into me? The 6 men were in vertical formation, about 5 meters apart, advancing quickly through the jungle. "What happened to bumping into you?" An eerie voice rang out. The captain reacted quickly ducked behind a tree and shouted, "Receive the enemy." The rest of the group did the same, ducking while pointing their guns in the direction of the sound. The Caucasus is always covered in mist at night and visibility is very poor. Plus they couldn't see anything without high-tech equipment like night vision. "Really? You're not happy again?" Another voice, from behind them. Surrounded? The squad leader's heartbeat instantly accelerated, and he was just about to give the order to retreat when he heard the sound of pistol shots with silencers added. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A round of point-blank shots rang out. Before the squad leader could adjust his firing range, he felt his arms being hit by a huge force and slammed heavily into a tree along with his body. Numbness and tingling followed. He knew he'd been shot, and it was a full break in both arms. It's too late to think about anything. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to run. The thought had just occurred to him when the eerie sound of gunfire rang out once more, this time hitting his legs. The rest of the men had completely panicked, subconsciously engaging in futile fire suppression in the direction of the gunshots. The squad leader lay on the ground in despair and hurriedly shouted, "Run! All run! Legendary archer! He's a legendary archer!" The surrounding gunfire was so loud that the team couldn't hear what he was yelling. For the next minute, the sound of silencer-equipped pistols eerily rang out in all directions, and after each shot, a squad member fell to the ground. Without exception, all of them were shot in the limbs. They didn't participate in the daytime battle, they just heard about a result. Until now they hadn't realized that. What kind of existence had one encountered? It simply wasn't that those people during the day were too good, but the strength of their opponents was far beyond their imagination. What a great gun! Shinfei put away the tactical ghost pistol and slowly walked out of the darkness. Looking at the 6 people struggling in pain on the ground, he smiled and asked, What kind of torture did you guys just say you were going to use on me? He wore a gas mask on his face, and his voice was a little muffled, with an extremely oppressive tone. The squad leader was also a tough guy and cursed angrily. Kill me, mercenary, kill me if you have the guts. I don't know anything. Phew. Gunshots were fired. The squad leader was shot in the crotch and exploded into a mist of blood in the light of the lamp. Ah! A mournful cry rang through the jungle, startling the birds in every direction. Shoo! The gunshots rang out again. This one hit him in the mouth. The bullet went through his side with precision and out the other side, bringing out a dozen blood-stained teeth. The squad leader could not make any sound, and could only look at Shinfei with a gaze that was almost pleading. He doesn't want to live. He just wants to die now. But it's a luxury to want to die painfully on the battlefield. Shinfei pressed the intercom. Report the situation. Bearing 1 secure. Bearing 2 is clear. Bearing 3 is clear. Bearing 4 is clear. Gold coin and their voices, in turn, rang out in the middle of their ears, determining that the surrounding area was safe. Shinfei came to a Caucasian Freedom Army, kicked the gas mask off his head with his foot, and dragged him into the jungle. Shinfei played with his sharp saber and asked in a cold voice, "First question, where is your base? Second question, where is your head?" This Caucasian Freedom Army's body continued to bleed outwards. His face was pale, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and he was already in a state where he was getting more air in and less air out. He clenched his teeth and said nothing, obviously, and a master trained in counter-interrogation. Tough guys are good. I just love tough guys. Let's see how hard you tread. A cold aura flashed in Shinfei's eyes as he lifted his foot and stepped on his mouth, and while bending down, he stabbed a knife along the gap of the bulletproof undershirt. Oh, ooh-hoo. The Caucasian Freedom Army's limbs had been broken, and all they could do was shake their heads frantically, but they couldn't make any noise. Jab. The sharp saber cut through the innermost layer of the speedo, and blood flowed out along the gradually expanding wound, quickly joining with other blood to form a puddle of blood on the snowy surface. Ooh-hoo. Oh, ooh-hoo. The Caucasian Freedom Army's eyes bulged and bloodshot all over. Their expressions twisted together in a grimace. Shinfei little by little increased the power of the top of his foot, and had almost collapsed his face into it. Next, the tip of the knife cut across one of the Caucasian freelancer's eyes, followed by a hard stir. The pupil resembled broken glass, and dark red liquid slowly oozed along the metal surface, forming intermittent beads of liquid in the folds of eyelid skin. The whole process is accompanied by a slight cracking sound similar to that of a hard object penetrating a water membrane. Much like the prosthetic eye is initially injured. Shinfei slightly relaxed his heels and asked in a cold voice, "For the last time, where is your base? Where are your heads? Don't try to show off in front of the old man. There's enough adrenaline in the backpack to support enough to take all the flesh off your body, piece by piece." Lingering. Ever heard of it? The Caucasian soldier on his hand could no longer scream, and the eyes of the only one left carried as much fear as if he had seen a demon. His breathing became rapid and he broke off. Base. In. On. Before the words were finished, the light in his eyes quickly dissipated, and his body shook violently for 2 seconds before finally going still. Shinfei really didn't have much experience in torturing people for the first time, but that's okay. It's just skilled labor, and there are plenty of lab supplies. May Allah be with you. Shinfei used the saber with no expression of emotion, slashing his throat until he could see a throat made up of cartilage, ligaments, muscles as well as mucous membranes, before finally giving up. Drop the body. Shinfei walked towards the small group not far away. They didn't know what had just happened, and they couldn't even hear the sound. The fear of the unknown oppresses everyone. Shinfei randomly chose a person and dragged him to the jungle in the other direction, still stepping hard on his mouth with his foot, while then playing with the saber that had been dyed red with blood and said, "First question, where is your base? Second question, where is your head?" Warmly, "Your teammates have already told me the answer. I'm just coming to you to make sure." 49, son, you're not the only one with family. Razor, enemy squad in bearing, distance 2,260 meters, number 10 to 15. Expect to arrive at your bearing in about minutes. 3. Palando's voice rang out. 3 minutes. That's enough. Shinfei's saber was pressed against the seam position of the bulletproof vest and slightly exerted force. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. The panicked face of this Freedom Army soldier carried a strong fear of death. Thankfully, not everyone is a tough guy. Shinfei let go of his foot and looked at him condescendingly. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The soldier looked to be only in his, with fair skin, and in Shinfei's aesthetic opinion, was quite handsome. 20s. He panicked. "My daughter was just born. I still have my mother. I can't die. I don't want to die here. Our base is behind the southern cliffs of Wolfsbane Peak, which used to be a Red Star Alliance anti-nuclear bunker that was converted into a 3-story 3-dimensional fortification. The coordinates, The coordinates are north, 42 degrees 44 minutes 23 seconds 45 degrees 18 minutes 57 seconds. East, our head went to the village of Varzai, northwest of here 15 kilometers. I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. Shinfei didn't doubt the soldier's words because he had seen that a picture had fallen out of his helmet. The photo is of a family of 3. The wife was beautiful, the daughter was adorable, and all 3 had happy smiles on their faces. Shinfei slowly got up and put away his saber. The soldier heaved a sigh of relief at the sight, and a look of relief flashed across his face. He swore, "Go back and get out of whatever the hell the Caucasus Freedom Army is. Go back home, and be a good father." Just as he was envisioning the future, the man with his back to him, with a flick of his fingertips, a matte graphite gray-coated Glock pistol, gripped in his hand. No, no, no. The soldier shook his head frantically, but a fleeting light continued to erupt from the blackened barrel. He had lost all consciousness without even hearing the gunshot. Shinfei looked at the happy family of 3 in the photo and muttered, "Child, you're not the only one with a family." After that, Shinfei interrogated another soldier and finally came to the exact same conclusion. Aha! It basically guarantees the authenticity of the intelligence. Shinfei looked at the remaining 2 and smiled. "You guys are really lucky because I no longer have time to torture you. A gift for each of you." Aiming. Pull the trigger. Shoo, shoo. After 2 shots, one of the 2 soldiers had a bloody hole in his forehead. Footsteps sounded on bearing. 2. Shinfei's hearing was enhanced, and he was able to roughly judge the precise distance. Another minute at the most and they would be in view. Shinfei still didn't choose to escape. He did some maneuvering on top of the body and didn't start running until he saw flashlight lights flashing in the jungle. Withdraw. The remaining 4 were ordered to retreat as well, following a predetermined route. The leader of the Freedom Army was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a strong body and a face covered with scars of all kinds. A veteran of many battles at first glance. But, when he saw the corpses on the ground that had been tortured by Shinfei, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. It's brutal. And how long has it been since we heard the shots? How on earth did the enemy manage to kill one of their special training squads as easily as crushing an ant? The veteran leaned down and tried to examine the wounds on the body. The team member next to me warned, "Be careful. There might be trick mines." The veteran's eyes flashed with disdain as he said, "He ran for less than 2 minutes at most. How could he possibly have had time to make a trick mine? And I don't even have that much common sense in your eyes?" The player next to him stopped talking. The veteran carefully examined the bodies, including all the places that could be seen, and finally said, "All were shot in the limbs, and the opponent's marksmanship." Before he could finish his words, his body tightened violently, the oppressive feeling from death prompting him to subconsciously leave the body. But, it's clear that there aren't any trick mines to be found. Boom! Before he could understand what was happening, the sound of a violent explosion rang out. The corpse's stomach was instantly blown apart, sharp shrapnel easily piercing through the skin and splashing in all directions. Trick thunder! Watch out! Get down now! Asterisk 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 asterisk. That shoved the trick ray into the corpse's stomach. Run! It's a timed trick mine. They were also considered to be battle-hardened and had seen countless brutal enemies, but they had never seen anyone who would actually take a timed trick mine and shove it right into an enemy's corpse. That's terrible. What kind of demon could come up with such an idea? Without waiting for them to react, the corpses of their comrades around them exploded one after another, and countless flying shrapnel directly caused radius a strangulation zone to form in a meter. 50. The veteran's legs were penetrated by shrapnel and he fell to the ground, a crazy smile flashing across his face. Ha ha, ha ha ha, a master. This really is a ING master. Ha ha. Even those seemingly random corpses were carefully placed by him. To lose in the hands of someone like this, my old life. It's worth it. He was like a madman, completely disregarding his bleeding legs, and even more so, he didn't even look at his struggling teammates. Instead, he fished out a silver gray bottle of wine from his body and drank it all in one go. Followed by, he shouted excitedly, "Ha ha." He was still negligent. Maybe it's because it's too late. If I were him, would definitely be in the northwest. Put 1. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye into the jungle next to him, and there was what looked like a wine jug, a green device, with writing on it in English. Front toward enemy. This faces the enemy. Great. It's a broadsword mine. We're hopeless. The veteran closed his eyes in despair, and a single, unwilling tear trickled down his clouded eyes. Everyone copes with death differently, but death, another process that every soldier is likely to go through. Snap. An explosion that didn't sound very loud went off. When the 700 steel balls burst out of the fan, they per second sprayed forward in a 60-degree fan shape as if the gods had wielded an invisible saya. A speed of meters 1, 200. The air let out a sharp whistle that tore through silk. The veteran's head instantly caved in. Exploding skull fragments mixed with brain matter splashed in a radial pattern, spraying evenly across the white snow. In the blink of an eye, there was no more movement in a radius of 10 meters, only those broken pieces of corpses, as well as the blood on the ground. Silently recorded this from the beginning to the end of only a dozen seconds. Precisely calculated. One-sided massacre. This is Shinfei's revenge on the Caucasian FSA. And just started. 50 That the gods devour the world and annihilate everything before it is born. When the battlefield fell into dead silence, Shinfei and the others were heavily armed and walked out from different positions. According to the normal process, you should refill your gun on the enemy at this point. Gold Coin and the others had switched to their respective pistols a long time ago, but the muscles at the corners of their mouths trembled slightly when they saw the condition of the scene. That's add up. Pieces of east, pieces of west, broken meat everywhere. Even the trees had asses hanging from them. Not a single intact body could be found. Hell, there is nothing more to be feared. Goldcoin suddenly thought of what Shinfei had said during the interview and lamented. Indeed, even if they turn into zombies, they won't be able to stand up. Shinfei did not have any expression on his face, progressing faster than he thought. Perhaps it was because the death of Righteous Eye had sparked the anger in his heart. Or maybe that's just the way he was meant to be. Shinfei said in a cold voice, quickly replenish the ammunition. The enemy will surround them at any time. The 4 men nodded heavily and all began to get busy. The previous 6 plus the subsequent 10 or so people had all sorts of equipment scattered all over the place, but not much of it was usable. Shinfei and his squad's main weapons were basically M4 carbines. A 5.56 by 45mm NATO standard round was used. Almost all of those guns on the floor were several grades worse. Zastava M70 assault rifles. This is an uncommon model. It can be understood as a Yugoslavian version of the magically modified AKM with the bullet model 7.62. Oh, nope. Since Old Iron fell ill and died a few years ago, that country can no longer be found on the map. 11 million people went to see him off on his last journey, half the country's population at the time. Old Iron's life has not been in vain. When in Rome, Shinfei could only of the whole team collect the carbines, throw them to the ground, and install the trick mines. M4. This time the trick mines were buried in the ground. One layer set on top of this one, and then interconnected with those body parts. Shinfei buried a total of 7 layers. This way either the FSA wanting to transport the bodies of their comrades or their greed for M4 carbines will have to pay a price. And there's no need to worry about being detected by a booby-trapped mine. Oh, with annihilation-level blasting technology, I'm afraid there really aren't many in the world that can get out in one piece. Pistol rounds have been replenished, because a number of people in the room were using Bulgarian Arcus 94 pistols with fully compatible 9x19mm Glock magazines. Just enough. Shinfei checked the magazines and realized that people thoughtfully loaded the third round of each magazine with the most penetrating all-metal armor-piercing rounds. This bullet, within 10 meters, must break Class IIA Police Kevlar, military-grade IIA Kevlar, and it only takes 2 shots to hit the same spot within 10 meters. In conjunction with Shinfei's shooting skills, equivalent to a double tap, it will do almost instantaneous seconds on enemies wearing military Kevlar body armor. The enemy's breakers were like brittle skin in front of him, just as they were each refilling their ammunition. Bear's excited voice rang out, "Hey guys, look what I found." Shinfei looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned. Surprisingly scattered on the ground, 5 or 6 Chinese-type bullet drums. 56. Ha? Chinese weapons? This isn't Southeast Asia, so what's with the 56 series gear? It was only light machine gun that he realized. After Shinfei looked at the Moldovan in Bear's hand RPK-74, odds are that the Caucasian FSA took to save Manhwa caliber light machine gun and converted it to Fire's 5.45 by 39mm a caliber that ammunition. 7.62 by 39mm. It's no surprise a type drum. Then that appears 56. Cheap and good. A little soldering adds 40 rounds to the capacity, taking it straight from 75 to 120 rounds, making it a must-have for the home. Bear said excitedly after checking the machine gun with one hand and replacing it with a brand new magazine. Screw assault rifles. Light machine guns are the dope for men. Palando disliked back. I hope you use up all the drums. This barrel won't hold your hokey pokey. Bear exclaimed. If we could have barrels that don't burn up with continuous fire, that firepower would be the soul of the team. Shinfei suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard of it in his later life, and the experts were engaged in some kind of plasma-sprayed tungsten carbide graphene composite coating. If the system could reward me with one of these drawings, I'd be really rich. Shinfei shrugged, realizing that he was being a bit whimsical. Better to get out of the Caucasus alive first. Goldcoin finished dressing the fastest and inquired, Razor, did you ask the location of their base? Shinfei nodded and replied, asked it out. Behind the cliffs on the south side of Wolf's Tooth Peak, but their leader is currently in the village of Varzai. From here 15 kilometers. Not together? Polando said excitedly. That's good. We're looking for radioactive material anyway, and with their boss gone, most of them must be roaming the mountains looking for us, so wouldn't that be just perfect? Gold Coin nodded along. Shinfei said with a slight frown, not how to analyze. Have you heard of the saying that those who fight well, cause others to suffer, but not others? The three men shook their heads. Shinfei thought for a moment, changed something to fit the English context, and resumed, you can understand it as, the gods devour the world, annihilating everything before it is born. The three men's expressions became even more confused. Bear simply had given up on understanding Shinfei's words and seriously wiped the light machine gun. Just like groping a young girl's body. Do what you're told and leave the brainwork to others. Hey, and I'm going to make sure you understand. Shinfei continued. Their leader wouldn't have dreamed that we, who were being chased, would turn around and kill him. It's called taking advantage of his illness. Do you hear me? Now, it dawned on Gold Coin and Polando. Bear asked excitedly, when do we leave? Of course now. Shinfei looked down at the compass on his military watch, looked up with a smile and said, let's go. Make a big deal out of it. Let these Caucasian Freedom Army guys know that we, for S sake, are no pushovers. The expressions of the three became more excited, especially Gold Coin. The hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. Tough guys are like that. The medical term for this is that the stress response leads to a high production of adrenaline in the body, which in turn causes muscle tension and microtremors. When you see this kind of person in a fight in reality, don't hesitate to run and it's over. The squad made quick work of it in the middle of the Caucasus in the dead of night. The entire distance of 15 kilometers had taken them less than 2 hours to reach the village of Varzai. It's 4 a.m., the darkest hour of the day. Just as they were moving quickly, Shinfei suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, take cover, there are people in front. The remaining few didn't hear any movement, but that didn't stop them from following orders and blinking as they took cover in the thick undergrowth. Just hit it. A young woman stumbled over. She stepped barefoot on the muddy path, her blood stained, blue on blue. White-flowered bandana slung over her shoulder, her knees muddied with mud and dark red scabs of blood. The whole thing looked hollow, as if it had lost its soul. Shinfei frowned slightly and listened carefully to make sure that there was no movement around him before walking out. Polando followed him. The two of them, Gold Coin and Big Bear, remained hidden in the jungle and were in charge of guarding. It was obvious that there were two more heavily armed strange men in front of her, but the woman walked forward as if she didn't see them. Still mumbling, Polando looked at the woman's pupils and said, it's an acute dissociative state of rigor mortis, which can only occur in someone who has just experienced a major shock. She's supposed to be from the village of Varzai. Maybe the terrorist organization did something to the village. Shinfei inquired. Can you wake up? Polando explains. It's possible to force a wake-up call, but it could have a significant impact on her psyche. Shinfei nodded slightly and walked to the woman, saying softly, girl, I don't know what happened to you, but I sympathize with you. The woman had physiologically shielded her hearing, completely as if she hadn't heard Shinfei speak. Shinfei continued to say to himself, I will avenge you, but you need to pay a small price in this process, and I believe you are willing to do so. Having said that, Shinfei raised his hand and slapped it. Snap! An ear-piercing slap rang out, and the woman staggered and fell to the ground, her expression gradually changing from bewilderment to panic, and by the time she saw the three people in front of her, her body began to tremble violently. No! Don't kill me! Don't! Please! Before she could make more noise, her mouth was forcefully covered by Shinfei, who then whispered in her ear, you'd better be quiet, or I'll kill you immediately. Tears flashed from the woman's eyes and she nodded heavily. Shinfei saw that she was a little quieter before he let go and inquired, tell me what happened in your village and how many people were on the other side. 51. Like a hellish village. Shinfei shook his head when he looked at it. The woman's thoughts are confused and her speech is broken. People. So many people. Dad. Mom. Brother. Dead. All dead. They killed my parents. They were demons sent by Iblis. Shinfei's hand rested on the tactical ghost pistol. He won't allow any extra factors that lead to the whole team being in danger. Like before, if he had been able to check the contents of the van after it drove out of the camp, righteous I would not have died, though not a word has been said on the lips, but anyone could see that this matter had touched Shinfei greatly. Polando voiced, Captain, let me ask. Shinfei nodded slightly. Polando gently held the woman's hand, gazed into her eyes, and whispered, you should be steadfast for the sake of Allah, just as Allah is steadfast for the sake of his believers. Girl, we were sent by Allah to save you. Religion? Shinfei froze and really didn't think it could be of any use. He was, like most Chinese, a staunch atheist, or preferred to believe that man would triumph over heaven. What Shinfei did not expect was that the woman actually gradually calmed down. Her eyes revealed a trace of desire for survival, and she murmured, Are you really sent by Allah? Palando nodded slowly and said in a soft tone, In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, forgive your wounds. Come on, tell me what's going on. The woman was stunned and subconsciously said, But isn't the Father and the Son Christian? Palando, Moncler Outlet Store, learn to mingle. Shinfei added next to him, Allah created everything on the earth for you, and everything in the heavens and the earth belongs to Allah. Blessed life infinite Heavenly Father. Palando, you're ing Taoist, aren't you? The woman froze as well, seemingly confused about the connection for a moment. However, she did calm down quite a bit, and intermittently told Shinfei and the others what happened in the village. She is indeed a villager from the village of Warzai. Since 6 months ago, the Caucasian FSA has been recruiting laborers in the village, offering such good benefits that many men chose to go with them at first. But when he left, he never came back. Then they came back one after another to recruit people, offering generous pay. Many people thought it was strange, but they couldn't help the fact that the money was really given. Plus those who left the village did send money to their families on time every month. There are still bold ones who will go with them. After a few months, the villagers began to notice something was wrong and tried to get the men back. In exchange for a severe beating, forced to do so, they had to wait for the Caucasian FSA to come recruiting, and hide the few men, and the children. It's been 2 months of peace and quiet, but last night, the leader of the Caucasian FSA suddenly rushed to the village to take all the men by force, even children as young as 7 or 8 years old. They won't. A bitter conflict erupted between the two sides. Oh, nope, it should be a one-sided slaughter. The woman was lucky enough to escape down the path after witnessing the murder of her entire family. 6 months? Shinfei's face became grave when he heard this key piece of information and inquired, Do you know if you know where all the men in the village were taken? The woman shook her head. Coin inquired over the headset. Razor, anything new? Shinfei walked a little to the side and pressed his headset. I suspect that the man in the village is near the Tea Mountain. Tea Hill? A few people didn't understand what it meant. Shinfei knew that he couldn't spare any communication with them, not at all. So he simply said, The story should be like this. The Marenko family discovered that there was in the Caucasus 6 months ago CS-137 oxide, so they hired the Caucasus Free Army to mine it. Only recently the king wanted to move them, so they decided to use the Free Army to do something. Smear Wagner on the one hand and create a terrorist attack to put pressure on the king on the other. Can you hear me now? Shinfei could all clearly feel that things were getting more and more complicated. Palando exclaimed, Then aren't we, the little people, inadvertently caught up in an event big enough to affect the entire Ural Federation? Shinfei said in a deep voice. Palando, convince that woman to lead us into the village. Perform a decapitation operation and figure out where CS-137 oxide is being dug up or hidden in the meantime. Palando nodded. No problem. Watch me. After 5 minutes, the woman's emotions stabilized completely. Before setting out, Shinfei made a mouthball with weeds and broken wood, and said to the woman, Take it with you. This is Allah's will. This mission team was not carrying scopolamine, which suppresses the vocal cords. This traditional method can only be used to prevent being accompanied by non-combatants from making excess noise in inappropriate situations. The woman looked at Shinfei. I don't know if it was because I remembered my earlier fear of death or if I really believed him, but I dutifully put on the gag ball anyway. Shinfei tied the muzzle ball tightly with a hard pull, and then on her body hung 2 small homemade remote control bombs. It's shaped like a rechargeable battery. It was a trophy that had just been touched out on the bodies of the enemy. The woman made a puzzled sound, looking at him in confusion. Shinfei smiled. This is the Allah summoner, protecting you from pain. The squad departed, with the woman pointing the way. The rest of the process went very smoothly. It took less than 20 minutes for them to cross the blockade of the Free Caucasus Army and arrive at a residence near the village's central square. Instead of entering the village, Palando was on a rise north of the village, providing battlefield information. It's a sniper's job. It just doesn't provide, accurate long-range strike capability. Along the way, even Shinfei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This village is indeed miserable enough. The road was strewn with corpses, and there were many heads hanging from the trees that hadn't even closed their eyes. Some have become food for animals. The lip was cut off and the 2 rows of milk teeth were blindingly white in the bloodstain. Others stared with eyes of despair, their entrails dripping out of the corpse, and it was very unpleasant to step on the oily and greasy band of adhering fascia. There are even heartless FSAs who take turns violating the women of the village. The woman's expression was completely numb, and she didn't look any different from a corpse. It's the kind of look that makes you not want to save her. Just want her to hurry up and die and get away from this inhuman torture. War. Ever so cruel. Room. Goldcoin carefully observed the surroundings and voiced out. Razor, there are about the periphery 80 or so Caucasian Freedom Army on, and dozens of patrols in the village, totaling more than 100. Not so much. Shinfei took off all the equipment on his body, leaving only his pitch-black Speedo to ensure that he could completely blend in with the darkness, while then picking up the modified tactical ghost pistol, as well as a sharp saber. He said, "We can't beat so many people. So, tackle." Goldcoin frowned. "But, we don't know where the king is." Shinfei pointed to the Caucasian soldiers outside who were busy sweeping the houses for loot and said, "They know the usual rules. Sneak in silently, grab the tongue, and ask for a confession." Shinfei spoke lightly, but Goldcoin's brows had unconsciously wrinkled. This isn't the misty jungles of the Caucasus. If they made the slightest sound in the village, and the enemy detected the abnormality, they would only be left to die. Risks? That's a little high. Shinfei patted Goldcoin's shoulder and smiled. "Little Davaris, don't be afraid of difficulties. The more extreme we operate, the less the enemy can imagine. In the words of one of our Chinese fish sellers, it's called, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish." 52 in front of other people's husbands and letting them watch? Shinfei pressed his headset and said in a deep voice, "Polando, report the position." The killing intent resonance skill would only take effect when the opponent developed a killing intent towards him. Fortunately, before entering the village, Shinfei had let Polando occupy a high ground in advance, which could provide general information about the village. Roger, observation point elevation plus 62, pitch angle 15 degrees. The interiors of the houses on both sides are unexplored areas. 30-meter streets are secure. Advised to maintain a low profile. Perimeter. 2 armed men within at the gap and the fortifications on the east side of the square. RPG-7s moving toward the main building elevation angle of 30 degrees. Shinfei and Goldcoin exchanged glances and felt their way out of the room. The time was a.m. 4:30. It was dark, and visibility for the average person was only about 10 meters. Under the system's enhancement, Shinfei could see about 50 meters to the limit of his position. They had the thrill of silently searching for their target in a village full of Caucasian FSA. Just as he passed a 2-story house, a voice came from inside. Shinfei pressed close to the wall and slowly crouched down. "Scream. The louder you scream, the more excited Master gets. Phew. Cool. Fake." The sound of ragged panting was accompanied by a shout of excitement. Shinfei pointed at the gold coins, and then pointed at the smooth wall next to him that was more than 2 meters high. Gold nodded, put the pistol in his mouth and bit down. Bending backward, Shinfei crossed his hands at the knee position to make a supporting tripod. When he backed up about 5 meters or so, Goldcoin accelerated violently, stepped on Shinfei's hands, and leaped up, steadily picking up the edge of the wall. Quietly, he probed and watched the yard, making sure there was no movement before bringing his hand down. Shinfei did the same with a boost and grabbed Goldcoin's hand to the wall. In front of you is about yard of square feet or so, and along the wall is a circle of flower beds with flowers common to the Caucasus. 20. The yard was clean and cozy, and it looked like a family that loved life. The main structure was a 2-story house with 2 blood-covered bodies collapsed in front of the door. Visually a man in his 30s and a young boy of 4 or 5. The lights were on in the room. The bright light casts the silhouettes inside onto the walls, forming T's. That's probably the shape. Goldcoin stretched out his leg, and Shinfei lent his leg to slide into the flower garden. And the whole process did not make any sound. Goldcoin, with the help of Shinfei's shoulder, also entered the courtyard smoothly. The 2 men followed the wall, a little closer to the window, looking in through the glass. 2 Caucasian FSA men wearing black hoods were violating a woman. Next to him was a man who was tied up in 5 pieces, his eyes closed tightly, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Goldcoin cursed in a low voice, letting someone look in front of their husband. Yuck! It's so damn disgusting. Razor, what to do? Shinfei observed the situation in the room and determined that there were only 2 targeted enemy units. If conditions permit, 2 point-blank shots can easily end the fight. But now that the goal was to capture the tongue, it was important to make sure that the infiltration was silent and foolproof. He pointed to the door of the room and whispered, "Hide in the doorway and wait." Goldcoin froze. "Wait?" Shinfei said softly, "When they get to their most enjoyable time, that will also be the time when their vigilance is at its lowest." Goldcoin nodded, a bad smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 2 men gripped their sabers tightly and leaned left and right against the half-open door of the room, watching for movement. The Caucasian Freedom Army played it fancy, and every few minutes, they would use their sabers to make a cut on the woman's smooth body. The intense pain spurred the woman to tense up and twitch. Every now and then, The faces of those two Caucasian freedom troopers would emerge with enjoyment as if they were ascending to the clouds, and so on 3 times. Their breathing became more and more ragged, and their expressions changed from enjoyment to grimace. Just when they were about to truly reach the peak of their lives, Shinfei and Gold Coin both rushed in at an extremely fast speed. The distance would not have been far. Shinfei was the first to rush in front of a Caucasian freedom army and coldly grunted, "Grandson, you're playing quite fancy." Snap. While speaking, Shinfei rose his right foot to hook kick the root of his legs, while his right palm slashed his neck to the right. Black Dragon 18 hands gold and silver double hook, or it's called the strike belly hook chop. The Caucasian freedom army instantly felt a sharp pain, but before they could make any noise, their bodies went limp and they collapsed. Gold Coin's side has also been successful in its sneak attack. Compared to Shinfei, his moves were less fancy. "Come up here and slap me in the face." And then that Caucasian freelancer fell into a baby-like sleep. The woman looked at the 2 men who had barged in panic, and although she was afraid, she forced herself not to make a sound. "It's a smart guy." Shinfei lowered his voice and said, "Find a place to hide, and don't make any noise." The woman nodded in bewilderment, unable to care for her unclothed self, and strained to drag the already unconscious man and hide him under the bedpan. It's the common people, after all. When something big comes up, often the first hiding place you can think of is under the bed. Shinfei piled the clothes next to him and kicked them to the bedside. Then he no longer cared about the 2 of them and turned his head to cooperate with the gold coins, tying up the 2 Caucasian freedom army, especially the mouth, which was stuffed tightly. After doing so, Shinfei pulled out his dagger and ruthlessly stabbed into the thigh of one of the Caucasian freedom army. Woo! The soldier woke up instantly, the intense pain making his expression grim, but he couldn't even make half a sound. One could only panic, looking at the man in front of her that she didn't even recognize. Shinfei's cold voice rang out, "Your artery has been scratched. If you don't stop the bleeding, you will die within minutes." 3. "I'll ask you right, answer to my satisfaction, and I'll let you go." The soldier nodded frantically. In the end, they were ordinary soldiers, pressed to talk about resistance. The weapon they used, Shinfei couldn't even tell the model, looked a lot like an AKM, but had a stirrup-type single-leg stock, and a movable stock, with a wooden vertical grip added, and even a high-capacity ammunition drum. This thing, being able to shoot the bullets in the drum without jamming, is a favor to Allah. I can only lament the fact that a small workshop uses materials that are just fierce. Shinfei inquired in a cold voice, "Where is your leader?" The soldier looked at him quizzically, attempting to inquire how he was going to answer the question when his own mouth was gagged. Shinfei said in a deep voice, "Use your blood and write it on the ground. Let me remind you that your time is running out." The soldier panicked and hurriedly ran his hand over the wound before writing on the ground. "Church. There is only one church in the village. The 5-story building in the center of the village square." Shinfei had suspected before that their leader should be in the church, but he just wanted to arrest 2 people and confirm it. Followed by, he started asking other questions again. The soldier was cooperative and said whatever was asked. Shinfei also kept his promise and used a dagger to make a hole in his neck, releasing him from this world. And then, Shinfei used a dagger and gently woke up the second soldier, asking the same question. The answer is exactly the same. Aha! This makes it absolutely certain that their confessions are correct. Shinfei and Gold Coin were ready to leave. Just then, Palando's slightly anxious voice rang out. "Razor, there are 5 Caucasian freelancers, ready to enter your yard." Click. Almost as soon as Palando's voice fell, the door to the courtyard room opened and the light of a flashlight shone in. Gold Coin and Shinfei glanced at each other, their expressions all becoming grave. It's over. This is going to be a real problem. With just 5 of them, and in a terrain like the village, how could they possibly beat a couple hundred extremist terrorists? 53, come on, get me killed. I can't wait. It's all coming together so fast. But this is the battlefield. It's instantaneous and treacherous. It's like walking a tightrope at a high altitude, where the slightest misstep could be the end of everything. Shinfei drew his tactical ghost pistol and whispered, "Prepare to receive the enemy." Gold Coin hides the 2 bodies in the room and prepares to take his opponent by surprise. While the 2 were busy, the sound of a woman's scream suddenly rang out. Not a panicked cry for help. Rather, it's a sound that comes out at certain special times. Shinfei frowned slightly and looked back at the place where the 2 villagers were hiding. He saw the woman crawl out from under the bed, screaming as she did so. "What do you mean?" Shinfei and Gold Coin were both stunned. The Caucasian soldiers outside froze for a moment as well, and when they heard the shouting in the room, one of them chortled, "Hey man, you're a real man. Ha, there's a turnaround?" Shinfei looked at the gold coins. Gold Coin willed it, mimicking the Caucasian soldier who had just let out a ragged gasp. The woman's screams became more intense. A few Caucasian soldiers outside let out a loud laugh and followed the banter again. Well guys, this one is already taken. Asterisk 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 ing fierce. It's a pace that I'd like to get in there and learn from. Forget it, your little toothpick is more than any technology can make up for. Damn it, shut the up and get a woman now. I'll fight you. Several Caucasian soldiers turned around and left the courtyard while discussing excitedly. The corners of Shinfei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What is this? Good things happen to good people? Maybe. But Shinfei didn't believe in these things. He was just worried about the woman making extra noise earlier. That's why he told her to hide first. Nor did time permit him to subdue the soldiers while, and to care about a woman. But now, her performance earned her the chance to live. The woman didn't say anything, and after seeing the Caucasian FSA leave, she went back under the bed. Shinfei noticed that the man had also woken up. He whispered a reminder. Stay under the bed and don't move until it's light out. Do you hear me? The two nodded in panic. Shinfei stopped paying attention to them and changed into the clothes that the Caucasian Freedom Army next to him had taken off. The reason for wearing a Speedo out is for the same purpose. In addition to their gear, many Caucasian soldiers choose to wear a scarf and mask. On the one hand, it's to hide your face and make yourself look more mysterious. And then there's the fact that their weapons are really crap. Empty shell casings thrown out during continuous firing can easily fall in along the seams of your clothing. Anyone who's ever been burned by a cigarette probably knows what that's like. When fully armed, they were no different, at least in appearance, from the Caucasian Freedom Army outside. Out the door, Goldcoin asked in a low voice, "What next?" It's almost 5 in the morning. It was still dark, but there was already a faint glow on the horizon in the extreme distance. Once dawn broke, their situation would only become more dangerous, and they could only even retreat first and wait until night. Shinfei raised his head to look at the church not far away and said in a deep voice, "Straight up." Goldcoin gripped the assault rifle in his hand and nodded slowly. The two walked down the graveled dirt path, passing soldiers of the Caucasian Free Army every now and then. The feeling is just too exciting. What about stealing a sunny day when the other husband suddenly comes back and is forced to hide under the bed and feel the vibrations of the bed? Compared to now, it's nothing. Goldcoin felt that his heart had, almost, jumped into his throat. However, Shinfei, who was walking next to him, did not have any abnormality, and even if there were more Caucasian soldiers passing by, he turned a blind eye to them. He wondered, "Razor, aren't you afraid?" Shinfei shook his head. "Not afraid." Goldcoin frowned and asked, "Why aren't you afraid?" Shinfei smiled and replied, "Not afraid means not afraid. Gold. Dude, you win." Goldcoin realized that he couldn't understand Shinfei's mental state at all, so he simply stopped talking. The two walked to the door of the church and abruptly a bright light was aimed at them. The heavy machine gun set up on the second floor platform was also aiming at the same time with a tricky muzzle, ready to beat the two into cinders. The soldier standing in the doorway murmured, "Password." Goldcoin replied calmly, "From the Caspian Sea to the Black Sea, the Caucasus will finally wake up. It's risky to take prisoners." But the confessions they provided were really helpful. The soldier, hearing the password, opened the door of the church and stood aside without further word. Shinfei and Goldcoin exchanged glances and passed through the towering gate, and a stench of sweat mixed with the smell of gunpowder hit their faces. Looking up, 15 rows of benches crooked with turbaned soldiers, all kinds of weapons and ammunition were piled up around them. The 2B14 82mm mortar has nearly ammunition 100 rounds of. PM43 high-explosive rounds are not uncommon. It's almost enough to organize a small war. Goldcoin stared at the room full of ammunition and lamented in a low voice. So much equipment. If this were to blow up, half the village would have to be leveled, right? Hearing this, Shinfei was stunned for a moment, and a cunning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because of the mask covering them, Goldcoin didn't notice this detail. The two went up the stairs to the 3rd floor. No one stopped them the whole time. Most of the soldiers were resting, and it was obviously impossible for anyone to imagine that Shinfei and the others dared to kill here. The 3rd floor is greeted by long corridors flanked by one confessional after another. They hadn't gotten very far when the two men heard the angry roar of a man from the confessional. "Fake. Are you guys telling me that Wagner's asshole mercenaries, who took out almost us 20 of, but you've been capturing them all night and haven't even found a hair? What are you guys doing for food? Is this how you want me to answer to the Marenkas? Find them, crush them like an ant, crush them." 20 people? Goldcoin remembered that Shinfei didn't kill that many, right? Shinfei could probably guess that it should have been the subsequent explosion of the trick mine that killed a few more Caucasian mercenaries, and listening to his dialogue, it's almost certain. The man in the room is the head of the Caucasian FSA. The two men stood in the doorway of the room, listening for movement inside. The leader seemed to have gone to Zwan for further training, and cursed for a full 10 minutes without a single repetitive sentence. For foreigners, it's already considered a very rich store of knowledge. Meanwhile, after listening in for so long, he had basically been able to determine that he was the only one in the room. So what are you waiting for? The corner of Shinfei's mouth rose in an icy arc, and he raised his hand to knock on the door of the room. Snap! Snap! Crisp sounds echoed down the long corridors. What for? The chief's angry voice came from the door. Shinfei twisted the door handle and realized that it was not locked. He slowly opened the door. The gold coin next to him said, "Boss, we have important news to report to you." Important news? The chief frowned. You have 10 seconds. And you'd better pray that your message satisfies me. With a smile on his face, Gold Coin took 2 steps forward. Shinfei closed the door of the room with his backhand, gently locked it, and followed behind Gold Coin. The chief sensed something and his expression grew serious. Gold Coin spoke up. "Boss, we found that mercenary squad." The chief was startled, and with a face of ecstasy, asked anxiously, "Where are they?" Gold Coin pointed at Shinfei beside him and said, "It's not right in front of you." "What?" The chief snapped, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He subconsciously wanted to go to the drawer to get the gun, but Shinfei didn't give him that chance. He drew the dagger he had already prepared and stabbed it down at the chief's neck. The blade of the knife formed a with the tracheal incision 12-degree angle, and air, wrapped in blood foam, spilled out of the 4.5 mm incision. Such a wound. A moment is not fatal. The chief tried to call for help, but with all the blood in his throat, he could only make whimpering noises. He covered the wound on his neck with a dead hand, but blood was still spilling outward between his fingers, and he would soon die if he didn't stop the bleeding urgently in this situation. The chief just can't figure it out. How could a squad of mercenaries who had obviously been in the jungle a dozen kilometers away just a few hours ago appear in front of him in their uniforms? Is this a ING man or a ghost? Though he couldn't think of any of these details, the chief was also a master of giving and taking. He covered his wound and plopped to his knees, looking desperately at the 2 men in front of him, hoping they would step in to help stop the bleeding. Shinfei squatted in front of him, looked straight into his eyes and said playfully, "Come on, get me killed. Trample me like an ant. Hurry up. Grandpa can't wait." 54. You are not mercenaries. You are the king's men. The chief thought of what he had just said and subconsciously avoided Shinfei's gaze. Fear, panic, groundless. Shinfei stroked the golden-colored stray hairs on his head and smiled. "Fighting with me? You don't have the ING strength. Gold. Stop the bleeding." Stop the bleeding? Gold Coin froze for a moment, wanting to remind Razor that they were still in someone's headquarters, and that the downstairs was full of enemies, and that any unusual noise would be very dangerous. But then again, he felt that if his mind could think of something, Razor wouldn't be able to think of it. Struggling for a few seconds, Gold Coin still took out his cat combat tourniquet and threatened while bandaging it. "You better not make any extra noise, or else your men are not as fast as my old man's gun." The chief nodded frantically. Shinfei picked up the red wine on the table and surveyed it. "There's no need to scare him. I'm actually more afraid of the group of bottom soldiers downstairs who have nothing than goods like him." He poured 2 glasses of wine, tasted one of them, and lamented. "Razor, any idea what kind of wine this is?" 1990. A bottle of Petrus red wine, produced in, is $2.800. Even the wake on the side is a Riedel swan neck, the same model as the Michelin restaurant. "Yo, look at this. Davidoff Millennium cigars. Gold coins, want to get on one?" Gold Coin was busy bandaging the chief, but nodded. "Why not? I've never smoked such an expensive cigar." The chief was filled with confusion, wondering what the mercenary in front of him meant by all this. Shinfei roasted his own cigars, and after roasting them, he lit them, one of which was handed to Gold Coin, and the other was held in his own mouth. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. The pikers dare to be angry because they have nothing, and that's what makes them the scariest people. Shinfei walked to the kneeling leader and looked at him condescendingly, not hiding the contempt in his eyes at all. "How could a top-class person who's be willing to die with us mercenaries, who have a lousy life, like this watches or Patek Philippe golden ellipse? Am I right, Mr. Bagrashoni?" David. Shinfei had just avoided the carotid artery or vein when he laid down the knife, only cutting part of the vocal cords. After stopping the bleeding, the chief was able to make slurred sounds. It sounds exaggerated, but it's not difficult to operate. This is achieved by within, cutting diagonally into the skin at an angle of degrees and controlling the depth to 15 to 23 centimeters. David nods his head laboriously, making a sound similar to a broken bellows. "Who? Ha! Who? You want? What?" Goldcoin secretly gave Shinfei a thumbs up. He had seen many strong mercenaries, or special forces. All of them are arrogant, cold and rejecting. In layman's terms it is called low emotional intelligence. He had also met many military executives and commanders, and possessed an uncanny affinity for the human condition, as well as a grasp of human nature. It was the first time that Gold Coin had seen one that could perfectly blend the two. Shinfei rummaged through the drawers of his desk, wanting to see if there were more valuable things, and without lifting his head, he asked, "Tell me, where did the Malenko family find the CS-137 oxide?" David's pupils contracted violently. An unbelievable shock surfaced on his face. How is that possible? How would he know? David shook his head hastily. I don't know. What are you talking about? Ka. Shinfei casually threw out his saber, and the sharp tip of the saber was inserted on the wooden floor with less than 2 centimeters away from David's crotch. Bang! David trembled and subconsciously tried to dodge. Gold Coin had long ago tied his arms backward and stomped on his back with his foot so that he couldn't move a muscle. Shinfei continued to rummage around and found that the drawer was quite full of goodies. He grinned. I have little patience, and you'd better be able to answer my questions before I'm done looking for everything of value. David was deep in thought and quickly shook his head. No, I can't tell you. If I offend the Malenko family, my parents and family will have to die. Anything beyond that, I can promise you. I have almost 100 million rubles to my name. I can give it all to you. All of it to you. Shinfei shook his head. I only want CS-137 oxide to mine the location. David gritted his teeth and said, no way. You guys kill me. That being said, he clearly didn't want to die that badly. Otherwise it would have been ready to yell. The purpose of Gold Coin standing by his side was to prevent such an accident. Shinfei looked at David's eyes and knew that this must be his bottom line. And that interrogation torture was not very effective against people like him. They don't have that either. So, there was only one other way to break his psyche. Shinfei opened the laptop on the table and asked in a cold voice, password. There's nothing in there. David added, 543423323. Shinfei entered the password and successfully entered the computer interface. The computer should be a dual system, entering different passwords and accessing different screens. There was this possibility, but Shinfei didn't have time to look deeper. He doesn't have the hacker's 2 cents either. Shinfei entered the system interface and found the USB flash drive, which then materialized into his hand. His hand was blocked by the table and the two couldn't see anything. Insert the USB flash drive and play the video. An expression like seeing an alien gradually appeared on the faces of Gold Coin and David. When the video finished playing, David said in surprise, how is this possible? How could you possibly spy on Igor? He's an oligarch. Don't say you're a mercenary. Wagner doesn't have that kind of strength either. Because of his overexcitement, he spoke very fast, and after pulling his wound, he began to cough violently again. He could no longer care about the pain in his neck and suddenly said, I see. You are not mercenaries at all. You guys, you are the King's men. Directorate 7. You're the 7th Operations Bureau, right? He's talking, naturally, about the KGB's 7th Bureau. KGB is an umbrella term that contains a dozen or so bureaus underneath. Foreign intelligence work, counter-espionage work, domestic security work, border defense, communication security, everything. It's much more bullish than the ancient genie way of Huaxia. It is not too much to say that it is a super institution above the king, regardless of the bureau. It's usually the 7th Bureau that steps in when something is going to be done. One of the first things the new king did when he came to power was to shrink the power of this institution. It's something no other king has done. But when people do this, it's a breeze. After all, no one knows how to screw up a company better than a former employee. Shinfei looked at David, who was already terrified, with a mysterious smile unique to the KGB on his face, and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, dude, you didn't figure that out. You're just getting a little more diabolical in your thinking. 55. I can talk about it too. And I can be patriotic. David gasped and asked in a low voice, are we really going to do this to the Malenkas? Shinfei asked rhetorically, you want to know? David shook his head frantically. No, I don't want to know. Stop it. If you offend the Malenko family, at most your whole family will be executed. But if one offends the KGB, definitely would have stayed alive. But alive is worse than dead. Just thinking about that life is enough to send shivers down your spine. David gritted his teeth and said, sir, please believe that the Caucasian FSA is patriotic. We have come together to resist the Chechen rebels and to make the Caucasus, at an early date, truly embrace the Urals Federation. Long live King Valakin. Shinfei was sitting by the window on the 3rd floor, and through the window he could still hear the screams coming from the village from time to time. A flash of embarrassment flashed across David's face. You know, sir, we don't have funding, and to survive, sometimes you have to go to extremes. Shinfei asked rhetorically, including the slaughter of villages? David, like a criminal on trial, bowed his head and dared not speak again. All right. Shinfei dropped the cigar in his hand and said in a deep voice, answer my previous question. David gritted his teeth and voiced, you reboot your computer. Password, Mountain Eagle Wings. He speaks the language of the Urals. Shinfei entered the corresponding letters and successfully entered the new computer interface. Sure enough, it's a dual system. There is a folder on the desktop, and when you click on it, it is a lot of underground facilities, as well as photos of CS-137 oxide. Shinfei quickly browsed and knew the source of CS-137 oxide. Aha! The legacy of the Red Alliance. Not surprisingly, if it had not been published in later years, who would have thought that China had dug under the ground more than kilometers of underground cavernous storage systems? 5,000. Digging holes in the ground to bury nuclear weapons. The big powers are very keen to do this. That deserted nuclear site is expected to contain nearly 300 kilograms of CS-137 oxide. The manhwarecaps dug up less than 100 kilograms. There were detailed coordinates on the photos, and based on some of the external photos, Shinfei had actually recognized what that place was. About away from the barren mountain where they grow black tea, 10 kilometers a small, unremarkable-looking hill. Shinfei imported the information into the USB flash drive and got up. David, congratulations on making the right choice. David tried to rise, but was again silenced by the gold coin, and could only say excitedly, Sir, patriotism is duty-bound. From this point on, we should be Devaris. Shinfei extended his hand and smiled. Of course, Devaris. Remember what Elder Chika taught us? David froze. Shinfei's toes lightly picked the saber on the ground. Click. The saber flew straight up, and when it was flush with David's neck, Shinfei grabbed the hilt and easily sent it into the other party's neck. Pust. Blood spurted out. Shinfei ducked to the side to avoid getting blood stuck to his body and smiled. What he said was, the KGB's red blade should be wrapped in a shroud after wiping the blood. This is our true tradition. David struggled to make a sound, trying desperately to struggle, but it was all in vain, because this time, the saber had gone through almost his entire neck, and struggling hard would only lead to a quicker death. Gold Coin walked to the door of the room, listened to the movement outside, and inquired, Razor, what should we do next? Notify Big Bear and the others to retreat? According to the original plan, it was time to retreat, but after entering the church and seeing the weapons and equipment ammunition all over the floor, Shinfei had changed his mind. He looked out the window at the gradually brightening sky and said, I remember there's a lot of kerosene stacked on the second floor, bring it up and spread a little in each room. Setting fires? Gold flashed the thought, but then thought what's the point? The Caucasian Freedom Army were all asleep in the halls on the first floor, and it was impossible to set fire to them on the third floor, much less burn weapons and ammunition. After all, there were so many of them, it wouldn't be hard to carry the ammo out, or to put out the fire. And what is this intended to do? Goldcoin had already appreciated Razor's brainchild countless times, so although he couldn't figure it out, he didn't even think of asking, and just started doing things. The two men worked in tandem with each other, and in no time at all they had every confessional on the third floor, sprinkled with kerosene. The two then prepared to leave, and when they got to the first floor, they saw more and more Caucasian freedom troops coming back to rest, heading out. Just as he reached the door, a voice rang out, wait. The two men stopped and looked at each other without turning around. The voice said excitedly, you young people restrain yourselves a little, and give this poor village, leave a way to live. Oh, that's a good man. Shinfei and Gold Coin both breathed a sigh of relief and ignored him, leaving the church straight away and returning to the residential house where they had hidden before. The woman huddled in the corner, shivering. Shinfei walked up to her, removed his mouth ball, and inquired in a low voice, what's your name? The woman stammered, A.I. Ermi. R.A. Shinfei nodded and asked again, Elmira, what do you plan to do in the future? The woman shook her head, full of confusion. Her whole family is dead. There's no time to think about that. Shinfei asked in a different way, do you want to take revenge for them? Elmira stared at Shinfei in a daze, seemingly not understanding why he suddenly said this. At the same time, it was impossible to imagine how she, a weak woman, could possibly beat those inhuman terrorists out there. But in the end, she nodded heavily. I want to. I dream about it. Shinfei knew that she would answer this way and continued, I'll give you this chance. I don't dare to say that I'll kill all of them, but there's still no problem in taking out 70 or 80 of them. Listen to me. Shinfei recounted his plan. To Elmira, her expression gradually changed from surprise to shock, and then from shock to ecstasy and excitement. It's a done deal. Shinfei turned his head to Gold Coin and said, leave the clothes you're wearing with her, and give her a communicator. We should go. Gold Coin changed into his original equipment, and left the uniform of the Caucasian Free Army with his mask for Elmira. The three left the village under the last cover of night and met up with Palando. They lay on their backs in the undergrowth of an elevated area, looking down on the village as if it were an inferno. It was also at that moment that the dark blue vault of the sky faded from east to west, and the sun's rays shone back on the earth. Shinfei raised his hand, looked at the early morning shimmering light through the slit in his fingertips, and muttered, "Gold coin. Why do I feel that today's sunlight is particularly blinding?" Gold coin looked up at the warm sun at the edge of the sky and replied, "Razor, the sun hasn't changed. You're the one who's gone dark. Is that so?" Shinfei didn't say anything else and pressed the remote control in his hand with a calm expression. Fire and smoke rose from the third floor of the church, quickly covering the entire roof. The entire Caucasian FSA of the village saw this scene and all of them quickly rushed towards the location of the church. It was too far away to hear what they were shouting. As Gold Coin expected, they were numerous, organizing the firefighting and carrying the equipment at the same time. Panicked but half unruffled, Shinfei pressed the communicator and said in a soft tone, "Elmira, do what I taught you. May your fasting and prayers be pleasing to Allah, and you reap in the hereafter endless bounty and well-being. Allah be with you." Shinfei doesn't believe in God, but at this moment, he was more devout than any believer ever could be. 56. A star can start a prairie fire. Elmira straightened her clothes, put on her mask, and walked out of the room. The streets were filled with panicked Caucasian FSA. They carried all kinds of water implements, filled them with water from all directions, and returned to the church to extinguish the fire. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, Elmira was slightly lost in thought. Oh, turns out they do panic and get scared. They were not demons sent by Iblis, but people like her. Live and let live. Obviously we're all human. Why can they be that bad? Elmira couldn't figure it out, and don't want to think about them anymore. All she knew was that among those bodies lying on the ground were her neighbors, her friends, her loved ones. "I'm not afraid of you, because I now have the power to sanction you all. It wasn't the gods who gave me my powers, but that mysterious Oriental man." Elmira walked steadfastly down the path of certain death, brushing shoulders with one Caucasian freelancer after another, and finally coming to the clearing outside the church. The place was filled with weapons and ammunition that had been removed from the church, and there was a steady stream of ammunition being transported out. "Hey, you idiot, what are you doing? Don't go put out the fire yet." Spiteful curses rang out. Ignoring him, Elmira stood in the middle of the shells and pressed the remote control in her hand as the Oriental man had taught her. Dropping. Drip. A clear, subtle sound rang out. It was clearly a precursor to imminent destruction, but listening to such a voice, Elmira felt more at ease than ever before. She couldn't help but wonder, if people really do have souls after death, then she can be reunited with her family. If the world after death is a void, then she can be free from her nightmares. "Father, you always say that those who are not even afraid of death, why should they be afraid of living? But my daughter realized today that death is actually very simple. It's living that requires great courage." "I'm sorry, Father, I don't have the courage to do this." No swearing, no yelling. The woman remained absolutely quiet until the last second before she died. Even if one were to look into her eyes up close, one would realize that even the hatred in her eyes had dissipated. Boom! An explosion rang out, and Elmira's body instantly turned into a mist of blood and burst apart. The firelight rose to the sky, reflecting the faces of the Caucasian Freedom Army. A panicked and shocked expression. Such an expression. Such a state. Like those villagers last night, the way it flowed out in front of them. Only the identity has changed. They went from being predators to being preyed upon. And Shinfei, it doesn't give them a chance to repent. The first round of explosions took 3 or 4 Caucasian FSA troops that were close by. Their bodies were instantly lifted off by the airwaves and cut by countless shrapnel in midair. The broken human tissue mixed with thick mucus falling rapidly under the pull of gravity. Fake. Run. It's going to explode. Run for it. Despair spread quickly through the Caucasian Freedom Army, and many froze in place at the suddenness of the scene. Sure, there is no escape from death, either by running away or by frothing. Because here comes the second explosion. The 7.62mm bullets were martyred at high temperatures, and the warheads pierced through the chambers of the guns to form a storm of metal, and many people were blown to pieces before they had time to react. Followed by, the pressure of those shells reached a critical level and were detonated. Moreover, this death orgy was directly pushed to the climax. The outer walls of the church were stained red with blood, and the sky rained blood mixed with human tissue. Everything was reflected in the eyes of the Caucasian Freedom Army, who were not yet dead, but only half of their bodies were left. Desperation. Deep despair. By the time the 3 rounds of explosions were over, fewer than Caucasian FSA men remained alive in the village. 30. Gold Coin looked at the scene that was like an inferno and inquired, Razor, going to take care of the rest of them? The survivors have been scared out of their wits. Now go down there and kill them with little effort. With the Caucasian FSA, it's already a no-win situation anyway. It's the honorable tradition of mercenaries to kill him while he's sick. Shinfei slowly shook his head. There's no need. Someone will take care of them for us. Who? Waveatter gave a puzzled look. Goldcoin also couldn't figure out who the person Shinfei was talking about was. Bear, on the other hand, was leisurely munching on an energy bar, not the least bit interested in the exchange between the three. Shinfei smiled and said, haven't you guys heard of a saying? A star can start a prairie fire. The two men's expressions became even more puzzled. Instead, Shinfei pointed to a house in the village and said, look, they're here. The three of them looked toward Shinfei's finger. It was the same house they'd been in before, the one where the mistress had been violated. At this point, the two surviving members of the family, bloodstained weapons in hand, cautiously felt their way out of the yard. They didn't know what was happening, but the violent explosions made them afraid to hide in their homes anymore. The number of villagers who chose to do the same as them was very large. It was only then that Goldcoin and the others noticed that even after a full night of bloodshed, there were still many survivors in the village. Soon, there are survivors who understand exactly what is happening and make choices. Pick up your weapons and attack the remaining Caucasian FSA. Bang! The gun went off, but missed. No way. Even if she wanted to kill someone in her heart, the use of weapons was not something that could be learned overnight. The Caucasian soldier, who had been attacked, subconsciously looked for a place to take cover before turning back and taking out the villagers who were about to shoot him again with a single shot. He thought he was safe, but before he could return to his senses, he saw a lot of villagers appearing at the corner of the street. Since one gun won't kill you, 10 shots, then 50 shots, 100 rods. The villagers didn't have the courage to fight back last night, nor did they have the strength and weaponry to do so. But at the moment, the ground is littered with weapons and equipment scattered after the explosion. And again, they were overwhelmingly outnumbered, even though the vast majority of them are women. But their guns, too, can kill. Interesting scene. And so it played out in the small village that had been turned into a hell on earth. The three of them watched the scene dumbfounded, finally understanding the sentence that Shinfei had just said. Starburst. It can really start a fire. Shinfei patted the shoulders of several people and said in a deep voice, it's time to go. Find a place to have a good discussion on how to rescue Nefutis. What follows is our, with that woman. The moment of showdown. 57. No way. What is Razor capable of killing that many people? Caucasus. T-Mountain. Command room. Bunch of losers. Katerina's face flushed red with anger. Her pitch-black leather jacket straining out the amazing curves of her waist and hips. Her voluptuous chest rising and falling violently with her panting breaths. Get out. All of you. The staff member ran out of the room as if in a panic. Katerina picked up the phone and called her grandfather. Toot. The phone picked up and Igor's voice rang out. My dear granddaughter. What is it? Katerina, Grandpa, just got word that David is dead. She recounted the news she had just gotten, in full. At this time, she did not know that Shinfei and the others were also involved in the action. A bunch of assholes who only think with their lower bodies. Igor cursed in annoyance, then asked, how many people are left in the Freedom Army? Katerina replied, over, and there are still left 200 people died in the village about. 300. Grandfather, I suspect that Wagner's squad was involved in the villagers' retaliation against the Caucasian FSA. That Razor guy is capable of such things. Igor asked. Any proof? Katerina shook her head. No, just my guess. Silence on the other end of the line again. Igor really didn't expect that the original well-thought-out plan would be ruined in the hands of a few mercenaries. More importantly, he also learned from his granddaughter that the guy named Razor had a video of himself intending to smear the king, along with framing Wagner. Such a person should never be kept. Igor pondered for a long time before saying, how much longer are those loads going to be dug up? Katerina replied, we'll probably be able to put together another 20 kilos or so tomorrow. Good. Igor murmured as if he had made some decision. Sell these to Chechnya. They'll be interested. I'll make the contact. Make the deal first thing in the morning the day after tomorrow. And then you take the female mercenary and come back to Moscow. Moscow is the imperial capital of the Urals Federation. Selling to Chechnya. Grandpa, that would mean a complete break with the king. Katerina asked with a frown. And just letting those mercenaries from Wagner go, in case they leak the video. Igor's smug laughter came from the phone. How could the Malenko family's 10 years of operation be destroyed by a 10-second video that destroyed its roots? Grandpa just got word that Abu Murad Gilzayev is preparing a massive military operation against Chechnya with the king. This hungry wolf, exiled by the Red Alliance, will not willingly accept the rule of the king. We've entered into a partnership where I provide him with what he wants and he provides us with a perfect back road. And once this battle is fought, the king can't care about us." Although Grandpa spoke confidently, but Katerina knew that it was a choice that bet on the lives of all the Malenkos, and there is no other choice. From the moment Igor targeted the new king in the first place, they were destined to be with King Sergei Ivanovich Volodin, immortal. "I know what to do, Grandpa. Hang up." Katerina walked over to the window and looked out over the early morning Caucasus and muttered, "Razor, it has to be said, you're still a lucky guy." Caucasus, Mountain Hawk Jihad League, headquarters. There was a knock on the door of the chief's office. Umarov, sitting at his desk, tapped the blonde sprawled out under the desk before saying, "Enter." The door to the room opened. A heavily armed man walked in, saluted and reported, "Chief, the cause of the explosion has been found." At the sound of her husband's voice, the beautiful woman under the table was startled and her teeth chattered involuntarily. Umarov, slightly pained, frowned. "Say, what happened?" The man said excitedly, "Last night those bastards from the Freedom Army attacked the village of Varzai. According to the news I just got, there was an explosion at their weapons depot, and there were so many deaths and injuries that the surviving villagers killed all the remaining Freedom Army. It is certain that David is also dead." "What?" Upon hearing the news from the front, Umarov hadn't had much of a reaction, but when he heard the news of David's death, his face wore a masked excitement as he rose violently and asked rhetorically, "Are you sure?" The atmosphere in the office became incredibly awkward. Umarov looked down only to realize that he wasn't wearing any pants, and where his thighs were, he still had red lipstick. "Man, Umarov, woman, cough, cough." The man coughed twice, forcing a chuckle from his heart and said, "Yes, Chief, it is certain that David is dead." Umarov resumed his seat, his joy not diminished by the embarrassment of what had just happened, and said with a wave of his hand, "Have the quartermaster get some women, and tell the brothers on the base that tonight is the Mountain Eagle Jihad League's most celebrated day." Yes, the man straightened up and saluted, turned and walked out. On his way out the door, the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. The lipstick on the chief's body, how come it's exactly the same color as his wife's? Exactly? That evening, the Mountain Eagle Holy War Alliance headquarters was as lively as if it was New Year's Eve. Countless women have been sent to the base, and the most primitive of human sports can be seen everywhere. Umarov, as the chief, was more than happy to liven up with the soldiers until the early hours of the morning, before returning to his room with 3 or 4 satisfied beauties in his arms. Excited, happy, unexpected joy. Having fought the Caucasian FSA for nearly a decade, Umarov never expected to win in such an almost unbelievable way. Starting today, his Mountain Eagle Jihad League is the Northern Caucasus, the largest private armed force. Umarov was asleep with a beautiful dream. I don't know how much time has passed. Just as he was half asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of food coming from the living room. Despite all the drinking, Umarov's guard was still up. "Who is it?" Umarov slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman on the bed. Lebedev's sister. Amit's wife. Lebedev's sister. Lebedev's wife. Not a single one. Who would that be? In the middle of the night, sneaking into his room to steal something to eat? A thief? No, absolutely not. There were soldiers guarding the outside of his room, and a special post outside the building, as well as patrols. The average person can't even get in. Who could that be? Standing sentinel? Umarov rose slowly at the thought of this possibility, determined to teach his men a lesson. He can give, but you must never steal, because it's a provocation to the OP. Umarov tiptoed to the bedroom door and listened carefully. The people eating outside were still there. He slowly reached out and turned on the living room lights. At the same time he kicked open the door to the room and cursed, "Suka Buell, show me who's stealing my food." The harsh lights came on and Umarov squinted slightly. When his vision gradually returned, he was shocked to find 3 strangers he didn't recognize at all sitting at the living room table. One of the Asian-looking men had a chicken leg in his hand and looked up at him with an expressionless face. Moment. A sense of crisis that death was imminent caused a cold sweat to involuntarily break out on Umarov's back, to show up in his room unnoticed. This group, the Comer, is not good. 58. Those who like human wives are really no easy characters. Umarov doesn't try to fight back or call for help. Since he dared to come, there must be a capital that is not afraid of him. If we really wanted to kill him, we'd have done it while he was asleep. Umarov asked tentatively. 3 friends, looking for me? Shinfei secretly nodded his head. Having met another smart person, he opened his mouth and said, "Do a little business with you. Sit down and chat." Goldcoin and Bear kept their heads down and ate the food on the table. In the spotting scope, Palando was drooling at the sight and couldn't help but scold over the combs. "Cut it out. You guys haven't seen any food, have you? Save some for the old man." Damn. Snipers are not a human job. Umarov frowned, moved a chair, and sat across from Shinfei. He hadn't thought of that. The most ordinary-looking Asian kid is the boss of 3? Shinfei drew a paper towel and wiped the grease from his hands and said, "We did what we did in Velze village. Came to see you to ask you a question. Do you want to take out the rest of the Caucasian FSA?" Umarov instantly widened his eyes and looked at Shinfei in disbelief. From the moment he heard the news, he didn't feel right. When did the village folk become so ballsy? David wasn't such a loser that he couldn't even beat up some old and weak women and children. But it wouldn't be surprising if someone was helping behind the scenes. Although he didn't know the identities of the 3 people in front of him, the fact that they could appear in his room silently already proved their own strength. Only, benefits and risks always go hand in hand. Things that seem to have benefits often also have huge risks hidden behind them. You can lose your life if you're not careful. Umarov pondered for a moment, but decided to refuse. It's true that we're enemies with the Caucasian Freedom Army, but since their leader, Shinfei picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go, got up and said, "Let's go." People don't have the intention to talk about it. Goldcoin followed and got up. With his only remaining hand, Bear loaded the food into his backpack. "Ha, that's it?" Umarov's expression became more puzzled. As if Shinfei suddenly thought of something, he stopped and said, "By the way, what's your name?" Umarov subconsciously replied, "Umarov, codename Caucasian Mountain Eagle." "Oh, I remember you. Umarov, guess when we got here?" Shinfei pointed in the direction of the bedroom and added, "Lebedev's sister, his wife, his sister. You're trying to make someone's family neat and tidy? Bear, finish him off and let's go talk to Lebedev." Bear drew his pistol from his belt and made a show of being ready to pull the trigger. Don't. Umarov did not expect the other party to be so decisive. People were stunned. Hastily waved his hand and said, Sir, we can talk about anything. Anything can be discussed." Shinfei looked up at Umarov, who was nearly 2 meters tall, waved his hand and said, "You're too tall. I can't see you. Get on your knees and say it." Strong pride raised a ball of anger in Umarov's heart. But when he thought that the other party didn't even take the Caucasian Freedom Army, which was much stronger than him, seriously, what was the point of killing him? Gritting his teeth, Umarov fell to his knees. Shinfei looked down into his eyes and questioned. "Not convinced?" Umarov shook his head vigorously. "It's really a self-esteem rebuilding process and the fastest way to domesticate. The villain uses it often. After the intimidation, of course, it's time to give the benefit of the doubt." Shinfei waved his hand. Goldcoin understood, and took the computer out of his backpack, showing the information on it about the radioactive material in the abandoned base. Umarov's expression gradually changed from confusion to shock to dawning realization. No wonder the Caucasus Freedom Army had developed so quickly in the past 6 months or so. So you found an oligarch to lean on. He wondered even more. What were the identities of these people in front of him? Even the oligarchs? Shinfei asked. "Do you know on the black market now what the price of is?" CS-137. Umarov replied. "Industrial grade, $10,000 a gram. Weapons grade, $50,000 a gram. If it's left over from the Red Alliance, it's slightly cheaper, at over $7 a gram. 000. No one in the room was surprised to hear this price. It's not cheap from the regular channels, let alone the black market. If you don't make money, who dares to risk offending the 5 good men by supplying you with goods?" Shinfei added. "This place has about nearly 300 kilograms in stock, and although some of it has been taken away, at least 20 to 30 kilograms are in stock. Well, is it worth the risk? 20 or 30 kilos? Astronomical figures. This is definitely an astronomical amount that an ordinary person can hardly imagine in their lifetime." A flash of greed and struggle surfaced in Umarov's eyes, but in the end, reason prevailed. "Sir, you should know the strength of the Mountain Eagle. There are at least a couple hundred armed men in the abandoned base. We can't fight them off. And once the war starts, both Chechnya and the neighboring countries will get the news. And even if I could take it away, I wouldn't survive." Shinfei was, on the contrary, a bit impressed with this Umarov. Sure enough, there's nothing simple about those who like to sleep with people's wives. Shinfei offered him a third thought. What if you're not thinking of taking the radioactive material? For example, give it to Moscow as a pitch. Or Chechnya. It can still be played like this? Umarov's face flashed with a touch of surprise, followed by a strong excitement. "Good idea. This idea is fantastic. No matter who I give it to, I will be able to get their blessing. And we can also use this opportunity to completely eliminate the Caucasus Freedom Army. That's a wonderful solution." "Sir." Shinfei didn't say anything. After Umarov's excitement, a hard look once again appeared on his face, adding, "But sir, we can't beat those defenders in the base. It would be nice to get the message directly to Chechnya or Moscow. Of course, you wouldn't have come to me if you really could do that. No wonder you can't beat the Caucasian FSA. Grinding. Enough smarts. Not enough ruthlessness. Shenfei said expressionlessly. Those villagers couldn't beat the Caucasian Freedom Army either, but the end result was that they won. Understanding what the subtext was, Yumarov gritted his teeth and said, "What is your name, sir?" "Shenfei, Razor." What a catchy code name. Yumarov clapped his hands together and continued. "Mountain Eagle is willing to provide you with all the help you need. What do we do next?" "It's a done deal." Gold Coin and Bear both had a happy face. There were too many defenders in the abandoned base for the four of them alone to save Nefertus, but with the help of the Mountain Hawk organization, the effect is completely different. They were technically and tactically incapable, but they were well equipped with enough weaponry to hold a large force at the front. Shenfei glanced at the time on his military watch and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you 30 minutes to gather everyone together, bring weapons and equipment, and set off for the Krasnodar 7 collective farm. I'll tell you exactly what to do on the way." 59. Top IQ crush from Shenfei. Caucasus, Krasnodar, Red Alliance abandoned base. Today Katerina was wearing a snowy combat suit, long legs wrapped in matte soft armor taut with smooth curves, mechanical clasps strangling the full bust line. Everywhere she passed, she gave those Caucasian Freedom Forces a look of greed and awe. Following her was a man in his, solidly muscled and burly, who smiled and said, 30 SMS. "Katerina, please don't worry, we will never let you down." Katerina stopped, gave him a cold look, and grunted, "That's what your previous boss assured me." Getting up close and personal with this top-notch beauty, the burly man held back his physiological excitement and once again expressed his loyalty. "I've already ordered all the soldiers to go on first-degree alert. If that Razor asshole dares to come, I'll chop him up in front of you. I swear." Ignoring him, Katerina turned to the other man beside her and asked, "How is the mining progressing?" Next to him was a svelte man with gold-rimmed glasses who replied, "Not too optimistic. Many of the villagers are unable to continue working due to prolonged exposure to radioactive materials. If we must raise the by tomorrow morning number the wants, there's only one way to do it, boss." He had an umbrella in his hand, but it wasn't raining today. After seeing him, many people wondered why he was carrying an umbrella on a sunny day. "Katerina, speak," the man with the golden glasses said in a gloomy tone. "Those people on T-Mountain, arrest them and put them into base production together." Katerina frowned slightly. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about the idea, but it was too risky. If their true intentions are discovered by the local authorities and then reported to Moscow's top brass, the 58th Army Group could blast them to cinders with long-range fire, stationed north of the Caucasus. No way. Katerina refused very dryly. "Think of something else." The man with the gold glasses didn't say anything and turned his head to the burly man. The burly man frowned and said angrily, "No, everyone on my team is my family, and I will never let them." Katerina looked at him with an expressionless face and did not speak. The burly man's throat rolled and his tone softened. "MS. Katerina, I only have 300 men, and they also have to protect the security of the base, so I really can't spare any." Katerina murmured, "Draw out 100 men." The burly man also wanted to make some conditions. Katerina dryly drew her pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the mine and everyone was startled. The burly man's brain crumbled and blood splattered everywhere. The man with the gold glasses opened his umbrella at the perfect time, shielding Katerina from the splattering blood. Katerina crooked her finger at a Caucasian freelancer not far away. The young soldier came forward warily. Katerina said coldly, "From now on, you're the boss of this unit. Do as I say. Do you hear me?" The young soldier was stunned. Then uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on his face. Snapping a salute, "Please rest assured. I promise to complete the mission." The Mountain Eagle headquarters was not far from Chashan, but the troops were traveling at a slow pace. No way. It is difficult to ask a private armed force, which is similar in nature to bandits, to have the same marching speed as the regular army. The fact that they could assemble in half an hour was already beyond Shenfei's expectations. Shenfei and the others drove a military vehicle at the front of the group. Polando inquired, "Razor, a team like that wouldn't be able to beat those defenders at the base, would it? And we can't fight a protracted war. Or Chechnya, along with the 58th Army Group, might be able to fire on us from a distance. Neither one of them is a reasonable man. It's okay to make moves on their turf and have a small fight. A war of hundreds of people? That's pure death." The military vehicles were inspected in advance and there was no listening device. Shenfei played with his lighter and said in a deep voice, "That's not something we should consider, because I don't intend to wait for them to go to war before I go to the rescue." A flash of doubt appeared on the faces of the three men. Gold Coin wondered, "Razor, what are you going to do?" Infiltrate the base and create chaos, Shinfei said in a calm tone. Most of the laborers in there are villagers from Valze village. We just need to let them know what's happening in their village and they'll naturally start a riot. Then we take advantage of the chaos to hijack Katarina. And we'll get Nefertus back. Only after that is done will I give the Mountain Hawk Alliance the order to attack. After listening to Shinfei's plan, even the three people who were already almost accustomed to his style of doing things still felt a strong sense of shock. The plan was not only subtle, it was ruthless. The villagers who started the riots in the first place would undoubtedly be suppressed by force. The odds are that there will be a lot of deaths and injuries. When the Mountain Eagles and the others got into a firefight with the Caucasian Freedom Army in the base, without Shinfei's help, the Mountain Eagles would most likely be wiped out. That's harsh. Whether it is the Mountain Eagle, the Caucasus Free Army, or Katarina, all are Shinfei's pawns, and he wouldn't even consider those pawns dead or alive. But it has to be said that this series of arrangements had the highest margin of safety for their squad. Basically, you don't have to take any risks. The squad spent the entire day in the car. By the time they arrived at their reserved location, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. It's a nice night for it. A full moon hung in the sky, as well as a few stars. Umarov came to Shinfei's side and said as if he was courteous, "Razor, my troops have all been arranged according to your request. When do we start the offense?" Shinfei smiled and said, "Of course you can't attack directly. Otherwise your casualties will be too great. I can't bear it." Umarov was stunned. Shinfei patted his shoulder and said, "The matter of sending people to their deaths. Of course it is our elite squad that goes first. You wait here with your men, and when I tell you to attack, you must fire all your shells within minute. Is that clear?" Umarov's eyes reddened and he showed a flash of reluctance. "Razor, it's too dangerous. Why don't you let my crew?" Shinfei pointed to his heart and said righteously, "At the level of sacrificing for our country, we have priority. So don't argue, and fire with confidence later. The 58th Army Group, along with the Chechens, know what we're doing tonight, and they won't give you a hard time." Umarov wore an expression that said it all. He knew Razor's identity was definitely not simple. At least it had to be KGB to start with. The whole bad thing could be the king's close guard. Doesn't that mean that in the future, one's backer will be the king? The whole Caucasus Mountains. That's what he said to forget about Dad, Mom, I've made it. With a look of excitement and reluctance on his face, Umarov said with tears in his eyes, "Tavares, you go, the country and the people will always remember you." Snap. As he spoke, he stood up straight and saluted. It's just not very standard. When the few people from Gold Coin saw such a scene, the people were almost dumbfounded. If they didn't know Razor's true plan, they'd be wondering who they were. Have to say, this Razor guy's level of intelligence is completely crushing their existence. Playing with the head of a so-called extremist organization is like playing with a dog. It's not even close.